If you're looking to further understand the mind, consciousness, the occult, symbolism, the ancient Egyptian mythos, philosophy, and truth discovery, make sure to tune in to the Cubbyhole podcast, hosted by myself, Nate Cap, and co-hosted by Brandon Martin. The Cubbyhole podcast is a repository of critical knowledge that deals with and covers the many facets of the human condition, especially what causes most of the suffering going on in this world. Make sure to start at podcast number 1 and work your way forward for maximum value and understanding. The Cubbyhole podcast is found on iHeartRadio, Spotify, Apple, TuneIn Radio, Simplecast, and Cubbyhole.com. That's CUBBYWHOLE.com.
Not anymore. Wow. Absolutely amazing presentation from Sean McCann. Excellent musical performance by Ryan Swisher with his song Drug War. And the material presented so far has been just amazing. I've participated in many of these conferences and I've never seen a lineup like this, with all of the material just complementing the other material. It seems to be a really, really stellar lineup we have here for us. So coming up, we got Mark Devlin at 3:45, and then my talk will start at 5:15. And it's a bit of a long one. And then we're going to have a question and answers roundtable following that at 9 p.m. I want to refer you to the cubbyhole.com. You can make donations there. You can make donations at the onegreatnetwork.com. whatonearthishappening.com, and we're streaming live on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and Float. And I hope everybody is enjoying the material presented here today, and stay tuned for more. I'm going to hand it over to Nate Cap. Go ahead.
Dang, man. That was just both presentations were amazing. And I don't know why my thing isn't showing up, but just Dylan McCormick, hats off to you, man. You really just, hit the ball out of the park with that one. And I really appreciated your depth of knowledge. You're very well studied, and this is a very phenomenal presentation, to say the least. And I'll be looking forward to watching and studying that one, in the future, whenever you get that uploaded in the public. Sean McCann, it's crazy. We actually just watched Eyes Wide Shut last night, so it was really cool to see you break that down. And I've watched your other breakdowns that you did about what's Rosemary's Baby. and you're really great at breaking down the allegories and the finer details that a lot of people might miss. So it was really cool to see, and I definitely look forward to more of your work. So pretty awesome. Do you want to come in?
Sure.
Oh yeah. One other thing that I wanted to say is, I know that Doug already mentioned Ryan Swisher, but he has 2 more songs coming up tomorrow, so definitely watch out for those. And his drug horse song was so cool, and I really, really, really enjoyed that a lot. So just wanted to say that that was awesome, and much appreciated to those lyrics.
Yeah, I wanted to say great job to Dylan McCormick as well. That was a powerful presentation. Really amazing. And tomorrow's lineup, we have Indica Martin at 10 a.m. and she will be doing a presentation on her book, Give to Nature, and Nature Will Give to You. At 10:30 a.m., we have Brian Esterday at the Wizard Factory. Tomorrow at 11:30 a.m., we'll have a short break, and then Ryan will give another musical performance by Ryan Swisher and a little bit of an open chat room. Then 11:45 a.m., we have Brandon Martin's presentation, Sight Beyond Illusions. Brandon at cubbyhole.com. At 1 p.m., we have Nate Cap at cubbyhole.com doing his presentation, Reillumination of the Imagination. 3 p.m. tomorrow, we have Regina Zwilling, Guided Meditation. She's going to do a talk on guided meditation. Tomorrow at 3:30 p.m., we have Logan Hart, 3 ideas that can evolve the natural law perspective. Logan Hart, also thewizardfactory.com. 4:15 tomorrow p.m., we have Colin Smith giving a presentation. And Colin Smith, you can find him at patreon.com. Tomorrow, 5:45 p.m., we have a break and then another musical performance from Ryan Swisher. 6 p.m. tomorrow night, Mark Passio, Fake Ass Anarchists. That's one you're not going to want to miss. And then another Q&A roundtable conference at 8:15 p.m. tomorrow on Saturday the 15th. So stay tuned for more. I'm going to hand it back over to my colleague, Nate Cap. So take it away, Nate.
All right. Well, I hope everybody's enjoying and getting lots of value from this work so far. And it's been mind-blowing, and it's really relieving to see so many people with like minds getting together to share really valuable, important knowledge that really is going to help us end so much of the suffering going on in this world, because that's really what it takes. And what we have coming up tomorrow, or actually the next couple of presentations and tomorrow, are going to be just to further demonstrate how much wickedness is going on in this world, but also the solutions that we can do within ourselves to help generate a world with less violent ideologies and self-destruction, because that's really where we're going. And Dylan is 100% right. We are being systematically shut down, and we've got to do something about it. And being here and being part of this conference is really the first big step towards doing the right thing and achieving freedom. And we're doing everything we can to put all our efforts into making this information go viral, just so people can have a chance. And it's also just making sure that people don't have the ability to say, how was I ever supposed to know? And it's a really important it's a really important conference. And I think Doug wants to say something here. So
I just wanted to say thanks for everybody who's tuning in and trying to take in this information. Thanks to all the speakers who are participating in the conference, and a special thanks to Tyler Bloyer in the control room. He's doing a fantastic job. Also, thank you, Lawrence Driggs, also working on the back end team there. So stay tuned. We got plenty of more exciting content coming your way. And thank you for tuning in to the S.E.E.D 4 conference. Stick around for more. Now, we can keep talking here for a few minutes if we have to. What else do we got? You can make donations at One Great Work Network. You can make donations on the individuated page of the content creators, or you can make a donation to the network itself. You can make donations at whatonearthishappening.com. You can make donations at cubbyhole.com. And we hope to see you in the question and answers conference roundtable at the end of the presentations today. Not exactly sure how much time I'm supposed to fill here, but we're loving it, and we're loving the material. I've never seen a conference with this much hard-hitting information. So it's exciting for me to be a part of it. And I hope everybody else is enjoying it as much as I am. So stick around for more.
yeah, and I want to just stress that, Brandon has really put a lot of work into this conference, and nobody understands how much work goes into this. I mean, I know Mark does and a few others, but it has just been, it's amazing that we were able to do this. And I really appreciate all the help from everybody, pulling together. That's what this is about. And, Brandon coming up with this idea during this time of the year is very symbolic. And, it's, this is the time when, light is coming back into our season. And taking in this information is it's a very natural, symbolic way of us coming up out of our darkness and into light. And
see if Brandon wants to say something.
Also, I wanted to see if Brandon was on here and wanted to say something before we go to the next presentation.
Yeah, I pulled myself away from editing. I definitely would like to say something. If you can switch me over there. Okay, well, the first thing is I want to thank everybody for participating in this. The other thing is I think we need a call to action. I think people need to start doing more conferences like this and using the tools, the publishing tools that they have at their availability to, put out good content, whether that's just blogs or, getting a website together or, writing a book or just getting out in the public and starting to speak to people about these topics. Sharing this conference would be amazing. Sharing the topics and just learning as much as possible and sharing that. We have to be the teacher and the student at the same time. So that's what we're all doing here together. We're planting seeds of truth. It's no coincidence that, we have the name Seed for Growth. as the name for this conference because it's green language, it's synchronistic, it's twilight language. I didn't really realize that until after I had chose that name. But, we had the first seed conference, which was seed. And then we had the second seed conference, which was germinate. And then the third seed conference, which was sprout. And now we have the fourth seed conference, which is growth, which could be looked at as the 4 pillars of philosophy in a specific way, because we've just built such an amazing tapestry doing this, this conference for the past 5 years. And I really was inspired by the Free Your Mind conference, which was put together by Mark Passio and a few other great individuals. And after I saw that, I was just, it lit a fire under my ass. And I was like, I got to do something like this. And I figured if I did this, then I could get people like Nate and Douglas to put some work together and get them motivated, because I knew they had, great work to put out there. And I also knew a lot of other people that were very interested in speaking and getting that going. So I hosted it out of my own compound in Southern Ohio. And then it just, snowballed from there. So it was an amazing thing to see that and to see how far it's been taken to this level. Unfortunately, we all can't be together because of the draconian laws that are in place right now and the restrictions. I had hoped to put this on at the Ohio University, and I'm sure some people know this, but they just kept fucking me around really with the restrictions, and they wanted to cut my audience in half. And it was just not feasible to do that, especially bringing in people from overseas. And then they, the other people from overseas, they weren't going to get the vaccines to come over here and all that. So I think this is a great learning experience for all of us. This is something new for me, Douglas, and Nate. We've never done a live stream like this before. And if it wasn't for the tech team and the back end helping out, then, we wouldn't be doing this right now. This would not be going on, because it's just, it's a big project. It takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of cooperation. And that's what we're here to do. We're here to co-create freedom. We're here to be the spirit, as Dylan put it. We have to really, create that outcome of liberty. I think the speakers have really done an amazing job at putting together great tapestries of great knowledge about many, many critical topics that we need to talk about, from mind control to pedophilia to, liberty and manipulation and gun control. And there's just so much information here that I think many people can really take to the heart and to the mind and start to activate their true care. So, that's what this is all about: activating the heart-based consciousness, understanding natural law, and specifically living in harmony with natural law. So this conference is directly oriented around natural law principles. And that's why the logo is also the heart and the brain, with the flower blooming out of it with the yin and the yang. It's the sacred masculine, sacred feminine principle. So it's the heart-based consciousness. And, I started that logo from just a black and white drawing, and then Nathan came in and filled it in and really brought it to life. So that's what teamwork is about. That's what cooperation is about. This is not a single individual's job. The great work is about being unified in our task. So, that's all I wanted to say, and thank everybody. And I'm really looking forward to the next presentation by Mark Devlin.
The intention of Natural Freedom League is to expand the understanding of natural law, which is based on objective morality, and to expose the illegitimacy of the belief in authority, and thus the inherent immorality of all government.
We be the Natural Freedom League, cause we become no longer unvegan. We seek in the wisdom, and that's why we did come to this prison of prism. And that's why the beat thumps, and that's why we speak up. We be the Natural Freedom League, cause we become no longer unvegan. We seek in the wisdom, and that's why we did come to this prison of prism. And that's
Well, hello to everyone watching the S.E.E.D online conference. This is Mark Devlin out of the UK. I had hoped to be out there in person in Ohio in May of 2020. I think we all know what came along to scupper those plans. There was then some hope I might be able to make it in person for May 2021, but unfortunately we're not in a position where that is practical either. Because for as long as quarantine, test and trace, masks, distancing, vax passports and the rest of such BS is in place, I won't be travelling internationally again. And this is a pretty horrifying prospect for me because I'm someone that's always enjoyed travel. I find it very therapeutic, it's good for the soul, it's one of my favourite pastimes. I love going to different places, meeting different people. And the idea of never being able to do that again and having to spend the rest of my days in this God-forsaken hellhole fills me with dread. But who knows where we'll be this time next year? Who knows how this situation might resolve itself? We live in hope for it. In the meantime, I've got my presentation for you remotely right now. I want to thank Brandon and everyone else involved in organising S.E.E.D for the opportunity. Big shout out to all the other speakers, and of course much respect to everyone tuned in listening. I hope you will find my presentation to be fulfilling, and I hope to see you in person sooner rather than later. The title of this presentation is Music's Military and Mind Control Connections, and this draws on the full 11 years worth of research that I've done into the true nature of the corporate controlled music business and those forces that direct it. This was the basis of my first book, Musical Truth Volume 1, which came out in 2016. The second volume appeared in 2018, and I'm currently writing Musical Truth Volume 3, which is due out at the end of this year. When I first embarked on this road of research, I made the mistake of thinking that all the phenomena that I was uncovering, such as mind control artists, occult symbology in the music industry, social engineering agendas being pushed, was a relatively recent The title of this presentation is Music's Military and Mind Control Connections, and it draws on the full 11 years worth of research that I've done into this subject area. This formed the basis of my first two Musical Truth books, which I put out in 2016 and 2018 respectively, and I'm currently writing Volume 3, which I'm looking to get out at the end of the year, because the story is very far from finished being told. When I first embarked on this area of research and made it my specialist subject, I made the mistake of thinking that phenomena such as mind-controlled artists, dark occult symbology, social engineering agendas being pushed through popular culture were relatively recent things. And as I delved further into it, I found that it went further and further back in time. So far from being something that's restricted to just the 2000s, I found myself going back in time through the 1990s, being transported back into the 1980s, back through the 70s to the 60s, and all the way back to the very birth of the popular music industry. And I pinpoint that as being around 1955, if I had to put a time on it, in terms of when this aspect of popular culture really became weaponized for changing societal attitudes, particularly among young people. And this was the time of Bill Haley and the Comets' Rock Around the Clock, which was a pretty revolutionary record. It was quite groundbreaking for the time, because up to that point, America and Britain and most other countries were living in quite grim, grey, austere post-war conditions. It was still the first decade after the end of the Second World War, and music that had gone before had been very solemn or very placid, kind of sheet music based artists. Very respectable, very family friendly, nothing particularly edgy or dangerous about them. There was an explosion in 1955 of popular culture, One aspect of it came through the movie Rock Around the Clock and the soundtrack to it put together by Bill Haley and the Comets. It was the rock and roll sound. It was ostensibly taking black forms of music. It was rhythm and blues going back into earlier forms of black music that had been brought onto the slave plantations of America, going way back in that era. And one form of music had evolved into another, and by the time you got to the 1950s, black rhythm and blues music had morphed into what was starting to be known as rock and roll. And one of the respectable faces of that whole movement was this group, Bill Haley and the Comets. Bill Haley was a pretty unlikely frontman for this group and exponent of this kind of sound. He was well into his 30s by this point, by no means young by the industry's standards, and he'd experimented with all kinds of other styles, including country and bluegrass music, before he settled on rock and roll, or was chosen for the role, possibly. It had been decided at this point by those that control culture that the youth of the time was going to be given a real kick up the arse. Everything was going to get shaken up, and the face of what cultural vehicles looked like was going to be very different to what had gone before. So there were three very important groundbreaking movies from a social engineering perspective in 1955. As well as the movie version of Rock Around the Clock, you also had The Blackboard Jungle and James Dean in Rebel Without a Cause. And this all coincided with the arrival of the concept in America of the teenager, a young adult rife for manipulation by social scientists and psychologists and those that wish to control societal perceptions and attitudes by way of popular culture. It's a great way of getting it done. Entertainment, when people's guard is down and nobody is expecting to have their life view shaped subconsciously for them by other forces, when all they think they're doing is going to the cinema, enjoying a great movie, or listening to a great piece of music. Going back to the very early roots of the American record industry and those of other countries, we find that many of the prominent recording labels through which these important early artists came out have direct links back into the military, the world of the military, and the world of military intelligence. One great example is RCA, which stands for Radio Corporation of America. This came out of the US Navy, and it spearheaded many of the standards in vinyl record production, and of course spawned the RCA record label through which many prominent music artists were promoted. And this is very far from an isolated instance. You find this with all the major early record labels. EMI, which stood for Electrical Mechanical Industries, that became the Beatles label through Parlophone in the UK. We find it also has links into British military intelligence. It goes back to Sir Joseph Lockwood out of the aristocracy, who spearheaded this whole operation. And we can see here that it's got links to the British War Office and all kinds of aspects of military intelligence. And you often found with many of these early record labels, they were involved in researching new breakthroughs in sound production. In many instances, these were initially for military applications, so they would be developing sonar systems, radar systems, radio control systems, and many of these technologies were later applied to the recording industry, and that which had been learned from military intelligence research was applied on a record label corporate level. Decca Records is another one, no exception to the rule. We often found in those early days that the recording industry, as it started to consolidate, it began to organize itself very efficiently in getting all its assets together in one place. So when it comes to the country music industry, very key when it comes to societal influence, particularly over a certain demographic in the United States, The country music industry, according to many researchers, including Fritz Springmeier, with many comments he's made to me, is an absolute hotbed of mind-controlled artists. This is where we get into trauma-based mind control as a favourite tactic that the establishment uses to make sure its assets, its key players, whether that be politicians, whether it be Hollywood actors, television presenters, professional sports people, or musicians, to make sure they all stay on track and do what's expected of them without breaking ranks and becoming a thorn in the side of the establishment. Mind control is everywhere. The country music industry stands as a great example. Dolly Parton as a great example of an artist that would have been subjected to that. But this is country music's mecca. It's Music Row in Nashville, and this is an area of the city where all the big music publishers, the record labels, the music clubs, all the performance venues were grouped together into just a few small blocks so that everything is in walking distance of everything else, and therefore everything can be very closely controlled. It just seems to be one of the ways in which the industry likes to control things. This, going back to an earlier era, is Tin Pan Alley, so called, in New York City. And this was the place where all the early songwriters of that time were based. Going back to the 1920s and the 30s and going forward, the publishers of sheet music and all the popular songwriters of the day were based in this one small area of Manhattan, just a few streets, known as Tin Pan Alley. One of the, or possibly the biggest superstar to emerge out of that very early 1950s era was, of course, Elvis Presley. When we think about mind-controlled artists, Elvis becomes a prime candidate for this role. There is much speculation, and there's been some evidence to suggest that Elvis was very much in the pocket of the military intelligence community, and that in fact, when he was going out on many of his international tours, he was undertaking certain espionage work on behalf of his paymasters, whether that be the CIA or the FBI or certain other alphabet agencies. He seems to have had connections to police departments and the Food and Drug Administration even in various cities as well, which casts some very dubious light on his background. He also put in a couple of years of military service himself when he was called up by the draft, and his handler, well, ostensibly his manager, was the guy that you see sitting to his side here, who went by the name of Colonel Tom Parker. He was a Dutch guy with a complicated Dutch name and an even more complicated past. Nobody really knows where he came from. He seems to have entered the US as an illegal immigrant, but he became embroiled in the world of military intelligence, and he earned the nickname Colonel for himself. And the next thing you know, Colonel Tom Parker has popped up as Elvis Presley's manager, but many researchers believe that he was in fact his mind control handler that was overseeing his activities and keeping an eye on things. And I hear that the movie that Tom Hanks was recently filming in Australia is all about Elvis Presley, with Hanks playing the role of Colonel Tom Parker. And I don't know about you, but I've heard a thing or two about Tom Hanks in recent weeks and months. So it remains to be seen just how much truth there is to what may have happened to Tom Hanks and what he's been involved with. But that's by the by. Here's Elvis Presley with Jimmy Savile. Not too sure how up people in the US are on the activities of Jimmy Savile. Just to recap, he was a British television presenter and radio DJ, and he worked for the BBC, those nice people, for several decades. He presented a show called Top of the Pops, the very first episode of it in 1964. He also had a show called Jim'll Fix It, and there seems to be more to that title than first meets the eye. He was a real mover and shaker in the early music business in the UK, and he came to associate with all the prominent artists of that era going forward. So it's no great surprise to see him hanging out here with Elvis Presley, because he did seem to be in the company of pretty much every major artist of the time. There could be some sort of mind control situation going on here. Possibly Savile is fulfilling the role of a handler. Here he is with Cliff Richard, who, when he first emerged in 1958, was actually being positioned as a kind of British Elvis. He was making edgy rock and roll music before he went more into the Christian scene in the mid-1960s. But Savile seems to have had a relationship with Cliff Richard, and Cliff Richard in turn had some very dubious relationships when we come into aspects of the British establishment. Here he is with Lord Bob Boothby, a prominent Labour politician from the 1960s, a homosexual and, according to many accounts, an absolutely raging paedophile. And there are links between Cliff Richard going into the Kray twins, the notorious East End gangsters, who themselves are also said to have been the subject of mind control experimentation, being twins, and to have been procuring children for sexual abuse at the hands of the rich and famous. It becomes a very tangled web when you look into these very early days in the British industry, but certain names keep cropping up. Cliff Richards does, Jimmy Savile's does, the Kray twins do, as do many others. Brian Epstein, manager of the Beatles, a guy named Joe Meek, who was a record producer who blasted the landlady of the lodging house that he was staying in to death before turning the gun on himself when it appeared that he was about to get implicated in investigations into a paedophile ring operating out of London, and in particular the murder of a rent boy named Bernard Oliver, whose body was discovered chopped up and placed in several suitcases. When it looked like that was about to become public knowledge, Joe Meek, very prominent musician, he was part of the Tornadoes group, which had an early hit with Telstar, and a record producer in his own right, removed himself from the picture. Things start to get very ugly here, as we can see. Very far from the glitz and the glamour that most people perceive the music industry to be all about. Here we've got the Beatles with Jimmy Savile, who for a short time in the 60s used to travel around with them to some of their shows and introduce them. And there are some very dubious pictures of Savile with the Beatles. Many of them do hint at some kind of mind control situation going on. More to the Beatles themselves than meets the eye as well. Here we've got the two prominent members, John Lennon and Paul McCartney. This is before we get into the popular theory that the individual we have today may not in fact be the original Paul McCartney. That's a whole different can of worms, is a whole different rabbit hole to fall down, and I'll do that justice on another presentation. So were the Beatles Freemasons? Well, this handshake would certainly seem to suggest so, and it's not as if we've had any lack of visual clues to suggest that the Beatles were very strongly steeped in the world of the dark occult and esoteric mysteries, and that they knew what they were doing, or at least those that controlled them did. Just before we move on to the so-called fifth Beatle, we have an interesting scenario here with two future Beatles wives. So this is Yoko Ono, who became the second wife of John Lennon, and Linda Eastman, born Epstein. So the original family name was Epstein. Her father was Leopold Epstein. I think he was a Lithuanian Jew. And he came over to the United States and wanted to make himself sound less Jewish and more all-American. So he changed his name to Lee Eastman, and Eastman became the family name. So this is Linda. Now the interesting thing about these two is that Linda Eastman was raised in a town by the name of Scarsdale in Westchester County, New York State, upstate New York. She attended high school there and spent her formative years in that town. It turns out that earlier than that, Yoko Ono's father, who was a prominent banker, he came from a long-standing banking dynasty in Japan, and Yoko's mother was descended from the Emperor of Japan, so she was Japanese royalty, aristocracy. Well, Yoko's banker father split his business time between Japan and New York, and when he was over in New York, the family stayed in the town of Scarsdale, Westchester County, New York. So you have two women who would go on to marry members of the most popular and influential pop group ever, both happening to grow up in Scarsdale, New York, which raises the question, what is it about this town that attracted both of these families to it? Or is it down to straight coincidence? Because if it is coincidence, it's at odds of several million to one that both of these would find themselves in the same town. There's more to Scarsdale, it turns out. There's a long list of celebrities, famous people who have connections to it, who have grown up there, including Judy Garland, just looking down the list here, Lisa Donovan, Elle Jolson, Rob Reiner, Susan Lucci, many, many others. So there really is something about Scarsdale that it's worth knowing. So on to the so-called fifth Beatle, who is Sir George Martin. There's lots of sirs in this story when you get into the British side of the music industry. Sir Paul McCartney with Sir George Martin. He was the producer of the Beatles, coming out of the EMI record label, working out of EMI's famous Abbey Road studios. And he's responsible very much for the distinctive recorded Beatles sound, particularly in their second phase. Round about 1966, the Beatles' music changed big time. Up to that point, they had ostensibly been a boy band. When they first emerged, they were very squeaky clean in image, they were very family friendly, and they were singing pleasant love songs about I Want to Hold Your Hand and Love Me Do. By the time 1966 came around, and they were experimenting with songs like Tomorrow Never Knows, based around Timothy Leary's interpretation of the Tibetan Book of the Dead, we'd started to get into the LSD-drenched psychedelic counterculture era, which really blew up in 1967. But the Beatles were very much ahead of the curve, and they were starting to prepare British and American audiences for these big social changes that they knew were to come in the latter half of the 1960s. Much of that would be down to the hand of George Martin. I suspect that the Beatles were a project of social engineering, with connections to the Tavistock Institute of Human Engineering, which specialises in shaping and moulding societal attitudes by tried and tested methods. It employs anthropologists, psychologists, social scientists, full-time experts who are very adept at how to manipulate the human psyche, and they use popular culture to achieve this. So they have their hand in the film industry, they have their hand in television, in mass media, and of course in the music industry. And when it comes to the art of sonic manipulation and hidden messages that can be placed in musical recordings, they would need somebody very skilled, very knowledgeable, very down with the program, and very trustworthy at the helm of a group that was going to turn out to be as influential as the Beatles. And this was the role fulfilled by Sir George Martin, part of the aristocracy, coming out of one of these important bloodline families, and given an important role in shaping and moulding culture. He worked for a time at the BBC Radiophonic Workshop before becoming a producer for EMI. And the Radiophonic Workshop specialises in sound and studies what can be achieved through sonic manipulation. It looks at things like sound frequencies and what can be hidden in an audio recording that isn't accessible by the conscious mind, but is only absorbed by the subconscious mind. So George Martin was somebody that came to the picture with a great deal of knowledge in these areas. And it's for no pale reason that he was referred to as the fifth Beatle, being as influential as he was. Now, talking about the 1960s counterculture psychedelic era, we get into the work of the late great author and researcher David McGowan, who sadly passed away on the 22nd of November, the anniversary of the Kennedy assassination, interesting date for a conspiracy researcher, in 2015, of a very fast-acting and aggressive form of cancer. Dave left behind in the world some very important work, specifically this book, Weird Scenes Inside the Canyon, Laurel Canyon, Covert Ops, and the Dark Heart of the Hippie Dream. In this book, Dave delved into the backgrounds of so many of the prominent musicians that populated that counterculture, folk rock, country rock, hippie scene that came along in the latter half of the 1960s. It changed societal attitudes, it changed culture forever. We're still feeling the ripples from that 1960s era even now, and that was always the plan. But nobody before had really gone delving into the family backgrounds of so many of these musicians. And nobody before had really focused on this one small neighborhood in Los Angeles, up in the Hollywood Hills, known as Laurel Canyon. The hippie counterculture scene is generally acknowledged to have come out of San Francisco, and largely the Haight-Ashbury district up there. But many of the familiar names that helped shape and mould that whole scene and change the face of music in the latter half of the 60s came out of Laurel Canyon. And this was a very odd thing, because there had been no musical history within Laurel Canyon prior to 1965. There were no recording studios there, no music clubs, no musicians were known for being based there. It did, however, house a covert military research facility known as Lookout Mountain, which, among its various activities, had been involved in producing propaganda films on behalf of the US military and the US Navy, many thousands of them reportedly. And among those who are said to have had top secret clearance to go and work there were Marilyn Monroe, James Stewart, and Bob Hope, among many others. So elsewhere in the district of Laurel Canyon, from about 1965 onwards, you had a whole host of musicians that came flocking from miles around, all over the United States, from Canada, from the United Kingdom, and they all very quickly started basing themselves in this very small neighborhood in the Hollywood Hills. What is it about Laurel Canyon? Could it be connected to that military base, to its history? So McGowan went digging into the family backgrounds of these musicians and thought it'd be interesting to find out what the fathers did and what other affiliations there were. And what he found was that almost without one solitary exception, these musicians, who supposedly were grassroots, organic, these bands had just come up out of nowhere, they'd just started writing songs, picked up a guitar, played a few gigs, managed to get a record deal against all the odds, just down to good luck and pure chance. The fathers involved had direct connections back into the world of the military, of military intelligence, or connections into aspects of government, the Pentagon, the Department of Defense. Now, this seems to be an unlikely thing. You wouldn't expect to find this with the fathers of musicians, or if you found it with one or two, you wouldn't expect to find it with all of them. And the classic example that McGowan gave was that of Jim Morrison of The Doors, who was very much positioned as a poster child for the counterculture, anti-establishment, anti-war scene of the late 1960s. So Morrison was thought to represent the angst of the teenage generation of young people at that time who were against the Vietnam War, and they were aligning themselves with all these political movements that were taking place at the time, all these anti-establishment rallies and such. So that's Jim Morrison, the rock god. But the top picture that we have here on the left is of a very collegiate, clean-cut looking James Douglas Morrison on the bow of the ship that his naval commander father was in charge of. So Jim's looking rather different there to his rock god image that he came out with a few years later. And right about this time, by the way, 1964, Jim Morrison made a commercial for a university in Florida, encouraging students to attend university. And he's there in his college blazer. So he's filming a commercial. In other words, he's acting. He was an actor. And it turns out his role in The Doors was that of an actor as well, because his father here, the naval commander, George Stephen Morrison, just happened to be in charge of the fleet of ships that was involved in the Gulf of Tonkin false flag incident, which springboarded America into the long, protracted, bloody Vietnam War. So somehow we have to reconcile the rock icon son with the warmongering naval commander father and explain how it can be that both emerge from the same family. And people might make the argument that it's just one of those isolated things, and they point to the fact that in interviews in later years, Jim Morrison used to claim that his his parents were dead, and he disowned them. But this is not an isolated incident. It's very far from it. As Dave McGowan showed, with pretty much every prominent artist you could select, you find these worrying connections going back into not just the military intelligence, but important bloodline families going back a long way in history. So David Crosby, one-time member of the Byrds, better known for Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young, turns out that he is more than just the son of Major Floyd Delafield Crosby, military connection. David Van Cortlandt Crosby, as it turns out, comes from the Van Cortlandt, Van Schuyler and Van Rensselaer families, very important bloodlines coming out of the Netherlands, who migrated to the US. And the Crosby family tree includes a truly dizzying array of US senators and congressmen, state senators and assemblymen, governors, mayors, judges, Supreme Court justices, Revolutionary and Civil War generals, signers of the Declaration of Independence, and members of the Continental Congress. Would you expect to find all of that in the family background of a long-haired, hippie, stoner rock artist? Probably not. And McGowan, pictured here, went on to detail many other artists who fit this bill, including the father of the Mamas and the Papas star, John Phillips, who was also a career Marine Corps officer, and his mother, sister and first wife were all career employees of the Defense Department at the Pentagon. What were the chances? Furthermore, John Phillips's first wife, Susie Adams, was a direct descendant of John Adams, America's second president. Even Phillips himself went to West Point and was being prepped for a military career before, for some reason, he got steered off into the world of the counterculture, LSD-laden psychedelic rock scene. In many cases, you have the artists themselves telling you where it is they came from so that no doubt can be left. And this was the case with a band that was contemporary with that psychedelic scene at the end of the 1960s. It was a rock band called Coven, and they made no bones about their affiliation to dark occult ritualism and their adherence to mystery school teachings. This is the front woman, Esther Jinx Dawson. And as I say, the imagery speaks 1,000 pictures on its own. In an interview, she made it very clear where she came from before she ended up in this rock group. She said, "I am of the Mayflower Society, a direct descendant of John Howland, 13th signatory to the Mayflower Compact. Members of my family were also active in Freemasonry. My father was a 33rd degree Scottish Rite Mason, and my grandfather, a former lieutenant governor of Indiana, was high priest of the Royal Arch Masons. My great-grandfather was in the private circle of US President Teddy Roosevelt, and we are listed in the book The First Families of America. So I'm steeped in American Illuminati, right there from the horse's mouth. So we begin to see now that none of these musicians that we think of as having worked their way up the ladder from rags to riches, crossed their fingers for good luck, played a few gigs, written a few songs, and just hoped it all goes well, none of them just happened to get a big break against all the odds. The only reason these people are placed in prominent positions where they can have an influential effect on large numbers of people through their output is down to the family bloodlines that they emanate from, or the affiliations and connections that they have, and therefore the agendas that they're able to push through these popular culture vehicles to affect people's psyches and change their thoughts and perceptions on things. Another example of one who was told what he was going to be very early on is Jazz Coleman, giving us the Freemasonic shush sign here, denoting the keeping of secrets and the non-breaking of Masonic oaths to the Brotherhood, and dressed up to look very death-like and satanic here. He's from the group Killing Joke. Killing Joke are often hailed as one of these bands that is telling you what's going on. They're down with certain knowledge, and through certain songs they've put out and the lyrics in them, people claim that they're warning us about the New World Order agenda. They're on our side. They're a band of the people. But are they really? We can look into Jazz Coleman's background. In an interview, he stated, "My great-great-great-grandfather was Mangal Pandey, who led the insurrection against the British in 1857 and is revered in Mother India as one of the great nationalists. Then there's B.N. Pandey, who wrote The Breakup of British India and was very close to Gandhi. My grandfather was in the 1962 war with China." So more military connections, more connections into the British Empire and ancestry and important historical figures. And just another example of the frontman of a rock group who only got there as a result of who his family is. And Jazz Coleman has said at a very young age, he was told, you're going to be a prominent musician, a prominent rock star. It puts me very much in mind of what a nanny of British Prime Minister Boris Johnson came out recently and said. She worked with the family many decades ago when Boris Johnson was a young lad, and she recalls his family telling him that one day you will be British Prime Minister. And lo and behold, decades into the future, he was. These roles are never left to chance. They're pre-planned, and in many cases, they're planned decades in advance. Roles such as these are so influential that they would never let just anyone take them on. They would only ever want one of their own, coming from one of these secret societies or one of these important bloodline families, and this is where we get into the world of lifetime actors, so-called. This is a phrase that was coined by the American researcher and author Joseph Atwill, and it refers to the dynamic where you've got someone in the public eye, you've got someone who is famous, they're a celebrity, they're known for one thing or the other. It could be a politician, it could be a Hollywood actor, or it could be a musician such as Dave Grohl here, giving us some very telling symbology in terms of what he represents. So Dave Grohl of the Foo Fighters, and he was earlier in Nirvana, serves as a great example. He was earlier in a punk band out of DC. His father, James Harper Grohl, worked in politics as an assistant to Robert A. Taft Jr. Robert's father was William Howard Taft, the 27th President of the United States, and his father was Alfonso Taft, a founder of the Skull and Bones Occult Secret Society operating out of Yale University. During John Kerry's presidential campaign in 2004, Dave Grohl joined the trail and dedicated the album In Your Honor to the former Skull and Bones man. Yeah, rock and roll. Still think that Dave Grohl's this cool rock guy that just, came out of nowhere and played a couple of bands and just got famous the way you do? Or is it down to where he came from and the agendas that he helps push? He's just made the record with Mick Jagger called Easy Sleazy, where they're basically mocking and taking the piss out of so-called conspiracy theorists. They've got lyrics like Bill Gates is shooting through my veins, and they're mocking the whole vaccine agenda, and they're just making light of the lockdowns and the stay-at-home orders and all this. So you got Sir Mick Jagger. He studied at the London School of Economics, which is one of these major social engineering think tanks where they devise all these agendas of how they're going to control society and manipulate people through their psyches. And Dave Grohl's making a record with him, propping him up, because they're all pals together. They're all out of the same fraternities. They're all out of the same secret society networks and groups. Here's a credit card bill that came in. It was shared on the internet by Dave Grohl. The bill in this restaurant came to $333. Dave thought it'd be a nice touch to leave a $333 tip and round it up to 66630. Go figure. One of the beloved numbers of these dark occult groups and networks which control everything. Because the same groups and networks which control the music industry and decide who all the major influential players are going to be are the same groups and networks that control the Hollywood film industry, the television industry, the world of big business, the world of medicine, the world of big pharma, the world of the military, the world of the mass media, the world of politics, the world of organised religion, and every other aspect of our experienced daily lives. It's the same cabal. It's the same groups at the end of the day, and the connections just go on forever. How else could it be explained how a rock singer, which is what he's supposed to be, right? I mean, Bono's just the singer with U2. So how does a rock singer get to hang out with the likes of George Bush, Oprah Winfrey, Bill Gates, Tony Blair, Bill Clinton, Al Gore, Barack Obama, the Pope? Not that you'd want to, mind. This is not exactly my idea of a great party and people I'd like to hang out with. Where's a roof collapse when you need one? But here's Bono hobnobbing with all these globalists, so-called, all these key players. So how did he become best mates with Bill Gates and Bill Clinton and all these people? Well, it's because Bono is a lifetime actor. It's not so much that he's a rock singer, it's down to the family that he came out of and the real work for which he was always being earmarked. And he's doing that real work now, hanging out with Klaus Schwab at the World Economic Forum, helping to push the United Nations Agenda 2030, helping to do his bit with the Great Reset, helping to do his bit pushing smart cities and 5G transhumanism and futurism and all this, pushing all these new economic agendas through. That's why he's hanging out with all this lot. But he had to become famous first. You had to know who he was. So he was given a role with U2, so everyone got used to him being a rock singer. And then, at a certain stage, he started stepping aside, spending less time in the stadiums and the concert halls, and more time hanging out with the likes of this lot. This is a prominent Irish barrister by the name of Barbara Hewson. She died in January of this year, but she was very controversial prior to that, down to her... excuse me. Got a bit of a sore throat at the moment. Apologies for that. Down to her campaigning for the age of consent for adults to be able to have sex with children to be lowered to 13. She was also a prominent pro-abortionist. So, an article in this magazine asked the question, who is Ireland's Barbara Hewson, age of consent to 13, murder, and Bono, 1498 till now. Well, if we do some genealogical delving, we find the Hewson family, originally known as Hewitson, coming out of Yorkshire, England in the 15th century. And there was a key member of that family who decided to move the Hewsons from England to Ireland. And so future generations of the family started growing up in Ireland. And you could probably guess where this is going. The real name of Bono is Paul David Hewson. He's related to the aforementioned Barbara Hewson, and they all emanate from this important English bloodline which was exported to Ireland. So it's the dynamic of lifetime actors in effect. You've got one spin-off of that family, Barbara Hewson the barrister, who's put to work in the legal profession where she has major influence, such as in trying to lower the age of consent. And then you've got Bono doing all the stuff that he's doing with Bill Gates and the United Nations and all the rest of it as his real work. Lifetime actors, the lot. They know, they might as well say. And this brings us on to Bono's best mate, Bob Geldof, who has managed to become a knight of the British Empire, despite the fact that he's not actually English. But he's not fully Irish either. There's Jewish genealogy when you get into his bloodline. And it was the same thing with Bob Geldof. His real work was the Band-Aid Project, the Live Aid Project, and all these globalist agendas that he's been used to prop up, very similar to Bono, in the wake of it all. But you had to get used to who Bob Geldof was. You had to know him as a public figure before he could be put to use in these things. And so he was positioned as the lead singer with the Irish punk new wave group, the Boomtown Rats, just so that you get to know who he is. And then a little bit down the line, he starts doing his real work. This is the way it always is with lifetime actors. At a certain point in their career, they stop doing so much of the singing and the playing shows and the making records, and they start getting involved in extracurricular activities, which let you know what they're really all about and who they really serve. So we get in now to an absolutely mind-blowing bloodline that just spins off in all kinds of ridiculous directions. And it's linked to the Bush family. And this was even reported in the UK's Daily Mail. So it must be true, right? But seriously, this was based around research by professional genealogists who had traced back family trees several generations and in all kinds of different directions. And they found that with the Bush family, George W. Bush in the centre there, this particular family tree spins off in some amazing directions and usually through cousins. You often find it's 12th, 13th cousins 5 times removed, so they can be quite distant relatives. But one way or another, they are related, and blood and ancestry and genes is what links them all. So it's another piece of evidence to reinforce the idea that important bloodline families have been running the show in this reality for a very long time. And if you're not part of one of them, you don't get to join their very special club. So George Bush in the centre, and one way or another, he's related to Barack Obama, 11th cousins. Then you can trace it to Brad Pitt, who is 9th cousins with Barack Obama. George Bush was related to his own vice president, Dick Cheney. And if you go back far enough, 7th cousins 5 times removed, you get a link from George Bush going all the way back to Abraham Lincoln, who in turn is connected to Tom Hanks. Then you also have a connection between George Bush and his running opponent in the 2004 election, John Kerry. They both attended Skull and Bones at Yale University, that secret society, and they're related. It goes all the way back to Vlad the Impaler of ancient Transylvania, and Prince Charles of the so-called British royal family has been very proudly crowing about how he's descended from Vlad the Impaler on the side of the Queen Mother. He's very proud of that. We've got a connection into Princess Diana coming out of George Bush, 11th cousin twice removed. I mean, what are the chances of this happening by pure happenstance, rather than all of this being pre-planned and all these people being ushered into these prominent positions. And yet when newspapers report on this, they do act as if it's an amazing coincidence. Who would have thought this? Isn't it astounding what these genealogists have uncovered? Well, it's not astounding when you know how the game is played. It becomes very, very predictable. So then on the bottom right, we have Madonna, and it's been very widely reported that she's a cousin of Celine Dion on her French-Canadian mother's side. Madonna also cousins with Ellen DeGeneres. They both share those French-Canadian roots. And it turns out that Madonna is also cousins with Lady Gaga. And we're given these rags to riches story with both of these artists, which in all seriousness we're asked to believe in terms of how they came onto the scene. So Lady Gaga, we're told, struggled for years in poverty, and she wanted to become a star, wanted to become famous, worked really hard at it, suffered many knockbacks, and eventually, against all the odds, after trying really hard, she finally broke through. And it's very similar to what Madonna had to say in this monologue at the start of her 1985 video for the Virgin tour. She says herself, "I went to New York, I had a dream, I wanted to be a big star, I didn't know anybody, I wanted to dance, I wanted to sing, I wanted to do all those things. I wanted to make people happy, I wanted to be famous, I wanted everybody to love me, I wanted to be a star. I worked really hard and my dream came true." Yeah, because that's all you need to do, kids. You just gotta turn up in New York with not a dime to your name, don't know anyone in town, and just really want that dream. Just never stop wanting it. Work really hard, work your charisma, work your magic, and you too could be like Madonna. You too could influence the world as much as she has. And you too could have a career that lasts decades. Yeah, because that's how it works. More connections going into the world of military intelligence. A great example of how this all works comes from the group The Police. And you might recognise in the centre there Stuart Copeland, the drummer with the new wave group The Police. These are the three Copeland brothers. You've got Ian, you've got Stuart in the middle, and you've got Miles Copeland Jr., or Miles Axe Copeland as he's known, on the right hand side. And these were all the sons of a career CIA agent who was legendary within intelligence circles and had postings all over the world, did loads of top secret work by the name of Miles Copeland Jr. The father and the son had the same name. So both of Miles Copeland Jr.'s, or all three of his sons, I should say, were put to use in the music industry. And between them, they had various organisations that they set up. One of them was Frontier Booking International, which they used to manage and book shows for many of the prominent bands coming out of that punk and new wave scene in the late 1970s and early 1980s. So that's Frontier Booking International, or FBI for short. Then you also had International Records Syndicate, which was a label concern of these brothers. And so that, of course, was IRS. And they also formed Copeland International Artists, standing for CIA. So do you ever get the impression that they're placing the truth right there in plain sight, and that they might just be mocking you to your face by making it so bloody obvious? And of course, the group that the family formed was titled The Police, as in perhaps policing the rest of the genre, acting as gatekeepers, keeping an eye on what goes on, keeping control over what other bands were successful, which ones made it, which ones didn't. The Police with Sting, as in a sting operation, Just a thought. This is the Chelsea Hotel in New York City. This figured prominently in research that I did for Musical Truth Volume 2. It's got some very unsavoury links to the music industry, but also to other aspects of culture, such as movies, TV shows, and plays. A great many music makers, songwriters, playwrights, and authors hold themselves up in the Chelsea Hotel at one point or another in their career. So, for instance, Arthur C. Clarke wrote 2001 A Space Odyssey there. The beat poets Allen Ginsberg and Gregory Corso were residents. Jack Kerouac wrote his novel On the Road in its rooms. Arthur Miller wrote The Chelsea Effect to document his time there in the 1960s. The writer Dylan Thomas was staying there when he's said to have died of pneumonia on the 9th of November 9/11, 1953. Charles Jackson, author of The Lost Weekend, committed suicide in his room there on the 21st of September, the autumn equinox, 1968. Others to have called the Chelsea home at some point or another include the occultist Harry Everett Smith, who died in its room 328, Stanley Kubrick, Ethan Hawke, Dennis Hopper, Eddie Izzard, Uma Thurman, Elliot Gould, Jane Fonda, and Russell Brand, among many others. Punk's D.D. Ramone wrote a book, apparently fictionalized, where he talks of groups in robes holding occult rituals in the hotel's basement. So all of this tends to suggest that the Chelsea Hotel housed some kind of mind control facility, and that many of these famous people that spent some time residing there may well have been undergoing mind control treatment. Elvis Costello had a song titled I Don't Want to Go to Chelsea, and there's a lyric in there where it talks of men in white coats shaking you gently by the throat. And I think many people assumed that Elvis Costello, being based in Britain, was talking about Chelsea in London when he wrote that song, but I suspect he was talking about the Chelsea Hotel in New York and saying, I don't want to go there. And for good reason, I would suggest. Many suicides, many people are said to have jumped from windows in the Chelsea to their death. More here, connecting Madonna. Many music videos have been filmed at the Chelsea. There's connections also going into Tom Waits, The Grateful Dead, Patti Smith, Iggy Pop, Jeff Beck, Phil Lynott, Cher, Joni Mitchell, Bob Dylan, Alice Cooper, Janis Joplin, Bette Midler, Pink Floyd, Jimi Hendrix, Canned Heat, and Leonard Cohen. Some more names that spent time at the Chelsea Hotel. What was the attraction of the place? And an even more intriguing link, several survivors of the Titanic are said to have stayed for some time after the 1912 disaster, as the hotel is close to the Pier 54 dock where the liner was supposed to have arrived. So certain locations become very interesting in this research, as well as the personnel, as well as families and such. Another key place in New York, this is before we even get to the Dakota building, outside which John Lennon was said to have been assassinated, and that was the setting for the very dark Roman Polanski movie Rosemary's Baby. We also have the Essex House Hotel, which is actually very close to the Dakota, adjacent to it in New York's Central Park. And it was from here that the soul singer Donny Hathaway, pictured here, fell to his death in 1979, very shortly after completing a recording session. He's said to have got back to his room at the Essex House and decided to throw himself out of the window to his death. Lots about this story doesn't add up. Donny Hathaway had no reason to want to kill himself, according to the people that had been present in the recording session that he'd just come out of. Also, the glass in the window of the room from which he jumped is said to have been precision removed using professional glass cutting equipment. How many soul singers walk around with that kind of kit in their bag, I wonder. So it seems that Donny Hathaway was murdered for whatever reason, and there's lots to suggest that the Essex House is another hotbed of mind control programming. It's also a known CIA safe house as part of the mkultra mind control programming, which is very intrinsically linked to the entertainment business, the music game, the Hollywood film game. mkultra Monarch style programming is absolutely everywhere. More on that shortly. We're getting into the realms of predictive programming now, and how popular culture vehicles have long been used to plant depictions of real world events which are known to be coming years and decades in advance using symbolism, occult symbolism. So certain ideas and themes and icons and motifs are placed into the collective subconscious mind of the general public so that they have no idea that it's there. It's not recognized by the conscious mind, it just gets absorbed by the subliminal mind, where the imagery gets acted upon and gets processed without any conscious knowledge of it on the part of the recipient. This is construction of the World Trade Center towers in Manhattan taking place in the 1960s. Construction was completed of World Trade Center 1, Tower 1 in 1968. 33 years later, a Masonic 33, that tower came down in the events of 9/11 2001. In this article of Newsweek magazine from April the 3rd, 1967, we've got David Rockefeller, that nice man, representing the Rockefeller family bloodline, one of the key bloodlines in this whole scenario. So there he is, sat at the window of his office, looking out over the Manhattan skyline, and he's wearing a watch. And it's been noticed that if you close in on the watch, you'll notice that the time is set to 9/11. The 9 and the 11 are highlighted on the watch. In that same issue, you've got the ad, which is pictured here on the right, and the guy has a sweatshirt with a design that looks very similar to what would become the two World Trade Center towers. And this would appear to be some very sly and very clever predictive programming type planning, all the way back in 1967, giving advanced knowledge of what was to come. We have some examples from the music world of aspects of 9/11 that were encoded into things that would have been seen and absorbed into the subconscious mind of many people through this famous Supertramp album, For Breakfast in America, which came out in 1978. This is what the sleeve design looks like in its original form. You've got the name of the group, Supertramp, across the top of the Manhattan skyline there. You've got a scene from an aeroplane window coming in over Manhattan, and you've got the waitress there serving orange juice. Orange is a colour associated with Freemasonry and with the number 33. So it's been noticed that if you do a mirror image reversal, a satanic inversion of that sleeve, an interesting effect takes place. Now, above the World Trade Center towers that were brought down on that day in 2011, you have what appear to be a 9 and an 11 over the top of the towers. Bearing in mind again, this is a scene from an aeroplane window at breakfast time. Many other examples of what happened on September 11th, 2001 that appear to have been encoded into record sleeves and all other works of popular culture as well. There have been identified from movies and TV shows and cartoons, hundreds of examples of different aspects of that day that would have been fed into the subconscious of many, many people leading up to that fateful day. Here's another example from the music world, from a little-known hip-hop act called The Coup. They had an album called Party Music, which they put out in June 2001. So this is just a few weeks before the towers of the World Trade Center went up in an explosion exactly of the kind that we see on this sleeve. And we can argue all day about what really brought the towers down. I'm well aware of all the different suggestions, directed energy weapons, nanothermite, no planes, all the rest of it. It doesn't matter what method was used. The point is, this is what the American public witnessed. This is what the American public was asked to absorb into their psyche, and this was the official version of things that people were being prepared for. So on this cover, you got the front man of the group there, Boots Riley, who appears to be detonating this explosion with a car stereo as a kind of remote detonator. So does this indicate foreknowledge on the part of this group, or whoever controls them, or whoever designed that sleeve, of what was to come in September? Or was it just a lucky guess at odds of several billion to one? Well, after the events of 9/11 happened in September, this album sleeve, unsurprisingly, was very quickly withdrawn from circulation, and it was replaced with a new design. And the group never really gave any adequate explanation as to how they'd been able to predict what was going to happen. Well, the answer, of course, is that the forces that control the music industry and the Hollywood film industry and all the rest of them ultimately are the same forces, or are affiliated with the same forces that caused the events of 9/11. And they feed this predictive programming symbol to the minds of the general public, so that when the event happens, or when it's presented through the mainstream media as having happened in a particular way, there's already a subliminal familiarity with the narrative in the minds of the public. They've already absorbed aspects of it. Some people also feel that these occultists, because that's what they are, dark occult practitioners, magicians, are helping to bring about what they wish to achieve by presenting aspects of it in popular culture vehicles. Because people pay their mass attention to it. Energy goes where attention flows. So the feeling is that they're actually helping to empower into physical manifestation that which they hope to achieve by giving us depictions of it beforehand. And the other reason why it gets done is down to the Satanists, the occultists' favoured tenet of placing the truth in plain sight. They feel in their dark, sick, twisted mentality that they can escape somehow the forces of karma, of consequentialism, and avoid the debt that would ordinarily come bearing down on them by doing great harm to others, by gaining our tacit approval for it as they see it. So if they announce in their cryptic, coded, subliminal ways what they intend to do, and they in turn receive no objection from us, how could they? Because how could anyone realistically be expected to understand what's being communicated here? And how are you supposed to express your lack of consent even if you think you have spotted it? Nevertheless, they seem to feel that this is something they have to do to avoid their karmic consequence. And I've always said I feel they've got some very harsh shocks coming when Judgment Day arrives for them. When they hear, who's there? Karma. Oh shit. It's not going to be a happy day for them. The Vigilant Citizen. This website has been a source of great information for me, great research. TheVigilantCitizen.com. The tagline goes, "Symbols rule the world, not words or laws." Ain't that the truth? Subliminal programming through symbols and motifs and icons. And we're getting in now to that very ugly world of satanic ritual abuse and trauma-based mind control programming, done primarily to children at a young age. This is the Mickey Mouse Club coming out of the Disney Corporation, a deeply satanic, deeply dark corporation, it turns out. And it churns out on its conveyor belt many future celebrities. So in this particular Mickey Mouse Club intake, you had Britney Spears, Christina Aguilera, and Justin Timberlake, all of whom were positioned to become influential pop stars and actors as the years wore on. You got Britney Spears here sporting the Mickey Mouse ears, which are actually symbolic of mind control programming having taken place. Britney Spears stands as a great example of a celebrity that would have undergone this style of programming from a very young childhood. And the occultists are letting each other know here, by the wearing of these ears, that she's been subjected to this. The origin of the Mickey Mouse ears is said to have come from the film reels that used to be loaded onto projectors in the early days of filmmaking. Because when these mind control victims are subjected to horrific trauma, and it causes their minds to dissociate from reality, they're said to enter these illusory worlds, which are like going into a movie scene. And certain early movies have long been identified as mind control triggers that are used to set off the programming in many of these poor victims. The Wizard of Oz is one that you constantly hear about. The Wizard of Oz is a mind control programming trigger, as are the Alice stories from Lewis Carroll, Freemason and paedophile. Alice Through the Looking Glass, Alice in Wonderland, those stories are steeped with symbolism that pertains to trauma-based mind control. So there's been this court battle recently concerning the conservatorship of Britney Spears, and it's arguing as to who should get to handle her personal affairs, whether it's the family or whether it's the corporation or whether it's other parties that have acted as her managers or handlers in the past. And this is a very strange thing, because Britney Spears is a grown adult. Should she not be able to handle her own personal and business affairs for herself? Well, if she can't, maybe it's because she's been mind controlled to oblivion, and she's got so many different alters going on within her personality that she can no longer be considered one person, one individual. These altars are created through the trauma, through the satanic ritual abuse, in many cases as a result of the families that these people come out of, these celebrities. Remember earlier on, we were looking at the bloodline of Madonna on the part of her French-Canadian mother and all the different bloodlines that connects back into. Here's Madonna with the same Mickey Mouse ears for the song Dear Jessie. And the video to this was full of cartoons and childlike baby stuff. And this is all references to the trauma-based mind control that takes place at these very young formative ages. They start this horrific programming to shatter the mind and create these different personalities, these different alters at a very young age, very young childhood. It's very sick. It's very evil. The Disney Corporation is at the center of so much of it. It's been identified that the word Mickey, as it's presented here, if you do a mirror image reversal of it, it actually comes out as the word wicked. So they're telling you to the subliminal mind, which works with inverted imageries. This makes sense to the subliminal mind, which absorbs everything, but it doesn't make any sense to the conscious mind, which filters out that which it consciously acknowledges. So if you ever stopped the average person and said, did you realise that Mickey encodes wicked, they would deny it to your face, and yet here's the evidence. This is Nicki Minaj, who is another prime candidate for having undergone mind control programming. One derivative of mkultra that came out of the CIA was known as Monarch programming, and it refers to the monarch butterfly, which goes through a metamorphosis as it changes from a caterpillar into a butterfly. And this is supposed to symbolize, as far as the mind control handlers are concerned, the metamorphosis that goes on inside the heads of those that have been subjected to this trauma. It causes them to undergo different personalities. The mind shatters into different alters, and it tries to deal with the horrific trauma by tucking it away into these different alters. And a skilled mind control programmer, who have often been victims of it themselves before they become handlers, can bring forth these different alters at will with trigger words and phrases. Nicki Minaj stood as a great example of this a few years ago when she first emerged. She used to have this alter ego known as Roman Zolanski, which is obviously a reference to the convicted paedophile filmmaker Roman Polanski. But she used to slip into this persona during interviews and during stage performances, and her voice would change, she'd take on a completely different air, and she would say, "Oh no, Roman's here, I've become Roman." It's classic indication that she slipped from her front alter personality into one of these programmed ones. And a few years ago at, I think it was the VMA, or it might have been the Grammy Awards, it was a deeply dark and deeply satanic show, even by that event's standards. She announced that she was publicly exorcising Roman Zolanski from herself, and she's not used that particular altar from that day to this. One of the other motifs that's used to identify the presence of mind control programming is pink hair, incidentally, and many of the female victims of this programming are portrayed as dolls, and more specifically Barbie dolls. Nicki Minaj's nickname for some time was Barbie doll or Barbs. So they're telling you right to your face what she is. She had out a record called Out of My Head a few years ago, where she's in a straitjacket in a mental institution with all these demented scrawlings on the wall, and she's there with her pink hair. They're not backward in coming forward. Thinking about the monarch butterfly as symbolizing the presence of mind control, we get it with Mariah Carey. She, like Britney Spears and like Nicki Minaj, often slips into a British girl accent in interviews. It's another example of her going into an altar. And she does a very similar voice to that which Britney Spears does when they start speaking with a British sort of English society posh accent. And the fact that all three of these have the English girl accent makes me think that they've all been subject to the same methods of mind control programming, and they've had the same altars established within them. You often hear of celebrities going a bit crazy and going off the rails when they've been subject to mind control. Most of us probably remember Britney Spears' famous incident of several years ago where she went into a hair salon and grabbed the clippers and shaved off all her hair. And she was talking about she's got to get these implants, she's got to get these things out of her head, as if things have been plugged into her. And then she started attacking cars with umbrellas, and everyone in the media was saying, what's gone on with Britney? She's gone a bit crazy, she's gone a bit mad. What is it with these celebrities? Well, people might well wonder why they all behave in such haphazard ways, such bizarre behaviours. These are indicative of the mind control programming starting to break down, and of the celebrity in question having to go back to the lab to have their programming topped up again. That's what we saw with Britney. Several years ago, there was an incident with Mariah Carey where she was up on stage, supposedly rambling incoherently on the mic, and her handler had to come on stage, take the microphone from her, lead her away. Mariah Carey is not seen in public for a few weeks. When she comes back, she's got a brand new image, brand new album on the way, and she's ready to go again. She's been reprogrammed. And there was this incident also round about the same time where she was said to have suffered a breakdown. This is how it's explained in the mainstream press. She suffered a bit of a nervous breakdown and she attempted suicide. All classic signs of the programming starting to wear off. It goes back a long way as well. I think mind control programming has been present since the very early days of the industry. This is Syd Barrett, the frontman of Pink Floyd. The official story with Syd Barrett is that during Pink Floyd's 1960s psychedelic era, where they were put out there as the poster children of that whole London counterculture scene, they were the house band at the UFO Club, a very important venue in getting this psychedelic avant-garde counterculture flower power scene established in London. Syd Barrett was the frontman. Pink Floyd's music back then was very different to what they're mainly known for from Dark Side of the Moon onwards, when Syd Barrett had to be replaced in the group by David Gilmour. And the official version for why he had to be replaced is because Syd fried his brains on too much acid. He did too much LSD, he became unpredictable and haphazard and just could no longer function, could no longer perform, could no longer write songs, just went a bit crazy. I feel there's more to it than that. I feel that Syd Barrett was a mind control subject. They were experimenting on him. They were trying to keep him on track with the agenda by messing with his mind, and something went wrong. The mind control didn't work the way it was supposed to, and Syd became surplus to requirements, shall we say. So he was shuffled off into the background, and very little was heard about him all the way through to his death in 2000 at the age of 60. In this particular album, a collection of his songs, we have so many familiar motifs pertaining to mind control. When you see the mirror frame like this, when you see that creepy mask, when you see teddy bears and dolls and other things that pertain to the innocence of early childhood, you're getting some very sick, very subliminal indicators of the presence of trauma-based mind control programming, probably going back to early childhood. Vigilant Citizen, through its many articles, will train you in what to look for. So when you see this stuff in pop videos and in live music stage shows and on record sleeves, you never miss a trick again. There's black and white checkerboard flooring everywhere. There's dolls. There's bears with missing limbs. There's mind control patterns and spirals such as this everywhere. There's broken mirrors. And when you come to know what it means, you really do see it everywhere. This is a recent video for the song Who Cares from the album Egypt Station from long-time industry asset and faithful server, Freemason, Sir Paul McCartney. Still out there doing it. Whichever one he may be, whether it's the original, whether it's a different Paul, whether there ever were more than one Paul, like I say, that's a talk for another day. But what you've got going on here is classic mind control symbolism. The spiral, particularly that spinning spiral, is identified as a trigger for trauma-based mind control programming. Note the design of the brooch that he's got on there. You've got the duality between the black and the white. This is what you get elsewhere in the video. This girl is portraying the role of a mind control subject. Paul McCartney is portraying the role of a doctor, a handler. He knows what he's doing. At his age, at his time of life, having already served the system for decade after decade after decade, he's still doing it. Because when you join this club and when you become one of their key players, you do it for the rest of your days. That's why Mick Jagger is still putting out agenda-pushing records. That's why Tom Jones is still out there doing it. That's why Cliff Richard is still touring. All sirs, by the way. Sir Tom, Sir Cliff, Sir Mick, Sir Elton John, putting out an ad the other week coercing people to take the vaccine, alongside Sir Michael Caine. And we've really seen this over this COVID scamdemic agenda, haven't we? All these owned assets, all these tools and stooges of these different industries called to prop up the agenda. They're all there making their public service commercials saying, please take the vaccine. It's the only way we can all get back to normal, and make sure you wear your mask. Sir Ringo Starr put out a video on New Year's Eve with his mask on, playing his drum kit, reminding us how important it is to stay at home and protect others and put your mask on and all of this. These people are pathetic. They're pathetic at the end of the day. They have no mind of their own. They have no voice of their own. They're all doing what they're told. Yes, they've got the fame and fortune. Yes, they've got the celebrity, if that's something that's important to you, if that's something that has any value to you. But they don't have their own lives. They don't have their own minds. They don't have the freedom that the likes of you and I do to express ourselves the way we see to, individually, holistically, spontaneously, authentically. owned assets till the day they exit this reality. Can it ever really be worth it? I would say not. In summary then, they, the occultists that control these industries, lie to our faces, but they tell the truth cryptically for those who are able to decipher the obfuscation. So the nightly news and the proclamations of politicians will be pure deception, and usually a 180-degree inversion of the truth, whether it's in what we're trained to think of as fiction or entertainment, that the truth so often lies, albeit concealed with layers of symbolism and allegory. So this reminds us of the satanic inversion that we have in society, how everything we've ever been taught is a lie, and how the truth can usually be found in the direct opposite direction in this world of duality. So people think that the BBC Evening News, or CNN or Fox or whatever, is telling them the truth of what's really going on in the world. But what's really happening when people watch these broadcasts? They're being lied to their faces. They're being manipulated. They're having propaganda and mind control dumped on them, dressed up as truth. Then, when people go to the cinema for some escapism, as it's called, fantasy, imagination, a world of illusion, as we're told, or people turn on a TV show, or they go to see a favourite band play, or they switch on a music video, listen to a favourite CD, what they think they're getting is harmless entertainment. Bit of fun. Letting their hair down after a hard day at work and just relaxing. That's the key to it. You see, the mind is at its most relaxed, it's most off guard when it thinks it's just being entertained. It's not expecting to be mind controlled, and is certainly not expecting to have the truth of what's really going on in the world communicated through things like songs, videos, TV shows, movies. But that's where they tell us the truth. That's where they announce what they plan to do. We've just got to get vigilant enough and disciplined enough to start paying more attention to what it is that gets done to us and the methods that get used. When you learn about how lifetime actors and culture creation work, the question becomes, are you happy that you were duped and taken into confidence by these people? And would you like more of it? Or are you rather hacked off that you were treated as such easy fodder, rife for manipulation? And now that you understand how the game is played, do you resolve to never be fooled in the same way again? As The Who stated on their song, "We won't get fooled again." There's no shame in admitting that you were bamboozled. All of us are, from the earliest age. The dignity comes from acknowledging that it happened and knowing better for next time. As Led Zeppelin stated on their famous song Stairway to Heaven, which could be analysed for days in its own right, yes, there are two paths you can go by, but in the long run, there's still time to change the road you're on. And I think that's a pretty good note on which to leave things. Much of what I've discussed in the presentation today can be found in my two Musical Truth books. Volume 1 published in 2016, and I've just produced an audio version of this where I've narrated the content. It comes out at 17 and a half hours worth of audio. not a one-time listen, I would suggest. There's also Volume 2, which was released in 2018. I've yet to voice the audio version of that. And if anyone's interested in getting copies of either of those, they are available on Amazon. But if anyone wants to bypass Amazon and get copies from me myself, you're very welcome to drop me an email to markdevlinuk@gmail.com and we can arrange purchases. My other main website is djmarkdevlin.com, by the way, which serves as a one-stop shop hub for all my activities. You can connect through to all my YouTube videos and all my podcasts and interviews from that site. That's djmarkdevlin.com. My most recent book was The Cause and the Cure, which was a piece of allegorical fiction. I wanted to try my hand at a novel, and with this one I've loaded it up with symbolism and allegory and metaphor. It works on many different levels, and I feel someone that wants to try and decode a lot of that stuff could have a lot of fun in doing so. So that's available from the same sources as the others. Other than that, I just want to thank everyone for listening to this presentation. Once again, thanks to Brandon and everyone else involved in organising S.E.E.D. Who knows, maybe next year we'll be able to have one of these in person. Maybe all the BS will have gone away. Maybe we'll be able to travel freely again. Maybe we'll have put all this tyranny and this dystopia and these outrageous affronts to our rights and freedoms down where they belong. Who knows? But either way, I'll catch you all again in some form sometime soon. Thanks again for listening.
If you're looking to further understand the mind, consciousness, the occult, symbolism, the ancient Egyptian mythos, philosophy, and truth discovery, make sure to tune in to the Cubbyhole podcast hosted by myself, Nate Cat, and co-hosted by Brandon Martin. The Cubbyhole podcast is a repository of critical knowledge that deals with and covers the many facets of the human condition, especially what causes most of the suffering going on in this world. Make sure to start at podcast number 1 and work your way forward for maximum value and understanding. The Cubbyhole podcast is found on iHeartRadio, Spotify, Apple, TuneIn Radio, Simplecast, and Cubbyhole.com. That's CUBBYWHOLE.com. this. Well, that was a really, really amazing presentation by Mark Devlin. And that guy is just extremely well researched in the areas of, the music and, acting industry. So definitely check out more of his work at www.djmarkdevlin.blogspot.com. So we don't really have too much time till the next presentation, and this next presentation will be just a extremely large 4-hour presentation that will probably make everybody's heads fall off. Just very, I have the highest level of respect for Douglas Martin and all his work. His presentation titled The Origins of the Secret Societies Part 2. And if you haven't seen Part 1, you should definitely see that after this presentation immediately. So without further ado, Douglas Martin. Enjoy. Get your notepads ready.
Hello and welcome to the 4th SEED Conference event, SEED for Growth. My name is Douglas Martin, and my presentation today is a continuation of my talk from SEED 3, The Origins of Secret Societies. This is Part 2, The Cult of Osiris and the Mingling of the Mythology with the Perfected Eschatology. This is my title slide from Part 1, The Origins of Secret Societies, a general chronicle regarding the rise and influences of occult organizations. So when we're talking about secret societies, we're dealing with a hidden history. In order to understand the hidden history, we first must understand our classical history. We have to have a long view of history. So this idea that history is fake or history is written by the victors, it's a cop-out, quite frankly, because we can never understand our hidden history until we understand our classical history. We have to work with what we have. I left off in Part 1 talking about the craft guilds and the end of the Dark Age. So what is a Dark Age? Well, in the first place, it represents the end of learning. So with the fall of the Roman Empire meant the rise of the Holy Roman Empire. And Rome's ambition was to unite Northern and Western Europe under the single banner of Latin Christendom, following, roughly the 5th century. We enter into this dark period. So the Dark Age implies an anti-intellectualism, or this Latin Christendom is an anti-intellectualism, which I found to be quite alarming. A Dark Age also implies very limited chronicling. There's very few chroniclers in the Dark Age. And there is much ambiguity in the history that we have. Thirdly, a Dark Age implies an age, a degenerate age of ignorance and barbarism, a barbaric time. So, out of the Dark Age, or through the Dark Age, resulted in feudalism in Europe. So, feudalism is not really a de facto or a planned system, typically. Typically, a feudalism is the result or a de facto result of a failed central authority. In this case, that's Rome. We're talking about Rome and this Holy Roman Empire. And this failed central authority further led to what we can call manorialism, which was the complete collapse of the trade routes. And at that point, everything that was needed by the manor had to be produced on the manor, by the manor, for the manor. So it's a sort of a condensed feudalism. And we have to understand what gave rise to feudalism basically was advancements in agricultural implementation. And improvements in tool making allowed them to till and plant in the hard caliche in Northern Europe, whereas they previously were unable, and that led to an accumulation of wealth of the landholders or the aristocracy, which resulted in many of them defecting from the central authority of Rome, and ultimately condensed further down into manorialism. So the end of the Dark Age is the end of the manorialism and the feudalism, which means it's a return of the trade routes. So we're talking roughly, the end of the 10th or the beginning of the 11th century constitutes roughly the end of the Dark Age. Also, I want to talk about the Council of Nicaea. See, following the Council of Nicaea, everything non-Christian, with the exception of Judaism, was deemed pagan. And that was meant as a pejorative, which is basically an insult. It basically meant country dweller or rural folk, implying less educated or less civilized, beyond the pale of civilization, barbaric. Now, through the Dark Ages and following the Dark Ages, we saw the phenomenon of this cathedral building. And these cathedral builders and these stone masons and these Roman architects, these Commisine masters, became the unwitting caretakers of the ancient wisdom, because ancient knowledge had been stored in the implementation and the tool making, and in the architecture in the forms of spires, pillars, columns, archways. And in the ancient world, everything had been spiritualized. The term animism typically refers to the spiritualization of physical things. And I want you to pay particular attention to Western architecture, especially just average mundane architecture in the West, and notice that everything has right angles and squared corners. Understand that's very important, because if you contrast that to the Eastern architecture where you have rounded structures, well, in the West, it's corresponding to the left brain intellectualism.
And in the East, which is a masculine principle, but in the East, it's rounded, which corresponds to the feminine lunar principle. So keep that in mind. Church buildings embodied the functions of cathedral. Church buildings embodying the functions of a cathedral first appeared in Italy, Gaul, Spain, and North Africa in the 4th century. But cathedrals did not become universal within the Western Catholic Church until the 12th century, by which time they had developed architectural forms, institutional structures, and legal identities distinct from parish churches, monastic churches, and episcopal churches or residences. So I have a lot of points that I'll be making. I'm going to have to take my time with some of this, but we've got a lot of material to cover, so we're going to be moving rather fast, and some of the material is advanced in a sense, but that's not to discourage you. It's to encourage you and understand that I'm trying to give you the gift in this presentation that will keep on giving. So the more knowledge we bring to it, the more we can glean from it. The Council of Nicaea in 325 AD, under the Council of Nicaea 325 AD, Constantine, the first Roman emperor to embrace Christianity, has called the bishops. As a statesman, he opts for an orthodoxy and, with the support of a powerful hierarchy, what he declares will define the Christian faith until today. The Gnostic Gospels burned. Christians killed fellow Christians by the countless thousands. Gnostics and everything pagan was wiped out. See, following the Council of Nicaea, heresy hunting became the new sport. The Serapeum, Alexandria's temple of Osiris, and its great library go up in flames. And what replaced the system of learning and knowledge was blind faith, which eventually led to the monks and aesthetic dryness of the establishment that imposed their doctrines and dogma on the population. Robert Bauval. The first old Christian monks in Europe would and did take great care that all writings or traces of writings of the cults and the old cults were destroyed, or at least all that they could not make use of and carry on in the new cult. Moreover, the old Christian monks were about the only men who could write at the time. It was a dark and ignorant age. For hundreds of years, the people depended upon what the priests told them, and these were not much better informed as to the truth than the poor, ignorant classes. But for all the brothers who did take an interest in the origin and real meaning of the rites and ceremonies of our order, referring specifically to secret societies, there in the ritual of Egypt, written in sign language, lies the true origin of all the mysteries in the world. And the study of the origin and evolution of the human race can be traced, the reasons for the foundation of the same. Sin and guilt gave rise to creed in which hell was imaginable, fear of God and admonishments of priests. It was not an idea that the Gnostics wished to share. And that gave rise to terms like Fideism, which basically represents a split between science and religion. Fideism is an epistemological theory which maintains that faith is independent of reason, or that reason and faith are hostile to each other, and faith is superior at arriving at particular truths. The word fideism comes from fides, the Latin word for faith, and literally means faithism. So up until the point where we have this fideism, reason was outright rejected. And then basically sometime probably, after the Dark Age, which basically represented the height of the papal power, we have this fideism coming in. So, the end of the learning of the Greek sciences and philosophies was restricted in the West, but now it's making its way back into the West, which gave rise to this term Fideism. So this term Fides, or Fid, literally refers to faith, or faithism. So we had these defenders of the faith, so which is a dangerous proposition because they're willing to kill for their God. So now there's bigger game, you see. The defenders of the faith, simply Fid Def, was printed on all of the coinage. And the term infidel, which basically meant a heretic or a non-believer, we see the word Fid there. And El references the term God. So infidel is basically no faith in God, or the absence of belief in God. Now, we're all familiar with the Crusades, mostly the Crusades into Jerusalem. And it's a big subject, and I talked about it a little in my second presentation. But like I said, we have to understand this long term of history. And a little known aspect of the Crusades is the Albigensian Crusade, which took place between 1209 and 1229 under Pope Innocent III. Basically, we had all of the craftspeople and artisans gathering in southwestern France, the Languedoc region of France, or in Provence. And these were people who were not accepting the orthodoxy or the authority of the church, and that included Jews and Christians. And Pope Innocent III ordered a crusade and basically annihilated these artisans and these craftspeople over a 20-year period. And it is part of history, but it's not a well-known part of history, and it needs to be better understood, because what really the Renaissance is about was overshadowed by the Protestant Reformation, which represented a split in the church. And another thing to keep in mind is during these craft guilds, the Jews were restricted strictly to the practice of money lending. And that plays out later on, as we'll see, how that is used in their own interests, in the interests of the Roman Church. Because the Roman Church was demonized, for its greed. So ultimately, the church learned how to use the Jews to buffer its financial activities away from this central institution. When Pope Innocent III ordered this invasion into southwestern France, one of the crusaders had asked him, how will we know who's Christian, or how we know who's not one of ours? And Innocent replied, kill them all, and God will know his own. And we also had the Cathars, which were basically anti-authoritarian or defiant of the authority of the Roman Church. And basically, is similar to a new Gnosticism, these Cathars. Also, the artisans, so what we're talking about is how hidden knowledge made its way into Western Europe and then ultimately emerged into the modern world. And this is what is underlying the forming of all secret societies, or even the idea of secret societies. So yeah, the idea of secrecy is repugnant. However, we have to understand that what created the necessity for the secrecy is even more repugnant, because we have this barbaric authority, and this Albigensian crusade represented some of the most atrocious events that have taken place in history. I mean, they burned people at the stake. They They put them on racks. They built machines that were designed to torture people. And some of the other resistances to the central authority of Rome ultimately were assimilated by Rome. I'm talking about the Waldensians, which led to the Franciscans, and then the Dominicans. Those were assimilated by Rome, originally spawned as resistance to the church, assimilated by the church, became agents of the church. And then you had the Franciscans rooting out the heresies, and the Dominicans became the Inquisition, rounding them up. So what ultimately led to the Renaissance was this resistance to the church and this desire to have a return of the learning of the Greek sciences and philosophies and Eastern traditions. And the real meaning behind the Renaissance, or what the Renaissance was really about, was obscured and overshadowed by this Protestant Reformation and this split in this Roman Church. And ideally, the split in the Roman Church basically amounted to just the church spreading its wings to the point where we now have roughly 30,000 sects or flavors of Christianity, but they all have one thing in common, and that is this historical Christ. So as long as everybody was willing to accept this historical Christ, they at this point could have Christianity in any flavor that they wanted it. So this Council of Trent in 1546 basically codified this Protestantism. And that led to thousands of sects of Christianity over time into the modern world. But they did have the ubiquity that they all supported the idea of the historical Jesus. Albert Churchward says, recently, ethics has been preached and written by men who have not the slightest idea of the harm they are doing to their fellow creatures and their country. They cannot have any real knowledge of the past history and evolution of the human race, or the causes of the rise and fall of all great nations of the past, or from whence originated the doctrines they believe in or profess to believe in. Many fallacies are still written and preached by some of our professors and great divines as truths, whereas the truth is entirely different. I therefore hope that my work may awaken and teach them before it is too late, and that the human race may not be sent back to the dark and degenerate age from which we have just emerged. Albert Churchward. So we're going to talk about this monotheism, and this is a difficult subject. And the late, great Gore Vidal called it the great unmentionable evil. And he states, the great unmentionable evil at the center of our culture is monotheism. From a barbaric Bronze Age text known as the Old Testament, three anti-human religions have evolved: Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. These are sky god religions. They are literally patriarchal. God is the omnipotent Father, hence the loathing of women for 2,000 years in those countries afflicted by the sky god and his earthly male delegates. The sky god is a jealous god, of course. He requires total obedience from everyone on earth, as he is in place not just for one tribe, but for all creation. Those who would reject him must be converted or killed for their own good. Ultimately, totalitarianism is the only sort of politics that can truly serve the sky god's purpose. Gore Vidal. So in understanding monotheism, we must understand that while the Egyptians revered one great spirit, the spirit which they revered was not an anthropomorphized deity, much less a male deity, in any sense of a human-like deity, but rather as the sum total of all that is. So the idea of that which is divine is the idea of that which is perfect And that could never be represented by a human form because a human could never be perfect, much less represent something perfect in a symbolic form. So this corruption in this monotheism is the anthropomorphization or the personification of the, quote, God. The foundation of monotheism was laid when the various elemental powers were combined in a single deity to be worshipped as the one true eternal spirit. And that's Albert Churchward. Michael Mayer, in his work Silentium Post Clemores, 1617, he describes Rosicrucianism as having arisen from the Egyptians, the Brahmins, the mysteries of Eleusis and Samograce, and the Magi of Persia, Pythagoreans, and the Arabs. Its mystery schools, which acted as universities and monasteries, were the guardians of its wisdom. These schools experienced a distinctive flowering under the rule of Akhenaten, especially after he introduced the concept of monotheism. The Egyptian religion is particularly intriguing because of its mystery schools. The figure of Hermes Trismegistus had some of its origins in Egypt, in the god Thoth, together with the Greek god Hermes. This is around 1350 BC. This is the time of Akhenaten. And classical history basically picks up around, with Homer at 800 BC, but they build that on basically off of 1250 BC, and then between 1250 BC and roughly 900 BC, that's considered a dark age too. And I talked about that in my second presentation. This idea of monotheism bolsters the idea that the Egyptians were, prior to Akhenaten, polytheistic. If that's true, then that was a corruption of a more ancient doctrine. And first of all, what we think of gods are elemental powers, in fact, in the eyes of the Egyptians, and those became represented as personified or anthropomorphic forms. So this idea of personified gods is part of this corruption. So it could only be true in corrupted forms, this idea that the Egyptians were polytheistic. So what we think of as gods are in fact elemental powers in pure Egyptian forms. Now, Egyptologists have clumped together the pantheon of Egyptian deities and consider Osiris to be the first, when in fact Osiris is the last in line of the Egyptian deities. Now, this is a quote from Jesse L. Weston's Ritual to Romance, which I feel is the most important book of our time. Most of my work is based on this book. But this was the book that led me deeper into the anthropology and led me to fleshing out these other authors that we're going to be discussing today. Any religion with a fully anthropomorphized monotheistic deity is a ritual in an advanced form. So here we see these sky daddy gods, and in the lower right, this angel. We'll talk about that, but typically we're talking about a male monotheistic anthropomorphized sky god. So that's part of this confusion. That's part of the confusion, not understanding spirituality. Real spirituality is about freedom. It's not about what happens post-mortem. It's about what happens here and now. To the Egyptians, they had two tenets. And the first tenet was that ignorance is the only evil. Let's talk about that for a minute, And the second tenet was that what happens here matters. So this Latin Christendom wanted you to just set your sights on the afterlife and hope for a better life there, but forget about what's going on here. That's part of the issue that we're dealing with today. And the Egyptians fully felt that ignorance was the only evil and that what happens here matters. So, what is this ignorance that we're talking about? Well, it's not, ignorance of how to make a bundt cake or how to assemble a bicycle. We're talking about ignorance of the moral laws of creation, the natural laws that exist and are inherent in creation. They're part of the fabric of creation. So I'm thinking of the Thomas Jefferson quote, a nation that expects to remain ignorant and free in a civilized state expects what never was and never will be. And I'd like to actually augment that, okay? A nation that expects to remain ignorant of the moral laws of creation and free in a civilized state expects what never was and never will be. The ancient mystery schools welcomed faiths from every denomination and afforded its initiates the necessary tools for deeper insight into the doctrine or religious text chosen by the initiate. This was the general rule of all secret societies in the pre-Christian era. Modern religions, especially Judeo-Christianity or the Roman Church, endeavored since its beginning to eradicate and obliterate secret societies and their traditional role in the pre-Christian society. The secret society's primary function was to imbue temperament and moral judgment into the initiate by teaching the deeper inner mysteries, esoteric, of the chosen faith, exoteric, of the initiate, which was given as a pre-initiate prerequisite of being accepted into the mystery schools. So what that means is they weren't interested in bringing atheists into the mystery schools because they felt that the atheists were unteachable. This atheism, it's still a religious ideology, and their religion is the religion of the state and the religion of money, which is quite frankly what a corrupted religious institution amounts to. We're going to talk about Freemasonry. Freemasonry, for instance, welcomes all faith from every denomination. So what we're talking about here is that in the pre-Christian world, the secret societies were a vital function in society. So once you had completed your general education, you were expected to go out and choose a faith upon which you could be taken into and initiated into the mystery school. But first, you had to choose a faith. So, the only leap of faith that's required is that truth can be known. That's not a religion. The religion is the result of an Egyptian science that was not understood. So basically, at some point, the temples were basically stormed by the ignorant mobs, and the science was forced out into the light of day. And the ignorant mobs or masses never learned to handle the science or never learned the science in the first place. And that's what gave rise to dogmatic religion. So we have to keep that in mind. And these are heady topics. Whether or not you think they're controversial, that's totally on you. But this is mature material, and it's not intended to offend anybody. It's intended to educate everybody. So this atheism, it's just another religion, whether an atheist realizes that or not. It is a belief system. This idea of democracy is mob rule, quite frankly, which means rule by the most ignorant. And that's not a political statement. It's just a simple fact that a democratic system means rule by the most ignorant. And if you want to talk about conservatism, most people don't understand the meaning of that term. That simply means orthodox. So I've talked about those terms in the past, and I'll continue to talk about them. That's not really what I'm here to talk about today, but just keep in mind that the idea of conservatism means orthodox. So you have an orthodoxy, It doesn't mean fiscally conservative. It means orthodox. So the idea of liberal is unorthodox or open to interpretation. For instance, in our country, in the United States, our conservatism is based on an orthodoxy of the Constitution. And then the idea of the liberalism is that the Constitution can be reinterpreted. And that's what leads to the revisionism. And these are both corrupted ideologies, okay? The right-left paradigm that we know as politics, that's completely a polarization, dialectical manipulation. So if we want freedom, the only way we're ever going to have that is to learn and understand these moral laws of creation, what we can call natural law, or the law of consequentialism. So let's move forward. But yeah, here, that's actually the Grand Lodge in Philadelphia. And that's a personal photo. So that's the Egyptian room at the Grand Lodge in Philadelphia. I've been there twice, and it's just amazing. And I recommend that you visit it while it's still accessible. So coming out of the 12th century, we had this phenomenon in the early 13th century and this rise of this cult of Mary, which was basically an appeal to the wrath of the king and also ultimately resulted as an appeal to the wrath of God. So the feminine had been stripped from the Holy Trinity. And you had God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, which represents an abolition of the feminine from the Christian doctrines, which I want to point out now, that's a solar doctrine. It's based on a masculine principle. And there's a lot more to that. We're going to talk about that. But we had this cult of Mary, which is an attempt to re-inject this feminine back into this patriarchal Christianity. And there's a lot of variables and a lot of factors that led to this. But ideally, it began as an appeal to the wrath of the king and ultimately extended as an appeal to the wrath of God and a return of the feminine to this Christian doctrine. So under Edward III, when he invaded Calais in France or continental Europe, he had sentenced 6 of the burghers to be executed, and his wife made this appeal to spare their lives. And she appealed that he spared their lives, so he only executed 1 and spared the rest. And that had a profound effect on the rise of this cult of Mary and this idea of this immaculate conception. Of course, the idea of the immaculate conception is older, but we're talking about the Virgin Mary and the feminine being reintroduced into a sterilized patriarchal doctrine, which we know as Christianity, or this Roman Church. When we point out now, there was a pure form of Christianity that far predates Rome. And that's known as Gnosticism in large, but it's even older than that. It goes back to the Coptic Egyptians. So Arthurian romances correlate to and are in relation to the cult of Mary, and particularly in the Vulgate and post-Vulgate romances. So the romances of the Arthurian legends are basically popularized, romanced, augmented variants of an ancient tradition or an older tradition. And they became romanced to the point where they were just forms of entertainment. But it has to do with this cult of Mary, because in the Vulgate and post-Vulgate cycle, we had the character Lancelot introduced into the Arthurian stories, and he ends up having a romance with Guinevere or a love affair with Guinevere, and these are romanced versions of the Arthurian legend, which is a big subject. Not going to have time to fully open that up today, but I want you to understand how essential that is to understanding the Dark Age and getting into the anthropology. There's a lot to it, so if I start going too much on that, going to get distracted from what we're here to talk about. And we're also going to talk about how the mystery of the Templars and the convention of the Holy Grail were used to transform the search for alchemical gold, or what we might term enlightenment, into a quest for a religious artifact that bolsters the Roman Church and the Christian faith. And why? So basically, Rome learned to assimilate culture, and this Holy Grail was a convention that was used to assimilate the Arthurian romance into Christianity. The fact that the Arthurian romance existed is one of the main reasons that this knowledge survived into the modern world. And this resistance of any form to the Roman Church is the only reason. The strong culture in Northern Europe, and particularly in Britain, which is different than continental Europe. So the history in continental Europe, the history in Britain is unique to the history in continental Europe. You have to keep that in mind. And that's partly because it's an island. But I don't know how many people are aware, but there's more surviving monolithic works and earthworks in Britain today than anywhere else in the world. So I would tell you that everything ultimately came from Egypt. But the way back all roads came from Egypt, but the way back to Egypt is through Britain, formerly known as Albion. And that's another big subject. I recommend Harold Bailey. And that's advanced material, but it's going to have to be dealt with. And that's Bayley, Harold Bailey. And he's one of the authors that I've been studying lately. We'll talk a little bit more about Harold Bailey. So following the Renaissance, we had this rise of these secret societies emerging in the West. And basically, we know that it seems to have started with this Rosicrucianism, which was kind of a union of pagan and Christian traditions, with this rose at the center of its tradition and this rosy cross. And we can see this rosy cross is adorned with pagan symbolism. We can think of Rosicrucianism essentially as the Western mystery schools. Even though this is, roughly the 14th, 15th century, and even 16th century, more 15th and 16th century, we know that this tradition can be traced back as early as the 10th century, but that's, again, a big subject. We're not going to go fully into that. But there's a lot to say about this Rosicrucianism, and that it did give rise to what we know today as secret societies in the West, or emerging in the West. So, and then down here we see the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. That's basically a sect that came out of Rosicrucianism, and you can see it has the rosy cross. So as far as we know, the Rosicrucian was one of the many secret societies that had existed in Europe 200 or 300 years ago. The historian of the order, or rather the writer that is popularly considered to be such, is Mr. Hargrave Jennings, whose 2 volumes entitled The Rosicrucians, Their Rites and Mysteries contains a mass of bald, disjointed erudition, but throw very little light upon the subject. The value of this book is discounted by the statement in the introduction that the initiates of occult mysticism need to have no fear that the author will do otherwise than stand guard over their Kabbalah. Mr. A.E. Waite, the author of The Real History of the Rosicrucians, is a writer of a different caliber. He approaches his subject in a critical and skeptical mood and demolishes most of the generally accepted opinions. From the wreckage which he has left, I have gathered up a few unbroken fragments and have accepted these as being genuine and reliable. With the exception of the 2 manifestos, Fama Fraternitatis and Confessio Fraternitatis, and a few miscellaneous facts, I am inclined to think we possess no unquestionably authentic information about the origin of these Rosicrucians. Probably from time immemorial, secret societies have in one form or another existed among us. The Rosicrucians were not a political order, nor were they professedly alchemists. Alchemy is Neoplatonism. We'll talk about that. Although in an age when the belief in the possibility of the transmutation of metals was almost universal, there is very little doubt that many of the members, including Bacon, Francis Bacon himself, acquiesced in the current philosophy. They were, however, preeminently a learned and beneficent order, whose avowed objects were the restoration of science and art and the alleviation of human misery. The mysterious secrecy which was assumed by the fraternity for purposes of shielding themselves from derision, insult, and persecution shrouded them with a romantic glamour and led to the circulation of absurd and extravagant reports as to their supernatural and unholy powers. This gave rise to the idea of devil worship and things like that. Anything that the Roman Church could do to stigmatize anything non-Christian. From time to time, charlatans and impostors, finding it a profitable card to play to claim connection with the powerful Rosicrucian Brotherhood, did so, and by their swindling of credulous people, caused these extravagant rumors to regain currency. Harold Bailey. So I don't know how many of us are familiar with this idea of Pan, but this is essentially a Greek nature god. And before I forget, I just want to go ahead and mention that Alban, A-L-B-N, is Pan. Or the ban in Alban is Pan, or it's a reference to Pan. We're going to talk about Albany. And I'll go ahead and mention here, the ancient name for Britain is Albion. That's A-L-B-I-O-N. And that's a big subject. Trying not to go into that right now, but let's talk about Pan. So I'm stating here that this is the origin of our image or our archetype of our modern day Christian devil. And we see here there he has a pan flute. So this idea of pan means also widespread. Like the idea of a pandemic is a reference to Pan. It's full range or full spectrum dominance, which is omnipotent, omnipresent, and omniscient. So we have to understand full spectrum dominance if we want to understand how the world really works. And that's a big subject. It means you have to cover all of the bases. It means by the time that the ruling class is done, every molecule will have a barcode on it. Part of the legend of Pan was that if one was to wander astray and venture into the forest or the wilds away from civilization, then they were likely to encounter the deity known as Pan. This idea became a Christian convention in their Christendom doctrine in the allegorical sense of straying from the gospel and encountering the devil. Thus, anything not sanctified by the church was deemed of the devil. Our archetypal Christian devil is based on this likeness of Pan. So here we see from the A.E. Waite Tarot deck. I mean, I can talk about that symbol for a long time, but yeah, we have this archetype that became this archetypal Christian devil. I'll go ahead and say one thing to notice about this tarot card is that their chains are set lightly upon them, which means if they didn't want slavery, they wouldn't have slavery. And by slavery, I mean all forms of coercive government. So I don't want to try to break down that card right now. I'm just trying to make the point that this is where we get our idea for this archetypal Christian devil and how that was used to stigmatize everything non-Christian. So in the photo adjacent to that, we see this statue of this Baphomet, and this became a very powerful political device, and is still used vigorously today. So anytime they don't like, let's say, the policy or the politics, that, let's say they want to put the 10 Commandments at the State House, they just show up with this statue and say they want to put their statue there, and then they'll quickly withdraw their 10 Commandments to avoid having this Baphomet put on display in public view. It's really quite hilarious, but it's merely a laugh, but it's really a cry. So they would move this Baphomet to forward or alter public political policy. It's a powerful political device. This archetypal Christian devil has been used as a political convention to stigmatize anything non-Christian or anything that challenges their dogma. So we really have to, if we consider ourselves to be a true Christian, then we have to understand what real Satanism is, which is basically internal opposition, cognitive dissonance. The idea that money and government could ever be anything moral. Government in the sense of coercive government. Because that's violence and that can never be moral. So if we truly consider ourselves Christians, then we have to understand that these ideologies of statism, money, and government are immoral. And that's what we can define as true Satanism. But Satanism is an ambiguous term, and most people confuse it with devil worship. This idea of devil worship. So, what real Satanism been stigmatized by this idea of devil worship. Let's keep that in mind. Joseph Conrad says the belief in a supernatural source of evil is not necessary. The belief in a supernatural source of evil is not necessary. Men alone are quite capable of every wickedness. So this heresy hunting may continue under the guise of anything non-Christian can now be stigmatized as Satanism or of the devil. Those that can't make us, this is a Victor Hugo quote, those that can make us believe absurdities can make us commit atrocities. So this slide's a little out of place, but we'll deal with it as we go through this. But I'm going to state here that the light is at the center of the heart of darkness, which means in order to become enlightened, we have to do the shadow work. And that means understand that which is evil and operating in this world. And we have to understand that evil is not inherent to this world. Evil comes from men. Evil is ignorance of truth, the refusal of truth, which is turning your back on the Creator and the laws of creation. And of course, I'm getting this as a reference from Joseph Conrad's book, The Heart of Darkness, the most studied book in all universities throughout the world, and my favorite author as far as novella. But see, his novel is historically important as well, because it gives us a depiction of the 19th century Congo under Leopold. So, Heart of Darkness is essential reading. So what we're really dealing with is this polarity, and this goes into the earliest mythology in Egypt, with Horus representing the light and Set representing darkness. Of course, this is a solar cult aspect of the Egyptian mythos, and this tradition actually predates the solar phase. We're going to talk about that. But this idea that the devil is the adversary that must be destroyed, this is part of the human sickness. And the human sickness is so severe that few can bear it or bear to face it, but those that do will become well. I'm roughly trying to quote Vernon Howard. So we have the idea that this evil not only is inherent in the world, but that it must be destroyed, or this devil must be destroyed. And this is part of this sickness. It can only be dealt with on the internal level, at the individual level. So if we don't do the shadow work and deal with it internally, it's going to manifest externally, and then we're going to have to face it there. The more we understand this, the more we're going to understand that this is the basis for many, many stories and many, many novels and films, and just understand how this plays out in the modern world. The S.E.E.D principle is really just, well, the Horus principle is that which returns to source. That means raising in knowledge and understanding natural law, the laws of creation, fully raised. And that's represented astrotheologically as most high, which we're going to talk about. But evil is not a polarity of good. It's the result of ignorance. So when we understand, when we're studying all of the evils of government, just, and control systems, just have to understand that as bad as you've ever imagined that it could be, multiply that by infinity is how corrupt it is and has the potential to be. So that's not really what's important. What's important is at what point do we start to care to understand truth and learn and deal with this internally before it manifests externally. So this Horus principle is that which returns to source, returns to light, returns to knowledge. So this S.E.E.D principle is resistance to truth, wants to stay in darkness. That which refuses to return to source. And we have this conundrum in a corruption form, is this Christ versus this Antichrist. But this adversary cannot be destroyed. It can only be bridled and dealt with internally. So belief, the problem with the belief system is if the belief system causes harm in the world, we don't really have the right to do it. You want to believe in the tooth fairy, that's fine. But if you want to believe in coercive government, that's not really a right to even have that as a belief, because that's going to lead to harm in the world. And to do this shadow work, the nature, the height that we know, or the depth that we know, doing the shadow work, the depth that we know evil is equal to the height at which we know good. So we have to keep that in mind. That's why the shadow work is so important. We're going to talk about that. But this idea of belief, another dangerous aspect of it is it constitutes the potential end of learning and arrestment of development. One of my favorite quotes is, "The fear of death is the beginning of slavery," Robert Anton Wilson. And another quote from Carlos Castaneda, "All the sorcerer has to do or need do is give you his mindset, which is keep you in dual consciousness or cognitive dissonance." So the idea of this resurrection, it comes from the return of the sun and the solar doctrine and the return of this life-giving force. Set as Typhon in the Osirian myth was considered an evil power. And Typhon obviously is where we get the word typhoon. It's a destructive power. So Set as Typhon in the Osirian story is considered an evil power, a sort of devil of darkness. And the conflict between him and Horus was a struggle between light and darkness taking place in the twilight of evening and morning, or in the midwinter season, or at the equinoxes. Plutarch tells us how the evil Set, or Typhon, was humiliated and insulted by the Egyptians at certain festivals when they abused red-haired men because Set was red-haired. That's a whole different topic, but we're talking about how certain religions and certain traditions marginalize not only people but animals as well, and how people and animals have suffered the abuses of these perverted teaching. Set was the treacherous opponent of Horus. He was the Egyptian Judas. He betrayed his brother to his enemies, the Savile. He was of red complexion, but the complexion and the red hair of Set were not derived from any human origin. Set was painted red or sandy as a representation of the desert. He was originally devil in the wilderness, the original devil in the wilderness, the cause of the drought, the darkness, and the creator of thirst. So in these religious traditions, certain things have been deemed unclean, and as a result, they have suffered abuses over the centuries. And this gives rise to what we know as this Faustian legend. So who is Faust? Faust is the protagonist of a classical German legend based on the historical Johann Georg Faust, 1480 to 1540. The erudite Faust is highly successful yet dissatisfied with his life, which leads him to make a pact with the devil, exchanging his soul for unlimited knowledge and worldly pleasures. The Faustian legend has been the basis for many literary, artistic, cinematic, musical works that have reinterpreted it through the ages. Faust and the adjective Faustian imply a situation in which an ambitious person surrenders moral integrity in order to achieve power and success for a delimited term. Faust is a tragic play by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, usually known in English as Faust Part 1 and Faust Part 2. Although rarely staged in its entirety, it is the play with the largest audience numbers on German language stages. Faust is considered by many to be Goethe's magnum opus and the greatest work of German literature. Goethe's Faust first appeared in print in 1790. The most important thing to remember here is that Goethe's Faust is the most popular account, partly due to the onset of the printing press, and that the legend predates even the account of Johann Georg Faust, circa 1480 to 1540. So this is an older legend, this Faustian legend, but Goethe's Faust is basically from the 18th century, considered to be the most popular. So it's the idea of selling the soul for materialism. See, this whole idea of this Western idealism and this Roman pragmatism. What's the problem with Roman pragmatism? Is that it basically is a utilitarianism. It's the most practical way to do things, but not necessarily the most moral way to do things. So if the railroad wants to go through your living room, then the most practical thing to do is just them to lay down the tracks and just demolish whatever's in its way. And that's not moral. So that's the problem with pragmatism. So this Western idealism is essentially this sway towards materialism and away from spirituality or spiritualism. Selling the soul for materialism. This is the real selling of the soul. It's not about giving up all material belongings. It is, letting go of materialism is not about giving up all your material belongings. It's about letting go of the attachment to the physical world and understanding true value by understanding true purpose, which is to understand and discover the natural law and pass that knowledge forward to progeny and posterity. We are so much more than what we were ever taught. So this materialism and this shift towards materialism resulted in an ideology, what I refer to as the basis for the idea of all forms of coercive government, which we can call socialism. Any form of coercive government is a form of socialism. And that includes capitalism. Any form of socialist government, centralized control, is a form of socialism. So I'm saying that this dialectical materialism is really the underlying mindset that underlies this idea that we can have these coercive systems. And in a left brain imbalance, it's a random worldview, matters supreme, and or you could have the opposite of that, which is spirit is supreme. On either side, that's an imbalance. They represent an imbalance. So it's a form of cognitive dissonance. And in the random left brain worldview, the universe's grand accident. Everything is just an accident, and then in a right brain imbalance, this determinism, everything's preordained by God. Both of these ideas omit free will. So, in fact, the real solution to that problem is that both these components are part of the makeup of the creation. So we have the random component, which is both of these ideologies omit free will. Well, free will is the random component, and determinism is the natural law, or the law of consequentialism. So in this imbalance, self-preservation, this materialism, self-preservation becomes the primary directive. Moral relativism is embraced, the idea that man can arbitrate right from wrong, or good from evil. Which leads to social Darwinism, which is basically survival of the most ruthless, or the most ruthless or psychopathic rises to the top. That's the modus operandi, and ultimately that leads to a God complex in the form of eugenics, which means not only deciding who lives and who dies, but when they live and when they die. Loss of the soul is loss of freedom for the entire species. It represents an extinction event. So the real selling of the soul and the price for the selling of the soul would result in an extinction event, because our freedom is inextricably connected, and without freedom we have no way to evolve on true spiritual lines and true human developmental lines. We will stagnate, we will go extinct. That was a difficult slide. Let's see what's coming up here. And these are just some examples of where we find this Faustian myth, and I'm sure there's thousands more. But there's many there, and we'll talk about a few of these. But the whole idea of this archetypal Christian devil is it's designed to stigmatize anything non-Christian. So that's part of this sickness. So here's an example of this Faustian legend in this film, Rosemary's Baby. Now, I could talk about this for 2 hours or more, but this has so many implications, including what happened in the 60s and the early 1970s. And there's a lot going on. And everything, in order to understand what's happening now, we have to understand what happened before now. And in order to understand what happened before now, we have to understand what happened before that. But in this Rosemary's Baby, let's assume that we're all familiar with this. She moves into this apartment. Her husband's career is on the wane. He basically makes some kind of a pact with these evil people, and all of a sudden his career takes off, and then she becomes pregnant and basically is manipulated by this elderly couple, and come to find out through, she has no knowledge, but that they're trying to incubate the son of Satan in her womb. And let me just say it this way, okay? Rosemary's Baby is an archetype for government or coercive control. Because coercive control is the great Satan, if there ever was such a thing. So if we understand it in that allegorical sense, we can make a lot more sense out of this. So when she's in that phone booth, or when she's trying to find anybody to listen to her story as she's fleshing this out, she finds out that they're all in on it together, And what that really is an allegory for is they're all statists. They're all sold on the idea of man's law. In order to establish man's law, we have to overthrow the laws of creation, which is the same as overthrowing the creator itself. And that's what pure Satanism is. One more thing about this slide, in the bottom right there, that's when she's in the phone booth. That gentleman there is William Castle. And most people don't seem to really understand or realize that this is William Castle's baby. This is his movie. Of course, all the credit was given to Roman Polanski. This is William Castle. Here's another example where we find this Faustian legend. This is another interesting film, and it's based on the true or a legend of the late great Robert Johnson going down to the crossroads in Mississippi and striking this deal with this devil. And it's a great film. There's great guitar playing in this movie. This is an interesting film, and I recommend you check it out. The guitar playing in it is phenomenal. I'm trying to think of what else I want to say about this, but the main thing I want to mention here is this crossroads. Oh, yeah, well, the idea of the 27 Club, because Robert Johnson died at the age of 27, it came from this. And just keep that in mind. All these celebrities, particularly coming out of the 60s, dying at the age of 27, Janis Joplin, Jim Morrison, Jimi Hendrix, etc. So it's one of the popular conspiracies, but there does seem to be something to it. There's an unusual amount of popular musicians dying at the age of 27. And here's another movie. This one literally sells his soul for rock and roll. And the interesting thing about this movie is that God appears in the form in this film of God and as the adversarial devil. And it's also interesting that they go to Vegas to gamble for his soul. And God tries to win back his soul in a game of poker in Vegas, which is kind of interesting. I think of that as the one dividing into the two to understand the one, which gives us the three. There's a lot more to that, but keep that in mind. It's just pretty cool. Carl Jung says, we need more understanding of human nature because the only real danger that exists is man himself. We know nothing of man, far too little. His psyche should be studied because we are the origin of all coming evil. Man is the origin of all coming evil. And we don't know enough about man, or at least if we did ever know enough about the psyche of man, which I'm going to tell you we did, that knowledge was lost in the sands of the Sahara. But see, it's possible to understand it now. So we have this one opportunity to recover it. We don't want to squander it. Because I consider Jungian and Freudian philosophy, the Vienna school and the Jungian school, or the Vienna school and the Zurich school, to be psychology in its infancy. So we have to understand that the Egyptians were ancient cosmonauts, and the ancient psychology was their most advanced science. So when we're talking about ancient knowledge, we're talking about the ancient knowledge of psychology, not technology. The high science is psychology, and the Egyptians understood this well, and over the period of eons had developed the high science of psychology. So we'll talk about that some more. Now, one other interesting thing to distinguish the Zurich from the Vienna school is that it's about how they, Freud and Jung defined the term libido. And basically, that's what drives our behavior. This term is the idea of what drives our behavior. So in the Freudian school, the Vienna school, the idea is that all drives are of a sexual drive or of a sexual nature. And in the Jungian school, the idea is that libido was determined by different stages of development, which Jung described as 3 or possibly 4 stages, but typically 3. So keep that in mind because, one thing to understand about this Freudian psychology is it created a cultural meme that did devastate the American society in less than 100 years, even more so than Christianity, I think. So keep that in mind. Yeah, we're going to talk about this movie, The Da Vinci Code, and this book, The Da Vinci Code by Dan Brown. So this is a difficult subject. That's a little heady. try to get into this, but not too deep. But this is important because it deals with some of the earliest secret societies that we know of, including the Prior of Sion and Opus Dei, and of course the infamous Knights Templar. These are all heady topics, and these are all topics that require more time than we're going to be able to give them here, but we'll just keep moving forward and try to flesh this out. So there's a lot of peculiarities in this movie. The main thing I want to say about it is that it's based on the idea of better the devil that you know, because you have this horrible conspiracy that's created within this church, by the church, dealing with esoteric knowledge that only the church is privy to. So therefore, they're the only ones that can deal with the problem. And this is the same idea with government. It's based on the idea of better the devil you know, or the lesser of two evils. And we have this idea of, of this Priory of Sion as a secret order ordained by Rome, and the protection of the religion that they're using to basically control. And the Priory of Sion is considered to be one of the most ancient secret societies, and said to have leaders like Sir Isaac Newton and Da Vinci himself. And the fleur de lis is in their crest. They are guardians of the secret they supposedly refer to as the dark con of man. But what secret? The Priory of Sion protects the source of God's power on earth. And then he's talking about the Rosa lines, which is a reference to Rosicrucianism, and lines that go from the North to the South Poles. Main thing I'd say about this is that the original prime meridian was Egypt, and it was moved 30 degrees west. Paris, that's primacy in the north. The P is primacy in the north single axe. So Polaris is a truncation of Paris is a truncation of Polaris. And they're talking about this particular church in Paris, in which they want to claim is the world's first prime meridian, passes through. They're trying to obscure the fact that the world's first prime meridian is in Egypt and it was moved 30 degrees west. And that has to do with Westing or materialism or Western idealism or Western civilization. So these are some heady topics, and I'm making some difficult points about them. As we go through this, hopefully we can better understand this material. So this character in this Da Vinci Code is Robert Langdon, played by Tom Hanks in the film. And Robert Langdon, in his discourse, he says, symbols are a language that can help us understand our past. As the saying goes, a picture says 1,000 words, but which words? Interpret for me, please, this first symbol. The first thing that comes to mind. The audience responds, hatred, racism, Ku Klux Klan. Robert Langdon, yes, interesting. But they would disagree with you in Spain. They were robes worn by priests. There. Now this symbol. Anyone? Crowd shouts, evil. Langdon, in English, please. Devil's pitchfork. Langdon, poor Poseidon. That is his trident, a symbol of power to millions of the ancients. Now this symbol, the audience. Madonna and child, faith, Christianity. No, it's the pagan god Horus and his mother Isis, says Langdon. Centuries before the birth of Christ. Understanding the past determines actively our ability to understand the present. So how do we sift truth from belief? How do we write our own histories, personally or culturally, and thereby define ourselves? How do we penetrate years, centuries of historical distortion to find original truth? Tonight, this will be our quest. Robert Langdon. And I brought that along because I thought it was very profound, and it corresponds to what we're actually trying to do here. So part of what we're talking about is not only symbolism, but origins and pure forms of symbolism. There's no way we can understand symbolism in the modern world, which is largely corrupted forms of symbolism, without understanding them in pure forms, which we're only going to find in Egypt. And that's me saying that. So there was a conspiracy or this was actually a real lawsuit that the Da Vinci Code and Dan Brown had plagiarized this book, Holy Blood, Holy Grail, and certainly a lot of indications in the story that that's true, not to mention the fact that one of the main characters was named Saunier, based on this conspiracy that this Berenger Saunier had attended a church and uncovered some doctrines that revealed the knowledge of the origins of Prior Scion and Opus Dei, and that led to the forming of the Templars. And I'm trying to fully flesh this out. This Rennes-le-Chateau, this church in Rennes-le-Chateau. Okay, let me go ahead and just read this. In the Holy Blood and the Holy Grail, the author put forward a hypothesis that the historical Jesus married Mary Magdalene, had one or more children, and that those children or their descendants emigrated to what is now southern France. Once there, they intermarried with the noble families and eventually become the Merovingian dynasty, whose special claim to the throne of France is championed today by a secret society called the Prior of Sion. They concluded that the legendary Holy Grail is simultaneously the womb of Mary Magdalene and the sacred royal bloodline she gave birth to. And this Rennes-le-Chateau is a hilltop village known internationally. It receives tens of thousands of visitors per year, drawn by conspiracy theories surrounding the putative buried treasure discovered by its 19th century priest Berenger Saunier, the precious nature of which is disputed among those who credit its existence. Francois Berenger Saunier was a Roman Catholic priest and lived 1852 to 1917 in the French village Rennes-le-Chateau, and was officially priest from 1885 to 1909 and transferred to another village by his bishop. He would be virtually unknown today where he is not a central figure in the conspiracy theories surrounding Rennes-le-Chateau, from which the basis of several documentaries and books such as the 1982 Holy Blood, Holy Grail by Michael Bagent, Richard Ley, and Henry Lincoln. Elements of these theories were later used by Dan Brown in his best-selling 2003 novel, The Da Vinci Code, in which the fictional character Jacques Saunier is named after the priest, Berenger. So, what they're trying to do here is reinvent the historical Jesus and claim that his bloodline has survived into the modern world and that Mary Magdalene had been his wife. Okay, so I want to tell you that this is just bolstering the idea of this historical Jesus to repackage and resell you the same solar doctrine, probably because it was waning in its potency. There's a lot more to it. But obviously, I can't remember the outcome of the lawsuit, but obviously, clearly, Dan Brown definitely stood on this book as a basis for some of his work. And that I would tell you that they both have a mutual interest, is to bolster an alternative account of the historical Jesus. See, the problem, if you want to have the historical Jesus, that's fine, as long as it doesn't arrest our development and truth discovery. Because there is an older tradition of the Christ that predates Roman Christianity. The Gnostic tradition, and before that, the Coptic Egyptians. So we'll talk about that some more. Let's just go forward here and see if we can flesh this out a little bit. So he uses the Da Vinci Code Last Supper to bolster his claim by saying that that the figure to his left is a female, and that was actually Mary Magdalene, and that this is the Holy Grail. This is the chalice, this V symbol here, that is definitely a chalice, and that is a feminine principle. It's an equilateral inverted triangle, which is the feminine symbol. However, I would tell you that what they left out is that this is astrotheology, and that these represent the seasons of the annual cycle and the solar cycle. And that Jesus, the 13, you have the 12 and the 1, that's your 13. It's a very significant number. And I would tell you that these represent the zodiac, in fact. So that's what they didn't tell you in the movie, because they're trying to resell you the historical idea and conceal the esoteric. See, they want to sell you the exoteric and have you externalize your faith instead of internalizing your work to know truth. So Job 38:11 is, and said, till now shall you come, but no further, and here shall your proud waves be stayed. So it means this far and no farther. And you see the fleur-de-lis there too, which is interesting. One other thing about Job, is an interesting book, is that that's where the devil first makes his appearance in the Bible. So this idea of this Holy Grail and all these clues laid down by this institution are just to get you on an Easter egg hunt or an endless search down rabbit holes of conspiracy or treasure hunting, and the idea of the search for the lost treasure of the Templars. It's all a diversion. It's all red herring to divert you away from understanding the true esoteric teaching that predates the Roman tradition that we know as Christianity. Oh, and the cryptex, the idea that the cryptex is used to keep secrets. It's a Da Vinci design. You write the information on papyrus scroll, which is then rolled around in a thin glass vial of vinegar. If you force it open, the vial breaks, vinegar dissolves the papyrus, your secret is lost forever. Well, first of all, the ancients that were trying to preserve this knowledge built the pyramids because they wanted to build something robust that might survive. Before that, they stored the knowledge in the cosmos because they knew anything built on Earth could be destroyed. Luckily, the pyramids were not destroyed, but they still could be. So we have to keep that in mind. But I'm trying to tell you that the ancients would never store secrets in this way where they could be destroyed easily. So if it's a secret that could be destroyed that easily, it's not a secret that's worth knowing. And if it meant, you were going to lose your life if somebody found out you had it, that's not really how truth is. Truth isn't like something somebody can whisper in your ear and then all of a sudden you just run away with this secret and you know all that is. No, truth is a lifetime study and desire to know truth and resist slavery in the form of government. That's what true spirituality is. So these Knights Templars were hailed as heroic warrior monks. The Knights Templar ended up branded as heretics and burned at the stake. And the date's ambiguous, but it's said to have happened on Friday the 13th in 1307. I might take umbrage with the exact date, but I would say that the Friday the 13th part is accurate because, like I said, that 13, there's something significant about that. And Friday is a feminine day to Freya, the Norse god. Freya, it's a feminine. So this idea of the Grail is the feminine. It's the feminine principle. It's not a religious artifact. It's about finding your care, connecting to your heart energy. The main thing let's understand about the Knights is following the Third Crusades, anybody in the knighthood was raised to the sovereignty of the king and given clemency. So there's a lot, the Templars is a huge subject, and it's one of the most fascinating studies that you'll ever undertake. And I don't have all the time to go into this, but I'd like to try to make a few points about it. the fact that we have this term night is a reference to the opposite of day. So let's keep that in mind, because we're going to talk more about that. And the nights are a phenomenon that emerged from the Dark Ages in medieval times. But this idea that they still exist, sure, you could still have an order that existed, but it wouldn't be the same men, so let's not get too confused about that. And this order was said to have been founded to protect the pilgrims. Okay, so this word pilgrim is ambiguous. Like I say, what they've done is they've externalized your faith to obscure internalizing your work. So this idea of pilgrim really is a reference to initiate. So, we think of the typical pilgrim dress as kind of like Amish people or even Jewish rabbis. I would tell you that's a corruption of the esoteric tradition and an externalized idea that at some point in your life you needed to make a pilgrimage to the Holy Land, when the Holy Land, or the New Jerusalem, which means new kingdom, is your high place in your consciousness. It's an internal pilgrimage to initiate yourself on the journey. The picture of this paradise in Hebrew writing, the Psalms, Book of Isaiah, Zechariah, and Revelation were pre-extant long ages earlier as Egyptian. What the so-called prophets of the Jews did was to make sublunary the vision of the good time in another life. There were always two Jerusalems from the time when Judea and Palestine were appendages of Egypt. Two Jerusalems were recognized by Paul, one terrestrial, one celestial. The name of Jerusalem we read in the Aru Salem, or fields of peace, in the heaven of the never-setting stars. The burden of the Jewish prophecy, which turned out so terribly misleading for those who were ignorant of the secret wisdom, is that the vision of this glorious future should be attained on earth, whereas it never had that meaning. Thus, Jerusalem on earth was to take the place of Jerusalem above, and the Eru Hetep became Jerusalem simply as a mundane locality. So these Templars were said to have traveled, and they were supposed to be a group of 9, to protect all these pilgrims making this pilgrimage into this Holy Land. And, first of all, how could 9 knights protect all of these so-called pilgrims coming in? And in the Da Vinci Code, they're talking about they had gone and they were excavating underneath the temple, and then all of a sudden one day they stopped and returned to Rome, and then at that point were accused of heresy by Clement V, and then basically arrested, rounded up, and executed, and then most of the rest of them fled to Scotland. So it's a long story, it's a big story, and it's a huge conspiracy, and it's also our first contact with what we think of as these secret societies. But I would tell you that these Templars were excavating under the temple because they had discovered the rites of Eleusis, which is the Egyptian rites at Delphi, which were basically a salvation of the Egyptian tradition of Osiris, which was a practice of venerating in the night sky under the temple, in corridors which went under the temple, as a representation of the underworld. There's a lot to that, and that's what we're going to be talking about. So the Templars excavated under the Temple Mount so they could practice their now found rites. The ritual of Osiris at night underneath the temple. The same is found in Machu Picchu and Eleusis. Michael Andrew Ramsay, a Scottish gentleman, in a discourse delivered in Paris in 1740, suggested that the possibility of a fraternity having its origin in the time of the Crusades among the Knights Templar, and explains it in this way. The Pope Clement V and Philip le Bel, King of France, feared the power of the Templars, who were given, clemency and free reign to roam anywhere they wanted in Europe. They were basically raised to the sovereignty of the king, and they are said to have been the origins of the world's first banking system and traveler's checks. So, and the Knights Malta were just a defect of the Templars when they were accused of heresy, and they set up a stronghold of Malta. There's a lot more to it. I'm not going to try to go into the details of this because apparently not going to have enough time today. So that Pope Clement V and Philip le Bel, king of France, fearing the power of the Templars and coveting their immense wealth, resolved to destroy the order. They wanted to renege on their debts. So keep that in mind. When in 1308, Jacques de Molay, then Grand Master of the order, was preparing for an expedition to avenge the wrongs and disasters suffered by the Christians in the East, the Pope, the sovereign power to which, in the spiritual, the Templars owed allegiance, enticed him to France. On his arrival, he was received with every mark of friendship, but soon after, the king caused him to be arrested, together with some of the other dignitaries, accusing them of the most heinous crimes, imputing to them the secret rites of their initiation. By order of the Archbishop of Sens and his provincial council, Jacques de Molay, Guy of Auvergne, Auvergne, I can't pronounce it, and several other officers were burned alive on the 18th of March, 13th, and 14th. The Pope, by bull dated the 2nd of April and published the 2nd of May, 1312, that he issued on his own responsibility, the Council of Vienna and Dauphin, being the adverse to hasty measures, declared the order abolished throughout the world. The execution of the Grand Master and his companions gave the coup de grace to the order, but some of the knights who had escaped to Portugal continued the order. They assumed the title of Knights of Christ, which the order still bears, I suppose, today. Jacques de Molay, before his death, had appointed Johann Marcus Larmenio as his successor to the office of Grand Master. The knights who, fleeing from their persecution, had taken refuge in Scotland at the court of King Robert Bruce, refused to recognize his authority and pretended to reestablish the order of the temple under his allegory and the title of architects, protected by the king, laid the foundation of the order of the free and accepted Masons of the Scottish Rite in 1314. The new society soon forgot the meaning of the executory oath, and the members were obliged to take at their initiation the death of Clement V, Philip le Bel, of the accusers and enemies of Jacques de Molay, and the other knights who had been executed, having removed the object of their vengeance, still continued to decorate their lodges and tokens commemorative of the death of the Grand Master, and to impose all new members the obligation of avenging it, which they signified by striking with an unsheltered dagger at unseen beings his supposed murders. This allegory is well known to the Knights of Kadosh. A century had scarcely elapsed when the idea was abandoned. The founders and their disciples having passed away, their successors saw only allegories in the symbols of the order, and the extensive use of the words and text taken from the Bible were introduced. Basically, this is from the Arcana of Freemasonry by Albert Churchward, some of it at least. But this is a difficult subject. So we have these Templars fleeing the persecution of the church into Scotland, and then we see these cathedrals or these temples being built, well, primarily the Roslin Chapel, built in the 15th century by the Sinclair family, combines both pagan and Christian symbolism. So we have this Eastern tradition coming into the West. It's very interesting. And then they said because it was deteriorating, they had to go in there and do this restoration, which basically ended up obscuring all of the pagan symbolism, or a lot of the symbolism. So it's a big subject, and it's something that we have to deal with. So these Knights Templars, we've talked about the historical function of the secret societies, and we're talking about, these are corruptions of these secret societies that they want to keep us in this tiny 3,000-year box. And all of the conspiracies and all of the secret societies and everything that we can know has to exist inside that box. So what I'm trying to tell you is that the secret societies far, far predate even dynastic Egypt. The real secret societies and the first contingencies for knowledge being lost far anterior to dynastic Egypt. The Iron Knights of Christ, the knighthood was declared sovereign, raised the status of kingship, Knighthood was declared sovereignty, raised to the status of kingship. When dealing with any secret society, we are dealing with a hidden history, therefore we must understand classical history. The origin of Freemasonry is one of the most interesting subjects to which the Masonic student can apply his time and talent. There are authors who attribute the origin of modern Freemasonry to followers of Pythagoras, because some of his speculations of that philosopher concerning the meaning of numbers are to be found in the esoteric doctrines taught in Masonic lodges. Others, on account of the Christian symbols that have been incorporated in the decorating of things pertaining to Masonry, follow the Swedish system and say that the Essenes and the first Christians founded it. Others, again, make it originate in the building of Solomon's temple. Many Jewish names, emblems, and legends taken from the VSL have found their way into the rites and initiation in several degrees, and others state that it goes back farther to Adam. Ask why they do not know. Thomas Paine and those of his school say that the Druids were the fathers of the craft. They, being supposed worshippers of the sun, moon, and stars, these jewels of the firmament being represented on the ceilings of the Masonic temples. Many of the old Jewish priests joined the Christian church and were so-called Chaldees, but although they had joined the Christian church, they kept themselves very much aloof for a long period up to the 12th century, which means they stayed informed. These were the last remnants of the old Jewish Druid priests, descendants of their Egyptian brethren who practiced their pure eschatology of their forefathers. Gradually, they all died out as a separate and distinct class, and those who remained were merged into Christianity. So basically, the Druids were part of the mysteries surviving into the modern world. That's what we're trying to get to, is how did the ancient knowledge survive into the modern world because of the resilient cultures in Northern Europe and Britain, and because the stonemasons unwittingly and the cathedral builders unwittingly brought the Eastern traditions into the West and their architecture and their implementation, and that ultimately, if this weren't the case, we would not have this knowledge at our access today. And there's a lot more to say about it because this is a huge subject. So I can't make it the whole center of my talk, but it's a big part of it because as far as we know, this is the origin of the earliest secret society. So in this King Arthur Arthurian tradition, we have this round table. And notice the one in the top left there, that has a stylized rose in the center, which I would tell you is the red rose of York and the white rose of Lancaster, because it's about the War of the Roses. And that's basically Henry V positioned himself there as most high, and this ornate round table. And again, we have this Holy Grail because that's infused into the Arthurian legend. So the allegory of the round table, as the name suggests, has no head, so it represents equal status. But I would tell you that basically it's an archetype of the zodiac. As its name suggests, the round table has no head. Everyone who sits there has equal status. The most common accounts fix the number of knights who could be seated at one time at the round table at either 12 or 24. The 12 signifies the signs of the zodiac, also the apostles of Jesus. When 24 are shown seated at the table, each of the 12 signs of the zodiac is divided into two parts, a light half and a dark half, to signify the nocturnal phases of each sign. So the 24 nights represents the 24 hours of the day, the 24 elders before the throne in Revelation, the 24 Persian deities who represent the spirits of the divisions of the day. There was also a mysterious empty seat called the Siege Perilous, Throne of Peril, in which one might sit except he who was successful in his quest for the Holy Grail. In the personality of Arthur is found a new form of the ever-recurrent cosmic myth. Arthur is the sun, his knights, which are the zodiac, and his sword may be the sun's ray with which he vanquishes the dragons of darkness, and it may represent the earth's axis. Arthur's Round Table is the universal and siege perilous, and is the throne of the perfected man. In its terrestrial sense, Arthur was the Grand Master of a secret Christian Masonic brotherhood of philosophic mystics who termed themselves knights. He received the exalted position of Grand Master because he had faithfully accomplished the withdrawal of his sword spirit from the anvil base metals, his lower natures. As invariably happens, the historical Arthur was soon confused with the allegories and myths of his orders, and now the two are inseparable. After Arthur's death, his great sword Excalibur was cast back into the waters of eternity, which is a vivid portrayal of the ascent of cosmic night at the end of the day universal manifestation. The Secret Teachings of All Ages by Manly P. Hall. This is the second movie in the Robert Langdon series based on an earlier work from Dan Brown called Angels and Demons. And this deals with the CERN Hadron Collider, which is very controversial. And one thing I would say about this that needs to be understood is that a corpuscle is a negative particle of electricity that can exist alone, 1/1000th the size of an atom, with a velocity of about 100,000 miles per second, and can penetrate the thickest block of steel. An atom is made up of two or more corpuscles surrounded by positive electricity. A positive particle of electricity cannot exist alone. Now, in this movie, we have the anagrams and ambigrams. So I wanted to say, in the first movie, we know we're dealing with esoteric knowledge. And for instance, the name of the secondary character who is alleged to be the bloodline of Jesus, her name is Sophie Nouveau, which I would interpret as new knowledge. So that is bolstering their conspiracy that this discovery that Jesus had been married to Mary Magdalene and that they had children together is the new knowledge that they're referring to, all as a means of bolstering their claim to the historical Christ. Because the claim to the historical Christ is what gives them control of the papal seat, or the Roman authority, let's say. In this movie, we have some ambigrams and anagrams. An ambigram is a word, art form, or other symbolic representation whose elements retain meaning when reviewed or interpreted from a different direction, perspective, or orientation, whereas an anagram is a word, phrase, or name formed by rearranging the letters of another, such as cinema or Iceman. So, for instance, Horus is an anagram for hours. And we've seen this stylized spelling of this Illuminati. And we can see if that's inverted upside down, it would appear exactly the same. And they're using anagrams to flesh out in the film or in the story, to flesh out clues to solve this second mystery. I'm not going to say a lot about that, but I want to talk about this idea of this Illuminati, because this is a popular conspiracy that when people hear the name secret society, or dark occult, they immediately think Illuminati. Okay, Illuminati implies enlightened. Anybody who's trying to control the extant, or supporting or partaking in coercive systems of government or coercive systems of control, cannot truly be illuminated because they're in fear. So Johann Adam Weishaupt, born 1748 to 1830, died 1830, was a German philosopher, professor, and founder of the Order of the Illuminati, a secret society at a time, however, when there was no end of making game and of abusing secret societies. I plan to make use of this human fable for a real and worthy goal for the benefit of people. I wish to do what the heads of the ecclesiastic and secular authorities ought to have done by virtue of their offices. On May 1st, 1776, Johann Adam Weishaupt founded the Illuminati in the electorate of Bavaria. He adopted the name Brother Spartacus, interesting, within the order. Even encyclopedia references vary on the goal of the order, such as New Advent saying that the order was not equalitarian or democratic internally, but sought to promote the doctrines of equality and freedom throughout society. While others, like Collier's, have said that the aim was to combat religion and foster rationalism in its place. The actual character of the society was an elaborate network of spies and counter-spies, each isolated cell of initiates reported to a superior who they did not know, a party structure that was effectively adopted by some later groups. Weishaupt was initiated into the Masonic Lodge Theodor zum Guten Rat at Munich in 1777. His project of illumination, enlightening the understanding by the sun of reason, which will dispel the clouds of superstition and of prejudice, and was an unwelcome reform. He used Freemasonry to recruit for his quasi-Masonic society with the goal of perfecting human nature through re-education to achieve a communal state with nature, freed of government and organized religion. Presenting their own system as pure Masonry, Weishaupt and Adolf Freiherr Knege, who organized his ritual structure, greatly expanded the secret organization. Weishaupt's radical nationalism and vocabulary were not likely to succeed. Writings that were intercepted in 1784 were interpreted as seditious, and the society was banned by the government of Karl Theodor, Elector of Bavaria, in 1784. Weishaupt lost his position at the University of Ingolstadt and fled Bavaria. So the controversy about this Weishaupt's Illuminati is ambiguous, to say the least. But what we have to be careful with is that it doesn't marginalize the true intention of the real secret societies, which were, if it's really truly beneficent, it's endeavoring to preserve and recover what had been lost in the mystery schools of Egypt. And regarding the mystery schools of Egypt, let's consider that most of what we have regarding what we know about Egypt came from Neoplatonism. And that the truth and the knowledge that had been lost is far, far anterior to even dynastic Egypt. Ideally, we have to understand the evolution of Egyptian mythology, what we can term the evolution of the mythos. If we don't understand the evolution of the mythos, we're grasping at straws. We're right back to our same superstitious notions because we don't understand the truth of the matter. And I included another ambigram there. That's faith. And just so we could take a look at it, but clearly that would read the same if it were inverted. So let's move forward. Now, what I found interesting about this image is we can see it is an ambigram. And we can also see that the picture, which appears to be a reflection on the water, is reflecting what appears to be above it. And that's very significant, especially when we consider this title, because we have this upper half of the circle, which is impressed there by the sun, or imaged there by the outline of the sun, and then the lower half of this circle. Because what I want to tell you is that when we're talking about the sun's path through the zodiac, we're not talking about astrology. We're talking about astrotheology, which is an ancient science of astronomy, but had been divinized in the mythology. And the mythology is the expression of this cycle. So two of the dilemmas in modern thought is that we don't understand the science itself, which has a lot to do with astronomy, and that everything the Egyptians and the Egyptian knowledge and science, it was all corresponding. So their mythology corresponds to their science. And so we have two things that are not understood in the modern world. We don't understand the science, nor do we understand the expression of the science. One of the things that makes the science difficult to understand is that the expression of the science to understand is that it changed over a long period of time. So as the mythos evolved, the expression of the science was changing. So the only way to really understand that is to understand it in its earliest, purest forms, and then understand why it's changing, and then we can start to examine how it's changing. So we're going to be talking here about the expression in the solar doctrine or the solar cycle, because it's dealing with what we can call waxing and waning angles of the sun. So it's very important to stay oriented geographically. We have to stay oriented geographically. So when we're understanding this, and we have to stay oriented astronomically as well, understanding what stars are visible, etc. There's a lot to it, and it's no easy thing to do. So let's not make that mistake. We can't just think that, well, we haven't figured it out in 5 seconds. We got to throw arms up in the air. Show you get this idea of angels. It's being axing that on the photo. I'm calling angels because they are resurrecting to life, directed from the angles. The winter, and then angles would begin where the sun begins its fall week angles, and those come to the winter solstice. Depending on geographically how we're oriented. But what I'm trying to show us here is that everything in the underworld cycle represents the underworld, as we saw in the picture with Mary and her rosary beads. They make this form of this lower half of this cycle, which typifies the spiritual realm of the underworld that the mains must travel through. So at the bottom of the photo there, I'm calling this everything in these angles below the horizon there are demons, and everything above are angels, and there's good angels and bad angels, if you will. And here I just wanted to show us the zodiacal significance of this. So it's very interesting. So there's no question that whoever's working on this film has at least some of this type of esoteric knowledge. And they don't reveal that in the story or in the film. So let's keep that in mind. And here we can get a better look at this zodiac with the upper half. And this is based on primacy in the north, because the sun comes into the north at spring equinox and then falls back into the south at the autumn equinox. But it's this lower half of this cycle that corresponds to the journey through the underworld, and the upper half corresponds to immortal life, birth, growth, decay. And birth, growth, decay applies not only to the entire upper half of the cycle, but it can also apply to a single house or 3 houses. And in other words, Aries, Taurus, Gemini can be birth, growth, decay. Cancer, Leo, Virgo can be birth, growth, decay, because Aries is a cardinal sign, Taurus is a fixed sign, and Gemini is a mutable sign. And we'll be talking about that some more. So what are the mystery traditions? Well, these are the 3 most popular, well-known mystery traditions. Freemasonry on the left, Tarot in the center, and then Kabbalah on the right. And I wanted to show there's ubiquity here in the form of these pillars, and that they each represent these 3 pillars. And in order to understand the 3 pillars, we first have to understand the 2 in balance, because without the 2 in balance, we don't have a 3rd pillar. So mystery traditions are absolutely something that we need to learn and understand even before we go deeper into the aspects of any science. And there's a lot to it. And we'll be fleshing out a little bit more about that as we go. So in the modern world, we still have these secret societies attached to these universities. And here's 4 examples that we have at the Yale University: the Skull and Bones, the Scroll and Key, Wolf's Head, and Berzelius. And these produce some of the, out of these come some of the most powerful people in the world, and they are shaping policy, and they are shaping how our world is operated and run today. And we have these social engineers, so what we have to understand is that originally the sacred sciences are based on agriculture. So in the allegorical sense of the spiritual matter, it's about when to plant and when to harvest, that we must reap before we sow in order to prepare for the afterlife is the sowing during life, and then the reaping of the afterlife, where we get the term the grim reaper. And there's a lot to that. I don't want to fully, open that all up right now, but it's very important to understand. And social engineering is very important to understand. Another term for that is mind control, how the influences in the propaganda and the media are manipulating people's minds to believe and think a certain way. And then that allows them to forward what otherwise might be considered unpopular or unacceptable policy. And we need to think of it like this, because, what we're dealing with ultimately are shareholders. And when they make their investments, that's the planting of their crops. And then they try to manipulate the environment to fertilize their crops and ensure a bountiful harvest, which is, let's say, profit. But ideally what their ambition is control. For the Gnostics, the Christ story was the cover story, exoteric, accessible to the masses, and was considered to be part of the pre-initiation process before delving into the deeper mysteries. So you couldn't be, as we had discussed, accepted into any mystery school until you had chosen a faith, because they were not interested in bringing anybody that was considered to be atheist, which they would consider unteachable, into the mystery schools. Before beginning the esoteric degrees, one must first learn the exoteric cover story, and then once taken into mystery schools, you could be given the tools to flesh out the deeper spiritual meaning of your exoteric doctrine, to receive the esoteric teaching of true spirituality and the true science of natural law, ideally. And another thing we have to understand is we're talking about, when we think of rites and rites inside of a mystery school, there's different types of rites, and we need to at least have some discernment about this, because ideally what we would have to be trying to get to, the only thing that we could really be receiving in the mystery schools that was of any real true value is clues as to what our lost history is, and clues to what the lost science itself is. So we have to keep that in mind, that there's different types of rights. There's fraternal rights, which are exclusive to a particular fraternity, and they're arbitrary. They're arbitrated by the order or the leaders of that fraternity. Initiatory rights are exclusive to a fraternity or exclusive to a particular tradition, and arbitrary or orthodox based on how somebody is initiated or brought into that fraternity. Totemic rights are the earliest expression of fertility rights or religion, or are the origins of our earliest religious thought. We have to understand that man's earliest religious ideas are the foundations of our earliest sciences. It is what led to the development and the evolution of the human brain. Understand that up to a point we have autonomous evolution, and then at a certain point when man applies reason, that he becomes responsible for his own evolution, and that all evolution in his development that happened after that was caused by him and caused by the earliest ideas, which were religious. So ideally it's all about fertility rights, because fertility rights in relation to agriculture is the main foundations of the earliest sciences and the earliest mythology. So unless we understand fertility rights, we will live in pure forms. We will live in a world filled full of religious dogma. And then we have the pyramid text in the Book of the Dead, or the oldest funerary text in papyrus. So what we have to understand also is that the most ancient ideas, anything in a textual form, has already been interpreted and arbitrated, which means it has potential to be ambiguous, and it has potential to be misinterpreted or mistranslated, because the earliest preservation of this knowledge never existed in a textual form. So only by learning the symbolism and reading the symbolism could we ever hope to flesh this out and interpret it properly. And ideally, what I'm saying, see, I don't have any oaths, but I've been studying Freemasonry for quite a while, and my conclusion is that it is the ritual of Osiris in its purest form is probably the most important thing that you would receive at the higher degrees of Freemasonry. And as to how that would benefit the individual versus benefit the society are two different things, because this knowledge can be used for good or evil. It can be used to educate and uplift each other, or it can be used to enslave and control each other. And we can't really know who's in the White Lodge or who's in the Black Lodge. And anybody that's in the White Lodge can join the dark side, and I suppose vice versa, but not very likely. So one thing we have to understand is that all new religions endeavor to obliterate all traces of their predecessors. And this was especially prominent in what I call the solar doctrine. And that the solar doctrine, or the solar phase of the Egyptian mythology, has been happening for 100,000 years. And that the cult of Osiris happened roughly right in the center of that. It began about 60,000 years ago and ended about 40,000 years ago. So right in the center of the cult of Osiris is the center of the solar doctrine. And the thirst for power is never satisfied. It is always insatiable, both in men and nations. When Rome was the mistress of the world, the emperors caused themselves to be worshipped as gods. The Church of Rome claimed despotism over the soul and over the whole life from the cradle to the grave. It gave and sold absolutions for past and future sins. It claimed to be infallible in matters of faith. It also decimated America to convert its indigenous people. So it sold absolutions, not just to the individual, but also it could sell absolutions for their dead relatives or their relatives. So my claim is that everything in the modern world is post-Osiris. Now, obviously, that's true. If Osiris existed, everything that existing now. But what I'm really saying is that nothing that predated Osiris is essentially left. It's all been obliterated. However, it's because of the pyramids that we still have a chance to understand what happened before Osiris. So this is a solar cult, and following the cult of Osiris, it became even more aggressive, obliterating. It was the most aggressive phase of this solar cult to destroy all traces of their predecessors. And following the cult of Osiris, it only descended into more fervor to accomplish this. And Christianity being the most blatant of the perpetrators, endeavoring in this type of obliteration of ancient traditions that predate it. Because they're selling you a new doctrine. They want to obliterate anything that would challenge their dogmatic doctrines. So I keep moving forward here. Now, this is dealing and showing us just some idea of what this evolution of this mythos is. And I'm claiming that from 100,000 years ago to the present, we've been in this solar cult. And that their religion and the Christianity is the pinnacle of this solar cult. It's the most modern form of this solar cult. And that the sun is their associated revered celestial object, and the cross is their major symbol. And from 150,000 years ago to 100,000 years ago, we were in the lunar phase. These are both annual cycles. And before that, we didn't venerate anything dealing with constellations west to east or east to west. And that in the lunar cult, in the modern world, what's left of the tenets of that is assigned to what we know as Islam. And the symbol of the crescent moon, which is typically a lunar symbol, was ultimately handed to Venus. So that doesn't just represent the moon, the crescent of the moon, because that knowledge was transferred into Venus, which is always shown in an eternal crescent and never shown in a whole aspect, and represents what we know as the lux fere, the bringer of the light. And that's a feminine principle. And from 600,000 years ago to 150,000 years ago, which is when the pyramids were built, 150,000 years ago, we were in this stellar cult. And prior to that, we're coming from the totemic sociology. And they venerated everything in southern and then ultimately northern circumpolar constellations. And that became associated with Saturn as the base of the ladder in the Elohim. So an inversion of that is to put Saturn at the top of the ladder. And that's where we get this idea of the cult of the black sun, or that Saturn corresponds to the idea of the black sun. So we're talking about different phases of expression in ancient sciences, as well as the expression of the science and the science itself. So the only true divisions are pre-totemic, totemic non-hero cult, hero cult, which are stellar, lunar, and solar. Stellar, let's say at least 300,000 years ago to 150,000 years ago. Lunar 150 to 100,000 years ago, solar to 100,000 years ago to present. And then during the solar cult begins basically with cult of the Sphinx, which was built to typify the double horizon. So it's facing west to east, where the sun will rise in the east. Now, obviously, there's controversy about whether or not it was built in its present form, or that if it had been changed and had been a different form in its beginnings. And I talked about that in my first presentation. Following the cult of the Sphinx, we had the cult of Ptah lasting 10,000 years, which took us into the cult of Amen-Ra, which lasted 20,000 years. And that's significant because everything before the cult of Amen-Ra, the spiritual realm, was venerated in the night sky. So everything after Amen-Ra, we're dealing with this conundrum and this struggle to venerate in day sky versus venerating in night sky. And then the cult of Osiris follows the cult of Amen-Ra, and there's a struggle in the priest class to take it back into night sky, and then they begin this practice of actually venerating underneath of the temples. And then following that, we have the cult of eschatology lasting 20,000 years. So everything after Osiris, see, I'm trying to say that the mythology had been perfected in the solar doctrine in the cult of Amen-Ra. And then the eschatology, which means final things, what we deal with post-mortem, for instance, the eschatology was perfected during the cult of Osiris. And then everything, so what does that mean? It means that everything after Osiris was a downgrade all the way into the modern world. And then following the cult of eschatology, we enter into the dynastic period, which lasted roughly 16,000 years. And then basically classical history picks up there and has lasted roughly 2,800 years. Modern Egyptologists exhibit Osiris as the first of the Egyptian divinities when, in fact, he is the last in line. And the 5 family members of Osiris, they originally represented the 5 extra days of the year, so it's a 360-degree circle or cycle, plus 5 days added, and those days were preserved for venerating these 5 mysterious days and the 5 spirits in correspondence. So there's a lot to that. And, I'd like to give you the entire discourse, but that's not going to happen today. But we'll keep working on this material because I understand it's difficult and very new to many people. So keep moving forward here. So who was Serapis? Well, before I get into that, let me just say that ancient temples were a place of learning and understanding. Modern temples are a place of believing and conforming. And there's quite a difference. Serapis is a Greco-Egyptian deity. The cult of Serapis was introduced during the 3rd century BC on the orders of Pharaoh Ptolemy Soter of the Ptolemaic kingdom as a means to unify the Greeks and Egyptians in his realm. A Serapeum was any temple or religious precinct devoted to Serapis. The cultus of Serapis was spread as a matter of deliberate policy by the Ptolemaic kings, who also built the immense Serapeum of Alexandria. Serapis continued to increase in popularity during the Roman Empire, often replacing Osiris as the consort of Isis in temples outside of Egypt. So a lot of people may not know about Serapis. It's very important to understand. Following the 2nd century, Christians killed Christians by the countless thousands. Gnostics and everything pagan was wiped out. The Serapeum, Alexandria's temple of Osiris, and its great library go up in flames, and what replaced the ancient systems of knowledge and gnosis was blind faith, which eventually led to the monks and aesthetic dryness of the establishment that coercively imposed their doctrines and dogmas on the population. A Serapeum is a temple or other religious institution dedicated to the syncretic Greco-Egyptian deity Serapis, who combined aspects of Osiris and Apis the bull in a humanized form that was accepted by the Ptolemaic Greeks of Alexandria. So this Apis the bull and this symbol of the bull is a big part of how the eschatology became mingled with the mythology, because originally bull represented a feminine aspect, a nurturing aspect. And then when that was replaced with the charging aspect of the masculine principle, that represents a mingling of the mythology and the eschatology and a corruption of the pure form of the spiritual realm, and the aspect of the mystery schools represented a feminine aspect. A lot to it. So what is eschatology? So, in the modern world, we have this dichotomy of heaven and hell. And then this is getting everybody to focus their sights on the afterlife and then neglecting what's happening here. As we stated earlier, to the Egyptians, they had 2 tenets. Ignorance was the only evil, and that what happens here matters. So this is part of what led to this. And this happened over a long period of time, this corruption of the mythology and this eschatology. But this is what it looks like in our modern world today. So here's a couple definitions I brought. Eschatology, the part of theology concerned with death, judgment, and the final destiny of the soul. and of humankind, final things. Mythology is a collection of myths, especially one belonging to a particular religious or cultural tradition. That's mythology. And then myth is a traditional story, especially one concerning the early history of people or explaining some natural or social phenomenon, and typically involving supernatural beings or events. Mythology, a collection of myths, especially one belonging to a particular religious or cultural tradition. Eschatology, the part of theology concerned with death, judgment, and the final destiny of the soul and of humankind. Final things. So one thing I wanted to tell you is that if we study the Greek myths, these are basically provided to us by Homer, and that's where we pick up with classical history, and that all the Greek culture had been based on the heroes from the Homeric myth. And Homer only makes a mere mention of Hades, which corresponds to our modern day hell. And then we have Virgil basically giving us a Roman variant of the Homer. But in the Virgil, we get more of the description of the roasting of the flesh and the screaming of the torment. And we see this detail of this hell starting to emerge. And then by the time we get to the modern scriptures, that's eternal torment and hellfire. So that's, again, something that we need to keep in mind. But as I said earlier, the depths to which we know evil will equal the heights to which we know good. And I brought along this Khalil Gibran quote to just help drive this point home. And it's quite poetic and beautiful. It says, "But I say that even as the holy and righteous cannot rise above the highest which is in each of you, so the wicked and the weak cannot fall lower than the lowest which is in you also." Khalil Gibran. So in order to understand mythology, all mythology, if we study the Roman mythology in the Greek, or if we study European mythology in the Greek dress, or if we study American mythology or South American mythology in the Greek or in the Roman, it's not going to reveal anything to us. If we study the Norse in the Celtic dress, or if we study the Celtic in the Greek dress, it's not going to reveal what we need to understand. This is why it's called comparative mythology or comparative religion. It has to be studied eclectically across the whole spectrum of mythology and culture. But ideally, we're going to learn that only until we study it in the Egyptian is it going to unravel. John Anthony West says, "If you try to describe moonbeams to the blind, you'll get nowhere. If you try to describe sex to eunuchs, they'll get angry. So you cannot talk about an esoteric tradition to the emotionally defective and the spiritually dyslexic, which is par to the great problem of conveying this information to the academic world, because that is what most of the academic world consists of." Late, great John Anthony West. And his work was mostly championing Schwaller de Lubeck's work, which I have some reverence for, and found some very interesting information in his work through John Anthony West. So people have this misconception that the Egypts were obsessed with death, or just so afraid of death that they created these religions to deal with it. And this is the actual Book of the Dead. It's actually known as the Papyrus of Ani, and it's an ideographic image that was taken from the walls of a temple in Egypt. And John Anthony says, "When death is regarded not, as with us, as an ultimate dissolution, but rather as a transitional and crucial stage of a journey, then the apparent Egyptian preoccupation with death becomes exactly the opposite of what it seems to be. It is, in fact, a preoccupation with life in the deepest possible sense." Okay, this ritual is what we're looking at here, and this ritual can be acted out. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And we see there the weighing of the heart with Anubis and Ibis and Set, and there's a lot to this, and there's a lot of ambiguous translations to it. I would tell you that partly it's a zodiac, but there's a lot more to it. The ritual describes the ways of darkness in the entrance of the Tuat as the tunnels of Set, which show that a way to the netherworld was made by Set, and the primal paradise went down with him into the abyss, which was from the beginning situated in the south, where the Egyptians superlatively localized the Tuat, or entrance to the underworld, which was also the place of egress for the life that came into the world by water from the recesses of the south. It is certain that in one phase they imaged Set as going down south to some sort of underworld, and thus he became the representative of the power of darkness. In the eschatology, he is Ap-Uat, or the jackal, as the conductor of the souls, the opener of the ways, the seer in the dark. It's the idea that the dog is a spiritual guardian. And the two forms of the jackal, that of the south and north, now become the guide of the southern ways, or the nether world, and as the opener of the northern ways to the summit of the mount, the pole star or paradise of the north, with Horus as god of that paradise. The scene had now shifted from south to north, and all the attributes which had belonged to Set were transferred to Horus. The two gods were really one, the ritual proves, till when it mentions the two Horuses, it was the one god who had changed his abode in the south and gone into the north. In other words, they had transferred paradise from the south to the north and represented by their astro mythology. But it was now the one god of all the time. Different types were now given, in which Set is depicted as ever warring against Holmes, one of the zoo-type form, and later assumed the anthropomorphic, which means fully personified. So ideally, because this mythology had begun basically in southern Egypt, as it moved north, Set had been original primary deity, god of the South Pole, and then they brought it all, stored it into the North Pole. And then that's part of where we get this struggle and this dichotomy between Horus and Set. And there's a lot more to it. We try to find a way to try to better explain that as we move forward through this. But part of this is in my first presentation. The fable of Isis and Osiris, as it has descended to us in the account given by Plutarch, has not been greatly amplified by modern research. The Egyptian fragments which have been translated in recent years offer no complete account of the birth, life, death, and resurrection of Osiris, nor has any new key been found to unlock this great drama, which may well be termed the Passion Play of Egypt. It's obviously a huge subject. But basically, the way most of us know this story is that his brother Set, or Typhon, had ambition to take the throne from Osiris, and then tricked Osiris, killed Osiris, chopped his body into 14 parts, and scattered him all over Egypt, all of which were recovered by the goddess and then reassembled, all but one, so we have the 13. And that she replaced the missing part with a gold, which was the phallus, which is obviously a fertility symbol, with a golden phallus, which I would tell you corresponds to the golden rays of the sun. Manly P. Hall, in his book Lost Keys of Freemasonry, says early Masonic historians such as Albert Mackey, Robert Frake Gould, and Albert Pike were of a single purpose in their efforts to establish definite correspondences between the Hiramic legend of Freemasonry and the Osirian myth, as expounded in the initiatory rituals of the Egyptians. It is now generally acknowledged that the Egyptians, of all the ancient peoples, were the most learned in the occult sciences of nature. The wisest of philosophies from other nations visited Egypt to be initiated in the sacred mysteries by priests of Thebes, Memphis, and Hermopolis. Thales, Solon, Pythagoras, and Plato journeyed from Greece through the delta of the Nile in quest of knowledge. Upon returning to their own country, these illuminated men acknowledged the Egyptians to be the wisest of mortals, and the Egyptian doctrines concerning the history of the gods and the regeneration of men. So in Freemasonry, Basically, originally is 3 degrees: the entered apprentice, the fellow craft, and then master mason degree, which can also be referred to as entered, passed, and raised. And here on the right, that's supposed to be Hiram Abiff resurrecting from the coffin or the grave. And Manly P. Hall says, Freemasons are the Horai, each was a hawk of the sun. And for one reason is each one raised, and that is to average the destruction of wisdom. Each one is dedicated to the overthrowing of the reign of Typhon, which is the mysterious Armageddon, when the hosts of the adversary shall be routed forever. So Typhon represents the reign of man's ambition, rather than man's purpose being to serve truth and the true spiritual understanding of truth and passing knowledge of truth on to progeny and posterity. So in the 2nd degree, we have this middle chamber. And you can't see into the middle chamber until you go up this spiral staircase. You can't see what's in there. And then the idea is that when you enter this, when you have raised off the floor of the base consciousness, then you're able to enter into this middle chamber, and then in there you're going to find doors. So it's an unseen, mysterious place. And Joseph Campbell says, the cave you fear to enter holds the treasure that you seek. And I would say that would be a reference to this middle chamber. So what we're going to find in that middle chamber are the doors of all possibility. And before that we enter those doors, we have to have the spiritual armor to transmute whatever we find into something that benefits the species. So this middle chamber represents facing the shadow self, going into the darkest places of the soul, and dealing with and facing down whatever we find in there. There's a lot more to say about it, but I'm going to keep moving forward for time's and expedience sake. The Assyrians in their funeral rites, in all respects, imitated the Egyptians and the stellar mythos, and that means the Babylonians or the Sumerians or the Akkadians or whatever you want to call them. These are the northern, and basically during that time, this was all considered to be an extension of northern Egypt, so we have to keep that in mind. The Assyrians in their funeral rites in all respects imitated the Egyptians. In the stellar mythos, we find the Kahuti, or glorious ones, succeeding the elemental powers, with Horus as the 8 and supreme. And these Babylonians converted into evil spirits, not understanding and having forgotten the original, the old Egyptian wisdom. In comparing Egyptian mythology with the Babylonian, the types that represent the evil in the latter had represented good in the former. The elements cannot be immoral or are not immoral. Benevolent spirits were transformed into evil entities from mistranslation and deteriorated forms. So I'm claiming all modern doctrines and mythology are by and large derivations of solar doctrine. And at its pinnacle of evolution, which is the cult of Osiris, when the Egyptian eschatology became perfected 50,000 years ago. All modern traditions and mythologies are fashioned out of a detritus of the Egyptian and thus must be studied in Egyptian pure forms, which reveal how it becomes deteriorated and ultimately inert or stagnant in later forms we call religion. And that all traditions are some distortion of this. So when we're studying and we find this ubiquity in modern doctrines, and we can show that ideally it's some deteriorated form of this siren cycle, we're going to arrive at a question: what gives it its persistent vitality? And it's that these fertility rites are vital, because they're the understanding pure fertility rites is the key to unraveling all of our earliest learning and all of our earliest ideas, which are the basis for all the ideas that we have in the modern world, which are largely corrupted forms of this. A lot more to say about that, but I'm going to move forward. Everyone wants to take their prejudice to the truth. Everyone wants to think that their institution is the only institution that hasn't been corrupted or infiltrated by dark occultism. So here I brought along a handful of solar deities, and we can just see that these all have plenty of ubiquities, and they appear to be based on something that they all have this ubiquity. They all have all these similar tenets: 12 disciples, born of a virgin, died on the cross, resurrected. Ideally, I'm going to tell you it all comes from the solar phase of the Egyptian mythos. So let's keep moving forward here. So here's St. Peter's Square at the Vatican. The Vatican at St. Peter's, or this is St. Peter's Square at the Vatican. And I just wanted to point out that Rome had been built on 7 hills, because really what we have over the long period of time, the eons of this time period, what we've had since the rise of the solar cult is a struggle of the solar priests wanting to build their temples on the hallowed ground of the stellar people, and that Rome had originally hallowed stellar ground, and we have these 7 hills signifying that. So that Rome, Cincinnati is the romantic term for the city of 7 hills. And here we can see that the Vatican represents the 8 and then the 7 hills. So this was originally stellar hallowed ground. Now in St. Peter's Square there we have this phallus of Osiris, which was a fertility symbol, but in a corrupted form. And primacy in the north, it became phallic worship. So it's a corrupted form of a more pure ancient Egyptian science. And there's a lot more to it. But this corresponds to primacy in the north as well as westing, which is all a correspondence to making our human purpose the pursuit of materialistic ambition versus spiritual purpose. And then the 8-spoked wheel that surrounds the phallus of Osiris, or the obelisk in St. Peter's Square, represents the solstices and the equinoxes of the zodiac, and then the Sabbats so that's the 4 cardinal points, and then the Sabbats being the 4 semi-cardinal points. Move forward here. So eschatology is final things perfected in the cult of Osiris 50,000 years ago. Osiris is the first mummy, the first victim, the first resurrection, the Lord of resurrection, the judge of the shades, the god of the underworld. He dies and is born again in 3 forms. So there's some ambiguity there. This is a huge subject. So I brought along some more information that I'm going to be able to cover. So we'll just move forward here and work with what we can. So here, that's Robert Bivol descending into one of the temples that is underground, and I'm trying to tell you that this represents this veneration returning to the night sky following the cult of Amen-Ra. In a sense, we can think of the ritual of Osiris as a coffin ride. It's about dealing with the shadow self and all things unseen that we fear, to overcome our fear of death and our fear of darkness. Understanding the shadow self is understanding the nature of the ego to remain executor of the being and want to control things in the extant. And that's how nations and governments behave. When we put man's law on a pedestal, we must overthrow the laws of creation, which is the same as overthrowing the creator itself. So this ritual underground, in a sense, represents the underworld, the tenebrous regions where initiates make contact with the divinities. It is like getting into darkness and finding a way into the afterlife kingdom, the portals of immortality, the portals that led to an afterlife was through death, and therefore the initiates would learn down here in absolute black darkness, perhaps with no torches whatsoever, would come here and imbue the mood of the place and find themselves in a peculiar position of interface. They were that close, they believed, where no one can transit from life, death, and rebirth. The people who came here were early Christians, and yet they were the link between the ancient Egyptian mystery cults and the Gnostic religions. The Gnostic religion in a sense, is the ancient Egyptian mystery cult Christianized. I agree with that. So we find these underground rites all over the world as far as Machu Picchu, Eleusis. It's all based on venerating underneath of the temple because it's a remnant or a deteriorated form of returning to this night sky. So we have this struggle between venerating gods in day sky, which is everything in the modern solar cult, and versus the end of this venerating in the night sky, which was the ritual of Osiris. So the mystery schools that emerged post Akhenaten were about trying to preserve this tradition because it's very important to understand that the feminine can never be associated with the day sky, and that the day sky typifies physical and the night sky typifies spiritual, which also corresponds to southern hemisphere and northern hemisphere. Southern hemisphere being the spiritual realm, therefore northern the physical realm. So this Osiris, this is what I'm calling the Osiris motif. It should be particularly noted that the Egyptians did not regard Osiris as wholly dead, but view him as continuing to live in the underworld where he superintends the ceremony of psychostasia. The underworld is not a sphere of the dead alone, it is the world of the mysteries. He is therefore God of the hidden fane, the temple which is beneath the earth, the house of the low ceiling, the crypts in which the initiates go in search of truth. He is the dweller who abides in the darkness of the innermost. His throne is not in the objective world, but in the subjective sphere, which is the inner life of man. This is arcanely intimated that while truth may perish from a society, it cannot die from the heart, which preserves the sacred tradition through the natural inspiration by which all men are gradually moved to truth. So in this story of Osiris, we have this motif. Jealous brother covets the throne and plots to overthrow and murder the, quote, good king. He drives the son, the rightful heir to the throne, into exile, rules with an iron fist, and drives his nation into despotism. The son matures and returns to reclaim the throne and avenge his father's death. Kingdom is restored and health is returned to the land. Good triumphs over evil. So we have this dismemberment, or rememberment from dismemberment is the whole idea of the motif, but to reassemble the mind, it's all about remembering who we are. In order to do that, we have to do the eclectic comparative study and gather all the pieces. And in this motif, we can say that Horus is widow's son. So we can clearly see that this is basically the foundations of what we think of as modern Freemasonry. So I found this same motif in Hamlet. So this is an example of how this has survived and given this persistent vitality to survive in this modern world. So let's take a look at Hamlet, Shakespeare's Hamlet, which ultimately is older. It came from Norse Eddas, and it goes clear back. That's my whole point of this presentation. It's that old. The tragedy of Hamlet, Prince of Denmark, and there's definitely something rotten in Denmark. Let's not kid ourselves. The tragedy of Hamlet, Prince of Denmark, often shortened to Hamlet, is a tragedy written by William Shakespeare, which is, in my view, controversial, sometime between 1599 and 1602, set in Denmark. The play depicts Prince Hamlet and his revenge against his uncle Claudius, who has murdered Hamlet's father in order to seize the throne and marry Hamlet's mother. So the motif roughly is this: jealous uncle kills king, steals throne and wife, son drives son into exile, son returns from exile, avenges the throne, restoring the kingdom. So where else have we seen this Hamlet motif? Well, how about in the movie The Lion King? The movie The Lion King is analogous with Shakespeare's Hamlet, which is traceable back to the remotest fertility cults. It is nearly a pure form of the Osirian legend. The jealous uncle kills his brother, who is king, and takes his throne, driving the son into exile, who later returns and avenges his throne. The film Apocalypse Now, regarding the Fisher King legend, denotes the ritual of Osiris. So I guess I just wanted to make a mention of that. Probably should take that off that slide. So here we have it in The Lion King. I'm sure we're all familiar with this. Well, where else can we find this motif? I found it in the newest version of King Arthur, The Legend of the Sword. Same motif. Jealous brother kills the king, drives son into exile, kingdom falls into darkness, son returns from exile to kill his uncle, avenges the throne and his father's death. And this is a fascinating film, and I'd like to have more time to fully break this down for you, but I'm not going to have, all the time we would need to fully flesh it out, but let's just take a look at a little bit of it. I guess what we can, before he was able to wield the sword, he had to visit the shadow or the Darklands, what they called the Darklands, and that to me was an allegory or of him facing and dealing with his shadow self, and being prepared to survive in nature, being able to do the right thing. So we're going to have to deal with that a little bit more. But in the movie, Vortigern is the jealous brother. Uther is Arthur's father who Vortigern murders, drives Arthur into exile. Arthur comes back. He battles Vortigern and reclaims the throne, defeats Vortigern, reclaims the throne. It's all about sovereignty, which is internal sovereignty, internal monarchy, above rulership. And I brought this slide just to say this is, supposed to depict the never-ending war in heaven, which takes place at the highest and lowest places in our psyche. And this is a war that will never end. But see, this is not the same as how evil is manifested into the world. So the idea is that this evil does not exist in the physical world until it's introduced into the world from man. So the key is to bring this into check internally before it manifests externally, and each individual has the responsibility to do that by doing this shadow work. So, the S.E.E.D principle is related to getting out of that which refuses to return to source, whereas the horse principle, that which returns to source. And the Jungian quote comes to mind: the man will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing his own soul. And I found this to be interesting, this round table in this King Arthur, because, see, this is a representation of the zodiac. And I'm saying that this part of this table that's under construction, interestingly enough, represents the descent into the southern hemisphere when we're in the north, and that typifies the shadow realm. This is the shadow realm. This is where the work needs to be done. So this part of this table, or this eschatology, is under construction because we lost the perfected eschatology. So this is under construction. And that the way, the light is at the center of darkness. So we need to reach the bottommost point there. The depth to which we understand evil is equal to the height which we understand good. So ideally, we would be going in the astrotheological allegory from spring equinox, which would be left center of this table, to the top of the table there, which would represent solar solstice. That's the raising. But the way to raise is through the darkness. So we have to do the shadow work and understand the dark aspect in order to raise, to get to the fully raised, enlightened aspect. And these are just some slides I made to show how this journey takes place. And then here I'm just going to show you the correspondence with the zodiac. So I found that interesting, this rendition of this round table in this movie. There's a lot more to it. One more thing I want to say about this movie is that the sword in this movie represents truth itself. It can also correspond to the penetrative rays of the sun. It's a masculine force, but the main thing to understand is it typifies truth. Also, one more thing is that Knights, Knights, corresponds to night sky, Nights. So Arthur defeats Vortigern and returns to the throne. And then, I'm not going to fully break this down, but this is not about man as a sovereign ruler of his kingdom, his external kingdom. This is about man as internal monarchy, ruler of his internal kingdom, and being on equal footing with his peers or his constituency or mankind. So it's, there's a lot to it, but I'm going to keep moving forward because we don't have a lot of time. And I'm just going to show you a few other examples here where we find this Osiris motif. In The Quick and the Dead, the motif, the Redeemer promised to come again and at the end of time to judge the quick and the dead. Well, I would relate the quick to Mercury or Thoth, which is the quicksilver. It's the closest planet to the sun, so it makes the fastest trek around the sun. And I'm not going to break this fully down, but Ellen, E-L, and then L-E-N. L is God, and then L-E-N is Lune. So she represents goddess, the lunar principle. And then Court is the protagonist. The kid is alleged to be the son of Herod. He Rod, or her odd. It's he Rod, but it's a masculine force. And I could break this down a lot better. I'm just not going to do it right now because we don't have time. But here's another film that typifies Ritual of Osiris. The idea that the lost part was the phallus and this phallic worship and these golden rays of the sun. We have this gold member. There's a lot more I could say about this, but I would say that some of this is based on the perversions and the cultural memes of Freudian psychology that I talked about. It's all based in hubris and corrupted forms of the Osirian myth, which led to phallic worship and what have you. One other thing about this film is Dr. Evil, who I didn't include in the slide, I probably should have. Basically, Mini-Me represents, has a satanic ideology, and that Mini-Me represents basically the world population. The idea, the Carlos Castaneda quote, all the sorcerer has to do is give you his mindset, which is dual consciousness. So Mini-Me kind of represents the Mini-Me version of Dr. Evil, which is the sorcerer giving you his mindset, Mini-Me Satanism, we can call it. And then in this film, What About Bob? We have this death therapy, which cures him. And then he writes a book about it and it becomes a bestseller. And then Leo's jealous. But it's an interesting film, but it deals with the death motif. And it's definitely, I would tell you, it is the Ritual of Osiris, the idea of this coffin ride. There's a lot more I could say about this, but we're moving fast, so we're going to keep going. And as I said, this is the most influential work in my research. And in this book, From Ritual to Romance by Jesse L. Weston, we find this Fisher King legend. So let's go ahead and read this slide. The Fisher King legends imply that he becomes unable to father or support a next generation to carry on after his death. A thigh wound has been interpreted by many scholars in the Arthurian literature as a genital wound. So it's dealing with fertility. And I'm telling you, ultimately, it's the Ritual of Osiris. This Fisher King legend comes out of the Ritual of Osiris. But we have this fish symbolism and this chalice, which represents a romance, the Christian romances or the assimilation of culture, with Rome assimilating culture, injecting these religious artifacts to bolster their doctrines. But to quote from the book, there's little reason to doubt that if we regard the fish as divine life symbol of immemorial antiquity, we shall not go very far astray from truth, is what she means. So understanding the fish symbolism is a big part of understanding the Osirian myth. I'm not going to fully explain it now, so we're just going to keep moving forward. You got to go fast. Now, this was a tradition that was in Europe, around the time following Charlemagne, between the 8th and 10th century, or the 9th and 11th century. And this is an interesting tradition based on Roland, who was one of Charlemagne's key generals. It is important to consider that the Albigensians endeavored to spiritualize chivalry with conventions such as the Song of Roland. The Arthurian legend became more popular because the Arthurian legend offers something not found in the Song of Roland, a feminine principle, a romance, which made it of greater appeal to the masses, something for everyone, so to speak. But this is actually a film, and it's a good film, and I would check it out. I would study this subject because it's part of understanding the Arthurian cycle. And here's another King Arthur movie, and I brought this one along just to point out that this is a modern film that's been made to try to bolster the idea that King Arthur was actually a historical character. I'm sure we've heard that before. So it has similarities to the idea of the historical Christ, if you will. So what are these Vulgate cycles? The idea of the Vulgate cycles is that pre-Vulgate implies before the story becomes romanced and then introduced into literary form. So prior to that, it's an oral tradition, and that during the Vulgate cycle, it's starting to become romanced and stylized, and then we have new characters, and then the stories start to revolve more around the Knights of the Round Table and these Christian motifs that are being injected into this Celtic legend. I just want to say one more thing is we have these Christian motifs introduced into this Arthurian cycle because Rome assimilates culture. And, the whole point about this tradition is that if it hadn't been for the Arthurian tradition and the Norse traditions, which were the strong cultures that resisted the imposing Latin Christendom, this knowledge in these mystery schools would not have survived into the modern world. That's a big point that I'm trying to make. But that this character Lancelot didn't exist in the pre-Vulgate cycle, and that he was introduced, and then this romance with Guinevere, was part of assimilating this tradition, and then bolstering this idea of this Holy Grail, and then making this whole round table about seeking this religious artifact that bolsters the Christian claims to the historical Jesus and the doctrines that ensued. This Roman Church. A lot more to it, but we're going to move forward. So when we study ritual romance, we're immediately going to discover Sir James George Frazer, who basically wrote this encyclopedia of culture. It's probably 13 volumes, and it's just a massive archive of world culture. One thing I'm trying to say about this is anthropology, and when we get into the anthropology, it's an eclectic study. So we're going to realize by the magnitude of Frazer's work that it's a huge endeavor, and not to be discouraged or swayed away from the task at hand. It is possible that we can deal with this, and there's abridged versions. I haven't read. I work with the abridged version, okay? And it's not a book that you read; it's a book that you learn to work with and reference. And I brought along this picture of Turner's Golden Bough. So this is a painting. In the opening of the Golden Bough, Frazer says, "Who does not know Turner's picture of the Golden Bough? The scene is suffused with the golden glow of imagination in which the divine mind of Turner, steeped and transfigured even the fairest natural landscape, is a dreamlike vision of the little woodland at Lake Nemi, Diana's Mirror, as it was called by the ancients. No one who has seen that calm water lapped in the green hollow of the Alban Hills of Italy can ever forget it." So the one thing I want to say is that we have to understand that the work that in the eclectic encyclopedia of culture that Frazer has provided with is not exactly the same as his conclusions about it. It's similar to Darwin. You know, we have Darwin's findings and then we have Darwin's conclusion. Those things, the same with Fraser. They have to be discerned from each other and dealt with separately. So, for instance, the work, The Golden Bough, is an invaluable resource for an eclectic study of culture. However, Fraser's conclusions about what he found, I would take umbrage with. Ideally, Fraser's conclusions are that the traditions that he finds are local to where they're found. They're localized. And my conclusion on it is that they all had come from Egypt and imported to where they're found, unless they're found in Egypt. So we're going to keep moving forward here. So in the Greek mythology and the Roman mythology, we have Persephone and Proserpina. Proserpina basically being the Greek or the Roman variant of the Greek Persephone. And Persephone goes into the underworld to visit her father's shade. Main thing is, I'm going to tell you, study Edith Hamilton, but this is Ritual of Osiris in a corrupted, deteriorated form. But it's important because this is part of how it was preserved into the modern world. So here we're going to talk about Royal Arch Masonry. So this arch here represents this upper half of this solar cycle in the Northern Hemisphere. So this came from, I would tell you, the cult of Amen-Ra. Of course, it was lost and then resurrected, sometime, post-Babylon. But that it's a corruption, or it led to a corruption in the solar mythology because it put everything primacy in day sky. So here's some words that we get from this day sky conundrum. Deity, deist, piety, pious, the word theist, opus dei, God's work, regarding day sky. A fertile season corresponds to the summer season, spring-summer season. The propensities of venerating day sky solar aspects or deities is what we're trying to deal with. It corresponds to Icarus flying too close to the sun. So left brain imbalance, solar pillar. But this archway is the holy mountain. So let's go ahead and mention that. It's a solar aspect. The arch is a solar aspect. Corresponds to day sky in the summer season in the north. It's physical, polarized in that sense. And primacy in the north, we're not going to be able to understand until I explain it a little bit better, but also westing. So the idea of chasing the lure of gold and the alchemical allegory into the west. It's materialism. It's about chasing or being in pursuit of ambition or materialism. We're going to talk a little bit about ram symbolism, and you see I have more Royal Arch Masonry because it corresponds in the acronym. And the Royal Arch Masonry came out of the York Rite, which was different than the Scottish Rite, but these both seem to have merged in Western Europe and ideally in Britain or in England. So, but yeah, the ram is one of the most important symbols that we'll ever learn to understand, and it's not really an exhaustible symbol, but we need to understand its general principle, which corresponds to Aries, which is the 322, spring equinox in the north. But the ram was also venerated because it could go high up on the mountainsides and seemingly cling to the cliff sides. And that represents raised in consciousness, the mountain of consciousness, the holy mountain, but it also can represent the fallopian tubes, which is a feminine fertility cycle. It represents a masculine principle in the sense that it can charge. It's charging up the hill. And I suppose the curving of the horns are part of the symbolism. And then I brought a couple subversive uses of it with the ram symbolism, the ram on the vehicle, and then McDonald's. The royal archways. And there we have an archway. That's also interesting. So we have a ram and an arch together in this subversive form. One other thing to mention here is that understand that the ancients, they venerated the dawn with equal reverence with the sun itself. So the reason for that is because it's about the split between the day and the night. It's the where the physical realm meets the spiritual realm. And there's a lot more to that, but I'm going to keep moving forward. So as I said, this westing is this phenomenon of going into materialism. It corresponds. So the idea that the wild, wild west, the rugged individualism of the Western American culture in the early times, it corresponds to this chasing this allure of the sun into the west. It's no irony. And there's two films here, Westworld, where basically he ends up in a world of cyborg control and cyborgs. And it's a fascinating film. And then they've remade this, and it's even more disturbing now. But I'm telling you, this is no irony. This is, whether they understand or not, this corresponds to this pursuing man's ambition and chasing the allure of the sun, which constitutes materialism or utilitarianism, this Roman pragmatism. And then another film, Mulholland Drive, when he steps out of line as a director, he has a hard time coming to terms with the fact that he's owned. So he has to go see the cowboy, and this corresponds to this phenomenon of westing. Now, this is going to be a little bit more difficult of a slide here, but this primacy in the north is dealing with the earlier phase of the Egyptian mythos when they came out of the south into the north. So going into the north is the same in the stellar phase as going into the west in the solar phase. And in the first picture on the left, we have Horus, the god of the north, deposing Sut, S-U-T is south, the god of the South Pole, and the original primary deity. In the solar phase, it's Horus in the solar cult battles Set or Sut in the daily and yearly struggle for power. The solar cult deals with constellations west to east, east to west. So one of the big contentions that I'm going to make in this presentation is that this image on the right, which is partially anthropomorphized, obviously came from solar phase, because nothing before the solar phase was anthropomorphized. It's a contingency that was formed in the stellar cult in the form of double acts. And that was the earliest of the secret societies, because that was the first contingency to deal with taking the mythos from the southern hemisphere and then moving it into the north. So this was Horus of the double horizon. So this would be the first contingency, and therefore they would have sent out caravans. This would have constituted the earliest secret society. And I know that's advanced, but for the advanced student, we can deal with this. And we're going to have to deal with it. We're going to have to understand it. I'm not going to fully explain it now, but I'm saying it, that this was the first secret society because this was the first contingency, and that they would have sent caravans out, and that Horus of the double horizon, Horus Behutet, is the contingency for primacy in the north, therefore ideally the contingency for westing and ending up in a world of materialism and man's ambition dominated by man's law instead of the spiritual laws of creation, the moral laws that exist here in nature that govern the dynamics of human behavior. As morality declines, freedom declines. So the farther we stray from truth, the farther we fall from perfection as a species. The more we uphold man's law, the more we're overthrowing the creator. That's the loss of the soul. That's the loss of freedom. That's the loss of all that is good and decent, and then ultimately the stagnation and then extinction of man. And that's the other thing I want to say about the judgment of Osiris is it represents not just the individual soul, it represents an extinction event, or the potential for this extinction event. So alchemy basically is, it's an extension of the mystery school, but it's dealing with the fact that everything being spiritualized, and then we're entering into a phase of more advanced technology. So now metallurgy is being spiritualized. And alchemy literally means from chem, because chem is the ancient name for Egypt, or out of darkness, the black land. And I associated alchemy largely with Neoplatonism, but alchemy literally means from chem, or out of the darkness, and it's an occult tradition taught through allegories. An allegory is a cryptic story, poem, or picture that can be interpreted or decoded in order to reveal a hidden meaning, typically a moral lesson. In the tradition of alchemy, it is asserted that all have modes of human consciousness. Base metals are imperfections of pure consciousness, gold, and that all metals are ordained by nature to become perfect, the gold of the sun, enlightened. The alchemist seeks to remove all of his or her thoughts, emotions, and actions that are their disorderly imperfections or base characteristics in order to bring them to their true state of natural order, harmony with natural law, and to transmute them into alchemical gold, representing the purification of body, mind, and spirit. So this idea of out of the black land is dealing with how the Nile would overflow its banks and replenish the soil with the fluvian soils and refertilize the land for planting. And that all of Egypt's wealth had been based on agriculture. So let's keep that in mind. And then I put the Hermetic principles on there basically because they're far more ancient. I mean, ideally they're the basis of all of it. But see, these were lost and then rediscovered in Neoplatonism. So they're basically associated with Hermeticism or Neoplatonism. So keep in mind that Hermes is basically the Greek variant of the Egyptian Thoth, which is far, far older. So here's a film or a story by Rudyard Kipling that deals with this alchemical allegory. The man who would be king, and the whole motif is they came for the gold but stayed for the adventure. Now this is a very, very popular motif. It's an alchemical allegory referring to the golden ray or gold of the sun, which is a symbol of enlightenment. So the idea is that they attained the enlightenment, and then in a corrupted form, they stayed for the adventure. They used the enlightenment to be worshipped as gods and reign over a kingdom. And then in the pure form, or the benevolent form, it's that they came they attained the gold and then educated their people and raised everybody up so everybody could understand this. But here's a few examples where we find this ritual of Osiris in this alchemical phase. The Man Who Would Be King by Rudyard Kipling, Heart of Darkness by Joseph Conrad is a film, or the book by Conrad, and then the film Apocalypse Now, Maguire the Wrath of God, Fitzcarraldo, the story of Enlil and Enki in the Sumerian account, and Alexander the Great, which is a historical account. So this is I'm telling you, this is the persistent vitality of how this Osiris legend survived into the modern world. And it's all based on this idea of this hero myth. Now, this was a slide I found online to try to help explain this, but this isn't detailed exactly like I would detail it, but I'm going to use this to try to make better diagrams. But it basically gives us the idea of how this solar cycle is mythologically represented in this hero myth. Or this hero myth is mythologically represented in the astrotheological journey of the sun through the zodiac. So here I've contrasted it with the zodiac so we can get a better look at this. And the hero myth and the astrotheology. So don't ever confuse astrotheology with astrology, because astrology is divining and it's a complete corrupted form of fortune telling, as though someone can know the future. You can know natural law and the trajectory, but you can never know what tomorrow brings or what the future holds. So astrology is I would call a Christian convention or a solar cult convention to marginalize astrotheology and further conceal the esoteric meaning of this hero myth in the solar phase. And the sun dies on the cross during the winter solstice in the lowest point in the northern hemisphere, and then it comes back into the north after Easter and makes its way back to the high point of power at the summer solstice. So it's all about the claim to the Most High. But here we have Jesus depicted on the cross at the winter solstice, representing the dying on the cross. The Son of God dying on the cross at the winter solstice in the northern hemisphere. So orientation is key. We have to be able to orientate ourselves geographically and understand this astronomically in regard to this particular cosmic movement of the sun. So we have Osiris at the winter solstice, Horus at the spring equinox, Ra fully raised most high in the solar doctrine, and then Set taking us back down into the underworld. So this point between Set and Osiris is where the struggle occurs with Typhon or Set, which is where we get the word typhoon. You know, it's obviously a destructive power. There's a lot more to it. I'm not going to fully explain it now. And there's a lot of these slides, so I'm just going to try to move through them as quickly as I can. But yeah, we've described this birth, growth, decay, the 322, the ram, the dismemberment, rememberment, through the eternal womb, and then in the north, and how things had ultimately been put into the north in the stellar phase, and why that led into materialism and the corruption in the solar phase. There's a lot more to it, but we're going to keep moving fast. And this is just another, this one has the birth, growth, decay on it, so we can understand that represents the mortal life, that upper part of this cycle. So the under part, that represents the journey of the soul or the mains through the netherworld or the underworld. So ideally, we're going to talk about how this corresponds also to our modern day mechanical clock and how this is part of this corruption in this ancient sacred science. So in military time, we have the 12, which is typifying the solar doctrine and the greater mysteries at the point of Osiris, which I would tell you would be correct. However, this is a difficult slide to explain, but here we have the military civilian time and how it corresponds to our modern mechanical clock as we know it. I'm just going to have to move through this. I'm not going to be able to fully break this down, but we'll take a look at a few more slides, try to get an idea of what I'm getting at here. But we just have the opportunity to look at what military time looks like on a clock with the 0, which represents a 24 at the top, and the 12, which represents the greater mysteries and the divisions of the zodiac, etc., all things 12 at the bottom. This is a solar phenomenon. So the lesser mysteries were in the 7, and then the greater mysteries were in the 10, ultimately became the 12. So these are just advanced statements that I'm going to include here. We're going to have to do our own diligence to fully flesh this out, but now they've been introduced, we know what our work is to do. So it's all about the claim to the Most High and understanding that which is truly the Most High is the laws of creation and the Creator that created those laws in creation. But it's all about the claim to the Most High. And I wanted to show here how the sun rising corresponded to the east and the sun setting corresponded to the west. And that this is how I would want my clock on the wall to look, because this would be like looking at the clock from a northern perspective, north to south. So we're looking south, then we have the sun rising in the east. So getting oriented is key. And then I wanted to show you that the day sky mythology happens from 6 a.m. to 12 noon, and then the eschatology would be 6 p.m. to 12 midnight. That's where the struggle between Set and Osiris would take place, or Set and Horus, or Typhon and Osiris, however we want to break it down. But this is how the mingling of the mythology and the perfected eschatology actually had happened. So it has to do with this. I'm not going to fully explain it, but I'm just giving you enough so we can get it on the table. We need many hands make light work. At least we've got it on the table now. We can work with this material because we're not getting out of this slavery until we deal with this. This is what it's all about. So here we can see what it would look like in the military time. Just keep moving forward. So, this error in time is about when Gregory the 13th introduced and forced all indigenous cultures onto the mechanical clock in the 16th century, 1585. And how that basically constituted a complete shift in world population to where we had more than 50% of the world shifting into materialism. And how this Protestant Reformation and this Council of Trent had been part of that. And let me just say here, the word Pope means Papa. So this primacy in the North, or this letter P, typifies single axe, which typifies primacy in the North, because as I had said, double axe was the original contingency, Horus of the double horizon. So single axe, which represents a letter T, and then single axe represents a letter P, corresponds to a fully masculine principle, primacy in the North. So Pope is Papa. So a papal bull represents the charging bull. So it's a fatherly charge. Let's keep that in mind. But yeah, in 1585, Gregory XIII signed a papal bull, a fatherly charge, and forced all indigenous peoples onto the mechanical clock in the Gregorian calendar. And there's a lot more to it. And I'll give you a little bit more of it, but just trying to keep moving forward here. But yeah, see here, I'm trying to show that how when we went, we came from the cult of Amen-Ra into the cult of Osiris. That means we made Osiris most high. So now we have this rivalry between the original solar deity Amen-Ra as most high, and then Osiris, battling for supremacy. You have to understand these are anthropomorphized, personified, humanized elemental powers. These exist in nature in anthropomorphized form. They're romanced and then historicized and literalized and then mistaken for divine revelation. So this is part of the issue that we're dealing with in the world today. So in its pure form, this Osiris cycle on the left here represents providence and the protective care of God or nature as a spiritual power. So this is overthrown when we establish man's law. This corresponds to the left brain imbalance, the westing, the primacy in the north, physical ambition, which gives us Roman pragmatism. So without the divine providence, man sets up as the lawmaker and we enter into a corporate world, which we can call the land of the dead. So we literally can call that upset. That's where the term comes from. That's zombie land. The dead are up walking around, completely unconscious people. They're dead in their thoughts and their emotions and their actions. So we have a world of proxy, which the Egyptians understood could never be afforded by man if he was going to ensure his own survival. So it's no irony that this is the case. This is why we call it zombie land. At the soul level, we understand this. But that this is part of the phenomenon, this mingling of the mythology, which represented the purpose of the hero to raise corrupted, but the raising was the journey into the darkness. But the corruption is when we anthropomorphized it and put man on a pedestal as the lawmaker. This is how it happened. So this is going to have to be restored into pure forms of this doctrine to deal with the epistemological cultural differences. You have to deal with cultural epistemology, and this is the only way to show that they all have common origin and that their languages have common origin And the only differences in it are that they spread out in different geographic localities and then stagnated, because the evolution only continued to occur in Egypt. But post Osiris, that represents a downgrade. So everything after Osiris represented a downgrade. So Christianity is the pinnacle of the solar doctrine. So ultimately, it's the pinnacle of the entire evolution of the Egyptian mythos. But it's a deterioration of it because it's anthropomorphized, historicized, and then the sacred texts are literalized instead of understanding in their allegorical, esoteric teaching. Keep moving fast here. I'll just point out here that, the names in the calendar: January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, and December. That there's an older calendar that represents a deca system here, because Sept is 7, and Oct is 8, Nov is 9, and Deca is 10, corresponding to December. So, for instance, 9/11 we could say is actually 7/11 in the older calendar, which I found very interesting. And obviously, July corresponds to Julius Caesar, and then August corresponding to Augustus. So obviously this is a Roman convention, but this is not necessarily the Julian calendar that we're talking about, but it's certainly not the Gregorian calendar that we know today. Let's just keep moving forward. So it's all corruption of fertility rites, and that's about how magic became fetishism. How the desire to guide, to pass our goodwill, to assist the journey of our ancestors' soul going through the underworld, and then creating artifacts and tokens to leave with them, like the Ankh, and then worshiping the Ankh itself. That became fetishism. Then we coveted the material instead of having the wish for the soul to have a safe journey through the underworld. It's all about a corruption of fertility rites. So the only way to do that is to restore fertility rites into pure forms if we're going to deal. All the dogma in the world is post-Osiris. So if we can resurrect, or if we can restore this Osirian legend and understand the fertility rites and the pinnacle of the solar cult, we can deal with most of the dogma in the world, but the rest of it is lunar and stellar, and that's more obscured. And really, to understand fully the Osirian legend, we do need to understand what came before. So ideally, we're going to have to deal with all of it, but I would tell you that everything's post-Osiris, which means if we dealt with the Osirian cycle, we would be able to dispel most of the dogma in the world. So it's this day sky, night sky rivalry, this king of the hill and the holy mountain, and that it was perfected, 50 to 60,000 years ago, and then corrupted after, since 40,000 years ago when we went into the eschatology cult. That's where we get the mummification and all these perversions and all these strange traditions came out of not understanding this Egyptian science. And it gets stigmatized, basically cast in view as superstition, and then it's stigmatized, marginalized, and then ultimately, associated with evil, and everything is inverted or perverted and corrupted. So we're not getting out of this without dealing with this. So we have Osiris raised to most high. This disorientation causes the mingling of the mythology and the eschatology. It is paramount to understand why the spiritual realm is associated with night sky, and at the same time understand how darkness invokes fear. Ignorance is the only darkness that needs to be feared. The square on the seat of Osiris is the most profound aspect because that's man's perfection of the physical realm. A lot more to that. The doctrine of incarnation, reincarnation, and the resurrection brought on from the stellar was established in the solar cult under the phase of fatherhood. The Horus of the double equinox, Horus the child in one equinox, who was Horus the adult in the other, constituted the double Hermanicus, one of the fulfiller one as Horus of the incarnation, the other of Horus of the resurrection. The doctrine was first depicted as solar mythologically and next eschatologically. The difficulty has been to place the various portrayals of evolution in the correct order, and this has been caused by the latest phase, the Osiris, having been given the most prominent place in the ritual, which has obscured the former imagery as these have been brought on and mixed with the latest developments. Amenta, in one aspect, became the world of the dead, the Kasu, or burial place in the Osiris cult, which followed the cult of Amen. In the latest imagery, Osiris became the god of Amenta, or the god of the dead, or underworld, or heaven of eternity, where the sun and the mains went down in the west to pass through and emerge to rise again on the Mount of Glory in the east. By many writers, Osiris has been considered to have been a human living man, but he was, in fact, the only the last imagery of the solar cult before the phase of eschatology. So this is all astrotheology, and now I'm going to show you how this plays out in the Christian cycle, in the resurrection of Jesus. It's the same thing. Most important to understand, an important point about the sun's journey through the different houses of the zodiac, where it exists in each house successfully, is that the transfer from one house to the next involves a power struggle and then results in an absolute transfer of power. The power struggle and power transfer has been the substance of myth and legend from time immemorial. The most great stories and legends deal with this particular phenomenon, and its potency is derived from the fact that it is about fertility and infertility, meaning incarnation and reincarnation of a fertility cycle, or in the divine aspect, the journey of an everlasting human soul, or, as I said, an extinction event. So there's a lot more to all this. I'm not going to fully explain it. There's no way we would have time, but I'm just putting it here so we have this, and then I'm going to be continuing to extrapolate on this. This is what my work consists of. So here I'm just showing you the cycles and the sine wave of the cycles and the journey through the zodiac. The Egyptian mythos was not venerated in constellations west to east or east to west until the onset of lunar and ultimately the solar phase of the evolution of the mythos. Waxing and waning angles are determined by geographic perspectives, but typically with regard to primacy in the northern hemisphere. These are ancient methods or the ancient science of timekeeping and is spiritualized in the hero myth and ultimately the eschatology, which deals with the waning angles, decreasing power. Thus, this is the early astronomy and cosmology of understanding pure forms of mythology, is understanding how these are spiritualized in the expression of understanding elemental powers, which is the sacred science. And this is just the same thing, showing you how the solar doctrine or the solar phase is affected by the movement from the northern to the southern hemisphere, and that this number 47 is very significant because it represents the 23.5 degrees to the Tropic of Capricorn in the south from the equator, and then 23.5 degrees from the equator to the Tropic of Cancer in the northern hemisphere. And it's all astrotheology, but the esoteric meaning and the teaching of the spiritual is in the mythological expression. How to become fully raised, how to learn this sacred science. That's the esoteric part. And I have a note here that Venus and Moon are feminine aspects. So let's always keep that in mind because she's the birther of the hero. Isis is the birther of the hero, the Egyptian goddess. There's a lot to that. I'm not going to fully get into that. We are not here to be fixed by the church. We are here to fix the church or temple, if you will, what is happening between our ears. So this Temple of Solomon is the symbolic temple we find in the first degree board of Freemasonry, representing the left brain, right brain hemispheres, with the left brain corresponding to intellectualism or the intellect, and then the right brain, feminine intuitive qualities, masculine left brain, feminine right brain. A lot more to that, sun and moon, but we're going to move on. So when these are divided and split, we get this phenomenon known as polarization dialectics, which is basically how the world is controlled today, how this social engineering is affected or effective. And then we end up with these religions all ready to defend their, monotheistic God. And it's a dialectical manipulation. It's all represent an imbalance, and we get these elephant cults and these donkey cults and this politics, which is a world of man's law and proxy, and this illusion that government was ever, a non or a secular idea. It's still non-secular. It's always has been. The world is ruled by religion. We have to understand that. So here I'm showing you how the phases of the evolution of the mythos correspond to these pillars. And I'm showing you how this was codified in the pyramids, which proves that the stellar people who built the pyramids understood this. And the word Israel represents each phase of the evolution of the mythos, with the is the lunar phase, the Ra is the solar phase, and the El is the stellar phase. And that the term Jew, it's not an ethnicity, it's a religio ethnicity. So parochialism is about, the idea that they're God's chosen people. So it's not really any different than the master race. It's just, it's a claim to the Most High. It's all about the claim to the Most High. A lot more to it. I'm not going to fully explain it now, but here's what this solar cult looks like in the modern world. To even think that resources are used, but I don't really have a problem with it, because there is an esoteric, allegorical, positive teaching in the Christian, if it's properly understood. But this idea that we're supposed to externalize our faith that this Savior might come back and save everybody, it's bunk. So it's the individual's responsibility to become like Christ, to fully raise. But this one in the lower right, this ark that is built in Kentucky, I do have a problem with that, because all of these solar doctrines are based on this idea of this flood. And this, the idea that the world was saved on a boat full of animals. And this is a myth that needs to be put to bed. And the fact that it doesn't even think that this was paid for with tax dollars it's an atrocity. But, these are symbols in this sense, in my view, of slavery, because they're reinforcing this solar slavery in this solar phase of the solar doctrine. Abraham doctrines are reinforced by the idea of this flood, and this flood, antediluvian, it implies the pre-flood, which means there was this flood. What we have is a great year cycle, and that this glacial epoch happens at the end of this cosmic cycle, this great year cycle. So in this cosmic cycle, we have a cosmic summer and we have a cosmic winter, and the last ice age is the last cosmic winter in this great year, 26,000 year cycle. So the deluge is the recommencement and the commencement of the cycle, recommencement of the cycle. Advanced in the sense of understanding that true spirituality means being out of the axioms of man's authority and seeing order following as any kind of a virtue, as well as being out of the axioms of money and religion, which is what the belief in money and government are, because religions constitute an arrestment in development and hold us back in consciousness and growth as a species. Albert Churchward. Mythology or mythological forms of religion are not represented quite as thoughts only, but are types used to express certain original powers that are inherent, physical as well as spiritual. The followers of the Romantic school, who hold mythology to have been magic out of some general undefined feeling or popular conviction, can only be taken as trying to read before learning the alphabet. Their deductions can only be assumed as fabulous romances because they have never learned to sign language or touched the bottom of the subject matter. There is assuredly nothing more unscientific or unhistorical than to deny the law of development and the religious idea as a whole. There's a natural order to the development of these ideas, this recondite knowledge that we're talking about. So I'm telling you that this is the lost symbol. The solar people used this in two forms. First, as the hammer or axe The proof being that the Ptah at Memphis was called the Great Chief of the Hammer or the Great Chief of the Axe, and was symbolically represented as such in one form. In the earlier cult, Horus was the Great Chief of the Hammer, Cleaver of the Way, as Horus of the Double Horizon. So the letter P corresponds to single axe, which means primacy in the north. The letter T corresponds to double axe, which is like I told you, the first contingency for secret society. The first secret society is a contingency for going primacy in the north. And pata or ta represents both of these forms, and ah, which is the vowel sound, which is spiritualized. And this letter P, as an example, in president, P is chief, and then resident, so we have chief resident. And the 7 is an analog of single axe. So we have to keep that in mind. There's a lot to this. But that if it's not understood, we have to understand this, and then this is the Nater, So when we're talking about Nater, this is its purest form. And the whole point about this is, these forms and these symbols are the origins of all modern religious symbolism. That's why this is so important, because this is the pure forms of the symbolism. And here's gavel today, and it represents power. So I don't know if anybody's seen the movie Agora, but it's a fascinating film, and it's based on the true story of Hypatia. Basically represents, the early, first and second century, the early Christianity, which, as I said, was the waning of the Serapis god, and then the rise of the Roman Empire, which ultimately became the rise of the Holy Roman Empire following Nicaea. Hypatia is endeavoring to teach the Gnostic version of the Christianity, but that this movie had been buried. And another reason I wanted to show you, because I found that pure form of the gavel in this film, which I thought was very interesting. So this phenomenon of hafting is this, when we had gavel, it was transferred into this when our implementation began to evolve. And then here I'm showing double axis Horus Behutet, the first contingency of Horus of the Double Horizon, and how that became primacy in the north. There's a lot more to this. I'm not going to fully explain it now. Etymologically, root of the word natural, it comes from nater. The English word nature is etymologically derived from the Egyptian word mtr, meaning God, because only the whole point is the vowels were omitted, so only the consonants are used here, meaning God, symbolized our physical interpretation of the spiritual deity, meaning God symbolized hieroglyphically as a symbolized stylized axe or flagpole representing power or force in nature. So let's just keep moving forward because we're almost through this. And then here's single axe today. Here's what it looks like in modern corrupted forms. And here I'm showing some of the Akkadian and Sumerian gods, showing this upper half of this gavel and how that corresponds to single axe, and that the double axe had been a contingency. So here in the Americas, we have these TPs, which are spires. And TP typifies double axe followed by single axe, and venerates the spire ritual, which is typified by the Great Pyramids of Giza. Native American peoples are clearly stellar cult people, pyramid builders originally. Well, they were mound builders when they came here, because they came here before they were building the pyramid. So I say they migrated here about 250,000 years ago during the stellar cult, and that's about 100,000 years before they developed their technology enough to build the pyramids. But it's a spire ritual, the spiritual. Great Pyramid of Giza, the grandest and greatest religious temple ever built. Much has been written on the Great Pyramid by various authors and scientific men. Is the most perfect temple that ever has been built, or ever will be built. It was built to teach the 7 astrostellar cult mysteries in symbolism and applied eschatology, Also, to record and register time and measurement, the name Great Pyramid was the Kahuti, who denotes the 7 lights or 7 glorious ones. It also signifies the Heru Karuti, or the light, a symbolic representation of stone of Horus of the light of the world in all his doctrines. Whatsoever the 7 Kahuti were as individual stars, they were also later in the solar cult configured as a group in Ursa Minor called the followers of the coffin of Osiris, which was imaged in the Great Bear, which is Ursa Minor, not the Big Dipper. I'm not going to get into that. So the spire ritual is a ritual. A ritual is a sequence of activities involving gestures, words, and objects performed in a sequestered place and according to a sequence. A spire is a conical or pyramidal structure on the top of a building, often a skyscraper or church tower, similar to a steeped, tented roof. Etymologically, the word is derived from the Old English meaning sprout, shoot, or stalk of grass, from Latin spiraculum or spirare, breath, to breathe. So it has to do, the breath was the life force. So when we see, like when somebody would die and we'd see the steam rising off the cooling corpse, that was associated with the breath or the life force leaving the body. This idea of rising up to heaven comes from that. Rituals may be prescribed by the traditions of a community, including religious communities. Even common actions like handshaking may be said to be rituals. So here I've got information on circled dot, how that's the source of our symbolism for all-seeing eye. I'm not going to fully read this, but it's there for us when we want to access it. We're going to have to learn about this spiral ritual and this eye on the mount and this all-seeing eye symbolism. So that's part of the purpose of today's presentation, is to show these origins of all our most powerful symbolism that's corrupted and not understood in the modern world. And I'm showing you here, this is what we ultimately have to understand, that psychology is the top of the hierarchy of science. And until we understand this, it's hubris. Until we're ready to face this fact, it's hubris. It's man's ambition to put another Lexus in the driveway and get the tenure for his career, to further his career. It has nothing to do with truth discovery. Psychology is the hierarchy of science. Psychology is the top of the pyramid of the hierarchy of sciences. Of course, these lower floors are advanced today. Now we have fractal mathematics, quantum physics, and electrochemistry. But the top 2 floors are behind the curve, and they haven't caught up yet. But see, in the ancient world, this was fully understood. And this is what the pyramids were built to tell us, partly. Psychological or spiritual aspect of things are the realm of consciousness, understanding that the science of causality puts us closer to source. So that's what this whole stigma is about, is we don't understand the science of causality. And that's what the Egyptian advanced knowledge is understanding this high psychology. Consciousness is the ability of being to recognize patterns and meaning with respect to events taking place both within oneself and within the realm in which the self exists and operates. Nikola Tesla says that science is but a perversion of itself unless it has as its ultimate goal the betterment of humanity. Manly P. Hall says, today tyranny looms large. The rights of man have been undermined in numerous areas. Most of all, materialism is rampant among groups on the ground that it is only but the extinction of ideas that slavery can be perpetuated. Materialism leads inevitably towards the acceptance of slavery. It removes from the individual his vision of greater spiritual value, and in this way takes away from him his basic impulses to defend and protect such value at all costs. These are some vital sources for understanding our material today. Gerald Massey's The Book of the Dead. Manly P. Hall's The Lost Keys of Freemasonry, which includes 2 very important other books, and Albert Churchward's Signs and Symbols. Albert Churchward says a great error is often committed on account of the disguise and false colors in which many things appear when presented to us in an imperfect state. I have seen thousands of things which are not in reality what they appear to be, and that both in the moral and natural world, knavery puts on the face of justice, hypocrisy and superstition wear the vizard of piety, and deceit and evil are often clothed in the shapes and appearances of truth and goodness. I fear nothing for this book from these critics, because it is written from decipherments of existing monuments, which are hidden mysteries to the masses owing to their having not yet learned to read the sign language written on the walls. Notwithstanding, the real gleaners of truth will know that I am correct in these translations. Massey states, they must find it difficult, those who have taken authority as truth rather than truth as the authority. Regarding Egyptian mythology, Massey states, there is nothing insane in it, nothing irrational in it. The insanity lies in mistaking it for human history or divine revelation. Mythology is the repository for man's most ancient science, and what concerns us chiefly is this: when truly interpreted once more, it is destined to be the death of the false theologies to which it has unwittingly given birth. The work of Freemasonry as a mystery school now emerges from the obscurity that has so long enshrouded it. Freemasonry is Isis, the mother of the mysteries, from whose dark womb the initiates are born into the mysteries of the second or philosophic birth. Thus, Freemasons, but virtue of their participation in the rites, are figuratively at least the sons of the widow, seeking to restore her lord. It follows that Masons are widows' sons. They are the offspring of the institution widowed by the loss of the word and of the eternal quest. In the Egyptian rites, Horus is the savior, avenger, the widow's son, conceived before the brutal murder of Osiris, hence he is the redeemer. And I wanted to mention left foot forward means human evolution. The great purposes of Freemasonry are thus revealed in unexpected clarity. Freemasonry is philosophically opposed to the reign of ambition. Its duty is to reestablish that golden age when wisdom, personified as Osiris, and not greed, personified as Typhon, shall dictate the course of human procedure. The day must ultimately come when the Horai, by virtue of their royal purpose, accomplish the consummation of the great work. The missing word will be found, the golden substitute will cast aside, and as promised in the ancient rite, Osiris will rise resplendent from the dead and rule the world through those sages and philosophers in whom wisdom becomes incarnate. And Osiris meaning the Egyptian science, not coercive government. In the meantime, the widow, the mystery school, continues to produce out of herself a host of potential redeemers, one of whom must someday become the true Horus, the avenger of all evil. And here's the essential authors that we're going to need to understand this presentation. And Churchward says, a man who clings to sensuals cannot associate with spirituals. If we want truth, we must labor for it quite as hard as we labor for gold. Egypt, how I have dwelt with you in dreams so long, so intimately, that it seems as if you had borne me. Though I could not know it was so many thousand years ago, and in my gropings darkly underground, the long-lost memory at last is found of the motherhood, you, the mother of us all. And to my fellow man I must recall the memory too, that the common motherhood may help to make the common brotherhood. And that is the end of my presentation. So I want to say thank you to Brandon Martin for hosting the S.E.E.D 4 conference. I want to thank all of the speakers who are participating in it, and especially you, the viewer, who are trying to learn and understand this information. Thank you, and I hope that you found value in the information presented today.
intention of Natural Freedom League is to expand the understanding of natural law, which is based on objective morality, and to expose the illegitimacy of the belief in authority, and thus the inherent immorality of all government.
We be the Natural Freedom League, cause we become no longer unvegan. We seek in the wisdom, and that's why we did come to this prison of prism. And that's why the beat thumps, and that's why we speak up. We be the Natural Freedom League, cause we become no longer unvegan. We seek in the wisdom, and that's why we did come to this prison of prism. And that's why the beat thumps, and that's why we speak up. We be the...
If you're looking to further understand the mind, consciousness, the occult, symbolism, the ancient Egyptian mythos, philosophy, and truth discovery, make sure to tune in to the Cubbyhole podcast hosted by myself, Nate Cap, and co-hosted by Brandon Martin. The Cubbyhole podcast is a repository of critical knowledge that deals with and covers the many facets of the human condition, especially what causes most of the suffering going on in this world. Make sure to start at podcast number 1 and work your way forward for maximum value and understanding. The Cubbyhole podcast is found on iHeartRadio, Spotify, Apple, TuneIn Radio, Simplecast, and Cubbyhole.com. That's CUBBYWHOLE.com.
You guys go ahead and discuss the roundtable event now. Nathan?
Yeah, I'm on here. Sorry, I didn't see my face on there. Hey guys, so the origins of secret societies part 2. Echo. Sorry. What do you think? It's pretty awesome, right? Douglas Martin, I just want to say you did a fantastic job. Okay, I'm sorry if you guys are getting an echo. No, I don't think it's my phone, but are you hearing an echo, Tyler? If anybody else is on their phone. Okay, yeah, Doug's getting an echo. So if anybody else is on their phone, just mute it until each person is done speaking, just so that way we don't have an echo. Just try to make sure.
Somebody's got a loop going in here.
Okay. I'm not sure what it is.
Let me go ahead and take it and see if mine's echoing. Antonio.
Well, okay.
Okay. I hope everybody enjoyed today's presentations by all the great speakers and the musical performance by Ryan Swisher. And I'm experiencing a delay here in mine, but I can keep talking. So if anybody has any questions, bring those into the chat room there and we'll try to field those for you. We've got several panel members here ready to take these questions on. So let's see what we can do about getting some questions coming into the round table here. I'm going to hand it back over to Nate just for a second to see if we've got this echo under control. Go ahead, Nate.
Okay, I'm on. Check. Sounds good. Okay, cool. Awesome. Go ahead. Okay. I don't have any questions on my end.
Okay. We're looking for the questions and the other panel members.
Oh, here we go.
Okay, here's one.
Oh, go ahead.
I got one. Okay. Tanya Krasnova wants to know what would be the next thing the world's government is preparing for us? Parentheses after COVID. What could it possibly be, or would it possibly be something related to water? I'm not exactly sure what she's getting at there with the reference to water. Anybody have an idea how to answer that one? Michael Merklin answers maritime jurisdiction. Okay. You want to field this one for us, Will?
I was just going to take a shot at it. She might be referring to a scarcity of clean, fresh water, which, you know, that's what the government and the social engineers are always portraying, right? That there's a scarcity going on. Gas prices are raising now. There's a lumber shortage and food supplies going down. And, you know, when you're dependent, when you have the aggregate, the majority of people dependent on government institutions, they're going to pull these strings, and it's really going to mess with people. And I think, you know, something that James was talking about, you know, taking action and being self-sufficient. I think those are important measures to take and understand. That's something that I implement in my homeschooling and unschooling programs with my daughter. We forage, right? So that's a shot in the dark. So
that was a terrific answer, Will. Maybe we're still having some audio technicals because I was hearing a lot of echo. And I'll go ahead and build on top of that. Yeah, I agree. Self-preservation is the government's highest directive. So to create an artificial scarcity or a manufactured lack is always in its best interest. As to exactly, you know, what the next phase of the program is, you know, who can say, but we can pretty much guess based on the trajectory that we see that it will be some form of manufactured lack or artificial scarcity. So I hope that helps bring some clarity to that, Tanya, and thank you for the question. So do we have another question here we can field while we're here? I know Will and I have answered some of these in the text threads, but we can go ahead and address it here now. I'm still not seeing all the questions, but I'll go into Discord.
I can answer, or I can ask a question real quick for you, Doug. How far back into the Egyptian history can the Essene tradition possibly be traced in any form or by any names? And that's by Harold Mitchell.
Yeah, I can probably bring some clarity to that. I mean, we have to go with, you know, the history that we have, and then what's considered prehistory in academia. I think we could safely say that the Jewish sect we know as the Essenes is post-Babylon, in the sense that it's part of prehistory. Somebody also had asked earlier if they had a connection to the Essenes, and I would say what we're talking about is the earlier forms have the potential to be more pure forms than what we were provided by with this Roman Church. It's an, you know, the answer is it has potential for ambiguity, but my take on it is that most of that prehistory that we worked with comes from the Jewish Torah and the Hebrew doctrines. But see, one thing we have to understand is that the Hebrews never really understood the Egyptians, and they took from Babylon what was already a corrupted Egyptian. And the Greeks never understood the sign language, and Rome took from them their perversions, which classical scholars have perpetuated into the modern world. So I hope that brings some clarity to that. What else do we got?
I don't see any more questions, but do any of the speakers have any questions or anything they'd like to say?
Yeah, I'll jump in. I just want to say congratulations and great job, Brandon and Nate and everyone, the whole team, man. This was a phenomenal day of just incredible information, and the presentations were so valuable. And this is what it's all about: taking in that information and then contemplating on it, and then, you know, putting action into play. So, you know, good job on setting up a first phenomenal, successful day. And thanks for having me, for sure.
Yeah, man. Thank you, Will, for everything you do with the One Great Work Network. You know, so you're much appreciated, and your presentation is definitely worth more than you know. So awesome job, man. Let's see. I think we got one more question that just came in. So Dylan or James says, how much of the current state of the human condition can be attributed to the possibility of cosmic abandonment? Anybody want to take that one?
Nate, can you repeat that question one more time?
Sure. The question was, how much of the current state of the human condition can be attributed to the possibility of cosmic abandonment?
I would say a lot, right? If we don't know our history, and we have fragments of it that we're putting together, if we don't know who we are, this is valuable information. And I think that's why Douglas's presentation was just phenomenal. These are the pieces that we need to put together to learn more about ourselves And, unfortunately, the social engineers and dark influencers, they do hold that information and they're using it against us. And that's how they hold this valuable information of human psychology and origins. And they use it against us. So for sure, I think it comes into play.
Yes, I would corroborate that. That was a very good answer, Will. If we don't know our true origins, then we can't know the source ideas and isolate where the dogma begins. So the whole idea is to restore the source ideas so we can isolate the dogma and flesh it out. So I hope that helps. If I fully understood the question correctly.
Let's see, we got another question by Ray Hallstrom. Says, what is our best way to overcome the tyranny that we see in the world today?
Any takers on that one? How about Dylan? You want to take that one, Dylan?
Yeah, sure. So maybe this is a little bit of a silly way to answer, but read books, lift weights, buy ammunition, and don't look at porn. Get ready to flip cars over and burn down federal buildings. No, I mean, really, it's like I think that people should take an extremely hands-on approach to how they go about educating people. So one of the things that I tried to speak to in my presentation a bit is that we have a very insular nature to what it is that we do here. And we can talk to each other, but the problem is talking to people who don't have any of this information. So how do you go about exposing yourself and then speaking to people who would never encounter this and then making it digestible for them? What I have seen for me personally is that anything that I do where I interact with a person by proxy, if I interact with someone on the internet, basically it's not productive at all. If I can interact with someone face to face, generally that is where I'm going to find value in trying to change their mind and trying to bring a little bit of illumination to what's going on.
Yeah,
I like that.
I'll speak to that. That's amazing. My motto is the prepper and the propagator. So I prepare for all situations, and I learn life skills and sufficiency techniques and knowledge and put it in practice, right? And then also the propagation of what's going on in reality and natural law and human psychology, and it's obviously action. We need to talk about this information. My partner John and I at Natural Freedom League, we call it breaking the algorithm. We actually get out in the streets, and it's night and day when you're talking to someone face to face and looking them in the eye, and it increases your communication skills and your rhetoric as well, because you're learning a lot about yourself when you're speaking to someone face to face and they don't have 5-10 minutes a day to actually type something and reply to you. So it's definitely has a huge impact and action. So find your niche, understand yourself and your attributes, and then put those in play. It can be painting, music, spoken word, whatever, but starting something, definitely.
Agreed. Well
I'll
said.
chime in on that one if you don't mind. Ultimately, ignorance is the true adversary. So the real solution is proper education. And as my take on it is that the education that we need was lost in the mystery schools, because Rome had packaged and labeled the exoteric doctrine and then went to war on the mystery schools to stamp out the esoteric teaching of the exoteric doctrines. So ignorance is the true adversary, and proper education is really the only true solution. And that's a responsibility that we all need to share and be willing to endeavor to accomplish as one great work, if you will.
Let me see. We got another question. how prevalent was Gnosticism in Judea at the time of Jesus or pre-Jesus? Sorry, I didn't say that right. You want
I
to?
would say, I'm going to take that one. I would say that it's on the wane at that point, after 500 BC, I would say it was definitely on the wane. And then I would say with the rise of the Roman Empire, their primary directive became to eradicate it entirely. And we also have to understand that Gnosticism reaches deeper into the Egyptian mythology with the Coptic Egyptians. So Gnosticism, we can say it's a little bit ambiguous, but it goes pretty far back. And the point is, it's a more pure teaching of the solar doctrine, which was corrupted in an anthropomorphized form. And that's what gave rise to this monotheism. So that's, plaguing our world today. So I hope that brings some clarity to that. There's ambiguity in it. So to give you a definitive of that, it wouldn't, it couldn't necessarily be 100% accurate, but the whole idea is to understand how the mythos is evolving, and then that helps us to start understand this missing timeline. And then, once we get a handle on that, we can start looking at the temples and the archaeology and really start to understand what we're seeing or digging up in the dirt.
Yeah, I like that. Let me see here. Does anybody else want to chime in on that?
Let's go to the next question.
Well, I went to the next question, but it's not a question. So I'm trying to formulate a question in my head about the I guess I'm trying to understand how the stellar cult was how it was eroded into Judaism or corrupted into Judaism. How would you explain that? How you talk about the stellar cult and how it evolved and then was corrupted into Judaism.
Yeah, what we have to understand is that Judaism is a deteriorated form of an ancient stellar doctrine that's far anterior to dynastic Egypt, even. And that the Islamic religion is a remnant of the lunar. So what I would tell you is these are both very modernized, deteriorated solar forms of a once pure lunar and pure stellar doctrine. Essentially, they were assigned the tenets of the remnant. And it's a really long story to be able to fully explain. One of the things that I would say is during the cult of Amen-Ra, that is 80,000 years ago, is that the solar priests that wanted to venerate Inde Sky migrated into the north and gave rise to what we know as modern day Babylon. And it didn't take long before they ended up with a completely corrupted form of the Egyptian, which, in the prehistory era, the Hebrews took from Babylon. One of the most important things to understand is that what are seen as the evil spirits in modern doctrines were benevolent spirits in the ancient doctrines. So it's a complete corruption of a much more ancient doctrine. And one of the most important things to understand about the ancient pure forms is they took such a long period of time to develop and understand. That's why we can't afford to lose that knowledge, because the amount of time it took to develop that knowledge hasn't even been equaled by the amount of time that has passed since it's been lost. So that's what makes that ancient knowledge and understanding how they discovered this science of causality so important, because it took so long to develop and understand and develop these methods that we find in the mystery schools to teach and pass that knowledge forward for progeny and posterity.
Did anybody else want to add to that? Yeah, thank you, Doug. Okay. Is Nathan Redette on here or no? Or Mark Devlin? Wanted to know if they wanted to say something. No?
I'll
right.
say something about the mythos, and I'll bring it in with the whole conscious parenting thing. I actually I use the stories of the mythos as bedtime stories and stories with my daughter. There's phenomenal value in learning about these archetypes and learning about psychology and history. You know, kids love stories, and we have the traditional fairy tale stories, and the mythos are just as entertaining and way more powerful than these cheesy ass made up fairy tales. So that's my comment. But serious answers, it's hard to go after Douglas.
I understand. Yeah, that's cool, man. That's awesome, Will. That's very inspiring, because it's, you know, it's simple and it's pure, and it's, you know, it's definitely something that you know, is I think it's so easy for kids to understand the moon, the sun, and the house and the stars, you know. So it's really cool that you're doing that. Is there anybody else that had any more questions? I didn't see any more questions in the Q&A. Oh, Walter Wright Jr. said, how would the structure of the society or of society be under natural law? Does anybody else want to take that?
Well, the structure would be the knowledge of natural law itself, knowing these principles, knowing non-aggression and self-defense, and you know, having you teach this to your young, and it would be common knowledge or common sense. That would be the foundation. That would be structure, natural structure, since we are in an artificial mechanism right now, which is government. So, you know, it's a false mental construct. So yeah, definitely living in harmony with nature is understanding the principles and living by them.
What do you think, Dylan?
So I don't know that there is one way that I can answer that, because I think that it's going to be regionally different. And it's going to be different among different groups of people. Basically, people are predisposed to organize themselves in ways that are related to their history. It's one of the things that I like that Douglas talks about, is that we need to have an understanding of our history, because it would be like imagining a tree without roots continuing to grow. So if you don't have a relation to your roots, then there isn't really an option for you to continue growing. I don't know that I can say, so like for myself, I'll say, how would I want to live? Basically, I just want to be an agrarian person. Like, that is my ideal form of how I would live, is I would pretty much live in the woods and I'd grow potatoes and onions. Now, that isn't the way that many other people want to live. The idea is that we're trying to create a I guess, a voluntaristic society, right? So it's this enlightened society where you have, at the individual level, people are so knowledgeable of morality that there is no need for any form of a coercive or involuntaristic institution. I don't know that I can answer accurately what the structure would be now, because I don't even know that we have a structure that can facilitate getting us there currently.
Yeah, it seems to be that way, huh?
I'll throw in something real quick. Yeah, that was good. And that's an extremely common question. People always want to know, well, what is the society going to look like? What is the structure? And the answer is, we don't know, but we do know that what we're living in now is artificial and it's immoral. And we understand that the principles of natural law, but what we're really talking about in the ideal condition is a completely different level of consciousness. So who knows what that's going to look like, but we know what we need to do now. We're living in immoral, violent conditions. So the action and the time is now, what we're currently living in.
Yeah, and I'll chime in on that. Are we fielding the question from Walter Wright Jr. because he asks, how would the structure of society be under natural law? And that's what I'm going to build on. So it's a great question, and I would partly try to answer that by saying that, this idea of a top-down coercive control hierarchy is a big part of our fallacy. It would probably have to be the opposite of that, which would be a bottom-up type hierarchy in service of truth. And that doesn't mean that somebody at the top of the hierarchy has more power than somebody at the bottom. It means that somebody at the top of the hierarchy has more knowledge and has the respect for others that want to gain and understand that knowledge. But we're not talking about a control system. We're talking about a bottom-up hierarchy in service of truth, which I would call source. Service to the science of causality, if you will. And as long as we're pursuing our personal ambition, then we're breaching that responsibility to truth. And, the idea is that that level of morality would manifest a paradise instead of manifesting the hell that we're manifesting under man's law. So it's a difficult topic, and I don't want to be misunderstood with it. But I would say it was about respect for elders, but the elders can't compromise their principles, and that no one should be really living better than somebody else. That there's plenty to go around. I think the beautiful thing is that part of the great big spiritual lesson is that we all have to learn to share and care about things that matter, which is the science of causality. And we all have a responsibility to learn it and know it. And many hands make light work. So, the mess that we're in now, it's like trying to swim out against the ebb of the tide. And, we've created this mess for ourselves. We can still get out there, but it's going to take a lot more effort. And best thing I could say is that many hands make light work, because, doing this, in today's world it's you're probably going to find yourself completely in exile. So we're going to have to, really start to center around understanding that we're talking about knowledge that took a long time to learn and understand, and that it is the knowledge that if we do learn, we're not going to be controlled because we're going to evolve. So what they want to do is stagnate our evolution. And as long as we're stagnated in our growth, we're going to be much more easily to control. So, I can go on and on about this, but let's hear what somebody else has to say about it.
This is what the practice of self-mastery is, right? To eradicate the disease of materialism. in the sense that we know it now, of wanting more and owning more. This is what happens when the ego is in the driver's seat. You can't eradicate the ego. We need the ego. We need it under control. Spirit needs to be out front and taking lead with, a brain balance and unification of thoughts, emotions, and actions. And I think that's what when I say the future it's going to be a completely different, higher state of consciousness. That's when this is what the individual is trying to attain, this practice within themselves. We need philosophers, not politicians.
Right.
Well said.
I concur. I saw James raised his hand. Did he want to say something? No, maybe not. Okay.
That might have been me. I raised my hand at one point, Nate.
Oh, go for it, man.
I had a little comment.
Chris?
I was thinking about what Douglas was talking about, and that one person asked him the question about, what can we do, about tyranny? And I was thinking about how much of that ancient symbolism that Douglas was talking about is all describing our own personal journey. And that's something that's been echoing in my thoughts recently about how, and I'd be curious to see what Douglas thinks about this. All those ancient stories are all telling us the same thing, that we have to evolve as people, that we have to grow up. And so each of our personal journey is really all we have to do. Speaking out and doing these things is part of that journey, but that's what we have to do.
I'm going to chime in on that. It's nice to meet you here, Chris, and I'm a fan of your work, so I really appreciate it. I really appreciate the input and all of it. But yeah, I'm thinking of the allegory in the Lord of the Rings, the Fellowship of the Ring. Frodo, who's almost, the most vulnerable of the whole group, is the only one that has the courage to take the ring into Mordor and destroy this idea of man's law, which is represented by the ring. But when he decides to embark on that journey, the fellowship joins around him and offers all of the service that they can get him to help him do what they don't have the courage themselves to do. The whole point is that many hands make light work, and that no one can do it alone. We all need each other's support, but ideally we all need to make that journey and develop that internal courage and understand the need for it by understanding the suffering that coercive control would cause. And there's a lot more to say about it, but with regard to the symbolism, the idea that the dark occult is wielding the symbolism to mock us, well, that's true. But it's also that the universe itself would mock us with the symbolism, because it's compelling us to come out of that darkness and understand the symbolism and the necessity for it in its purest form. One of the things to understand about as a symbol is that it doesn't describe a dogma, so it's a forever unfoldment. As soon as we ascribe a dogma to a symbol, we've limited it. It's the same idea with putting labels on people or anything. We limit its potential. This is the idea, the same as the ineffable name of God. Once we put a label on it, it's no longer that thing, because it can never be that limited in its entirety. So the labels would limit us, and the universe is compelling us to raise up and understand the pure forms of the symbolism. But part of understanding a pure form of symbolism is understanding its inexhaustible propensity, and then how that draws out the unfoldment from within. Once we've scoured the external environment to find the meaning of the symbol, we're forced to go within and look for the deeper meaning of the symbol. So it's a drawing out of the unfoldment. It's part of the importance of understanding symbolism. And one other thing about understanding the symbolism is that it has a natural order in the development of the religious thought and the development of the religious idea. And we need to understand that natural chronology to understand the purest forms, because that's how we can unravel the dogma and the later corrupted forms we call religion. So.
I don't see. Oh wait, let me see. Yeah, I don't see any more. Wait, Dinah. Oh yeah, Dinah Diaz says, where was there a war that commemorated the original divergence and movement of the Southern cult to the north?
I'm going to field that. It's a very advanced question, and it's a very legitimate question, and most of my work is about this. Part of the main primary points is that the big struggle in the priest class began when the mythos changed from stellar to lunar, because it's about a science about putting a finer point on time. So the problem with venerating in annual cycles is that time was kept in the great year cycle in the movement of the northern and southern, first southern and then northern circumpolar constellations, which monitored the great year cycle. So they were able to record and keep record of epochs of time. When we venerated in annual cycles, the stellar people knew that we could break our chronology and then ultimately lose pure forms of the mythology, which is what happened. So I would say the first big struggle happened when they transferred the mythos into the annual cycle. And everything that's happened since then has been a contingency mystery school that was driven out of the Nile Valley, a sort of wandering mystery school, trying to keep the old mythos preserved, but even that was stagnating once it left Egypt. And then you have this phenomenon over epochs of solar temples being built on stellar and lunar hallowed ground. And that comes all the way up into, prehistory, where we still have evidence, like the Minoan civilization was a remnant of the stellar mythos. So that's probably why the Mycenaeans and the Minoans were left out of history, because they still had evidence of this struggle between the ancient stellar temples and the solar temples wanting to absorb their symbolism and then build their solar temples on top of the stellar temples. It's a big subject, and but that's how I would basically answer that question.
Did anybody else want to take that question or add to it?
No, I don't think, yeah, go ahead if you want, but I think I covered it pretty good.
So that Julia Felix says, this may be off topic. Is common law and natural law similar, the same, or different?
Anyone?
You guys want to take that?
I'll answer that. A very common question. No, it is not. They're completely different. Common law is man's law. It's I would say it's almost a more occulted version of legalese. It's still their language. It's still talking their language. It is not talking about the actual laws of nature. That's a common question. So short and sweet.
I can further expound on that a little. Common law comes from the situation that we have that's unique to England, which is different than continental Europe. In continental Europe, it was the absolute power of the king. But in Britain, in the history of Britain, the power was shared between the throne and the land barons, or the land owners or the aristocracy. And that's what led up to the Magna Carta. So the Magna Carta was based on the common law from before the Norman invasion of 1066 and the old laws of William the it's escaping me, but from Harold II and William the it's escaping me, but William before Harold II. So the old laws of England were based on before the Norman invasion of 1066, and that's where we get the idea of common law, that it's on the ground and that power is shared with the landholders and the throne of England. And one of the things, you know, and there's a lot more to it, but I want to make one more point about that since the topic is on the table, is that that's part of the reason that the ancient knowledge survived into the modern world, is because the different situation in England than that of continental Europe. That's part of what allowed the culture to survive long enough to carry some of these ideas into the West. And then with the emergence of the mystery schools post-Renaissance. So it's the uniqueness of the English history that gives the idea of common law. And the idea of common law is that it doesn't come from a top-down hierarchy. So, and there's a lot more to it, but it's a great question.
Well, I don't see any more questions. If anybody wants to chime in on that, or if anybody else has anything to say, we might be getting off here in a minute or two.
I just want to say great job to all the speakers. You guys did a phenomenal job, and I really appreciate your participation in the event. Great job on the control panel team, Tyler Bloyer and Lawrence Driggs and Brandon Martin. Great job. And we got a whole nother day of jam-packed speakers, or a whole nother jam-packed day of great speakers tomorrow. We'll have Indica Martin at 10 a.m., Brian Esterday at 10:30, Ryan Swisher at 11:30, Brandon Martin 11:45, Nate Cap 1 p.m., Logan Hart 3:30 p.m., Colin Smith 4:15 p.m., musical performance at 5:45 p.m., and then Mark Passio at 6 p.m. And you can find more information on the onegreatnetwork.com, or at onegreatnetwork.com and thecubbyhole.com, and you can find donation pages there if you want to make a contribution, and that's always much appreciated, because these guys are giving you know, their entire mind, body, and soul to help bring us out of this darkness of this ignorance. And so it should be another exciting day tomorrow. So thanks to everyone who participated, and great job, everyone. Keep up the great work.
Yeah, and I just want to say that I really appreciate Autonomy for all the work that they have done, and that's including Tyler and his crew, and of course the onegreatworknetwork.com for streaming this all day. I really appreciate it, Mark Passio. So yeah, we're gonna have a really solid day tomorrow too. So definitely get your sleep, and we will see you tomorrow. Great questions, by the way, too. All right, guys.
I'll take us out then. So this is Douglas Martin signing off for the SEED 4 conference. Thank you. And I hope you've received value from the information presented here today. Tune in tomorrow starting 10 a.m. and we'll have another full day of great speakers and great presentations. Until then,
good night, guys.
Douglas Martin signing off. Good night.